Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high.
And he definitely knows that he hasn't made his 40.
Oh no! We were worried that he overthought the advantage.
Oh my goodness.
8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business.
Oh,
You know the
Hikaru
well is
grabbed his
dry.
coat.
Oh,
He
yeah,
knows
you
it's
know
over.
what that means.
That's actually got to be super intimidating if you're playing Hikaru when he puts on the coat.
And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy.
Mis amigos, we say adios to Danny Wrench, but we say hello to the venue here in Madrid, the Palacio de Santona. It's round 10 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. We see it is bright, it is sunny, and we also see the Spanish commentary getting set up, people trickling into the live audience. They will be there, ready to listen to all the great commentary, a view from the playing hall. It is a lovely scene every single time. The artwork is there, the players are getting set, and well, I'm happy to be rejoined by International Master Almira Skripchenko. We have Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. And Almira, welcome back.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be back. And Robert, I have a question, who let the dogs out? If I summarize this well, I went out of town for the weekend, those guys threw a party almost every day, and I come back and I find like a few dead bodies in the living room.
Well, round 9 was definitely a decisive day.
I think I see some bottles on the... it's just a water bottle.
I was wondering what you were doing there. You scared me for a second. Well, Daniel, welcome back. How was your rest day?
Thank you, Robert. Rest day was amazing. It's been years since I've been to Europe, so I just took a long, aimless walk around Madrid. I was at the center. I just remembered how beautiful Europe is, and it occurred to me that it's so fitting that a tournament of this importance and of this magnitude is taking place in a city that's beautiful.
For sure. The city is beautiful and the chess has been beautiful. So let's remind everybody what happened before the rest day. We saw Alireza Firouzja win with the white pieces, as did Timur Rajabov and Ding Liren. They scored their first victories with white. But Almira, all eyes were on that game that was ending in a draw between Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yes, that was such a crucial game for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He defended very well. First of all, he used the Petrov opening against someone who is a Petrov specialist, Fabiano Caruana. He played this opening against Magnus Carlsen on the World Championship match. So it was so important not to lose this game. And but we have another 3 decisive results in this round. So.
Yeah, Daniel, what did you make of those 3 victories?
All of them were fascinating. In particular, Rajabov's victory over Nakamura, that was a big deal. That was Timur's first victory, not only in this tournament, but in the last couple of years. It was an excellent game. And Ding, he missed several chances throughout the tournament. And finally, the day before yesterday, he was firing on all cylinders, an excellent endgame. And of course, Firouzja Report, that game kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it?
Yeah, there was a lot of flair there, not just because of the fashion that Richard Report shows every round. Well, we want to remind you what happened in round 9 between Alireza Firouzja and Richard Report.
Alireza Firouzja gained a big advantage in the opening against Richard Report as he set up the pawn break f4. Then he ripped things open with his first brilliant move of the game, knight takes e5. A pawn sacrifice that gained a powerful, unopposed dark-squared bishop. After an inaccurate follow-up by Alireza, Report got back in the game and may even have been better. In some crazy lines, he could have even castled on the queen side. Then, the fatal bishop to c4 allowed Alireza to play the winning rook to f5. He followed up with consecutive brilliant moves, sacrificing the exchange both times and placing a monster of a bishop on d6.
Apparently you had 3 brilliant moves according to our game review, and
hopefully I don't get banned again.
Beautiful checkmates loomed.
I mean, I was going to say this. If you take on e5 in that game,
yeah.
pawn, if we can show this, pawn takes e5, queen f8 is a little bit of a check, and then the rook takes back, and then white's rook ends there with
get
mate.
down tonight.
A little bit of a mate.
Yep.
Can't take it. Oh, why not? Why not? Oh.
Report evaded being checkmated and made the time control, but Alireza's heroic dark squared bishop delivered the final blow, picking off the underdefended knight on e5 and forcing resignation. Alireza received his first conceding handshake of the tournament.
Well, that was a fantastic game by Alireza Firouzja, and also a fantastic interview. We had him here in the studio. Almira, what did you make of his mindset and his thoughts?
Well, first of all, I liked the interview so much. Well, it was very insightful and interesting, but there was one thing that betrayed him. Alireza was very calm, as always, but he said that, you know, this was a very important victory against Richard Report, who is the player in form, so this victory counts. And actually, we were speculating a lot about the pressure, if he feels like, well, is he going to win the tournament or not? But I think that what he's worried about is that he needs to prove that he belongs here, you know, so that was very important to him to win, to score his first victory.
Yes, and as we look at the standings, we see he certainly does belong in this tournament. He jumped from the bottom, where Jan-Krzysztof Duda currently resides, back towards the middle, tied for 5th place. So, Danya, as you look from top to bottom of the standings, what's sticking out to you?
Well, I can't take my eyes off of first place. There's a small difference. Jan, there's a 6 in front of his point total. For Fabi, there's a 5, and for Hikaru, there is a 4. So we keep talking about, is it a 3-horse race? Is it a 2-horse race? And if Jan wins today, it just might be a 1-horse race. So really, all eyes are on Jan. He's got the white pieces today. Huge game. But of course, those in the peloton, Fabi, Hikaru, Ding, all of them are going to have to come through again and again if they want to seriously challenge Jan for first place.
And of course, we focused on the top half of the standings, but maybe too much. Amir, as we look at the bottom half of the standings, these 4 players can still make a major impact in the tournament.
Yes, but there is one player who is all alone at the bottom of the standings, and it's Jan-Krzysztof Duda. You know, there were so many interesting articles, well, published on Chess.com, and were given, trying to prognose like who is going to win the tournament. But it seems that mathematics confirmed that the only player who will not win this tournament is Jan-Krzysztof Duda, because he was, before the tournament, he was given like the lowest chances to win it, and also, as I remember correctly, I think he has also the lowest score against the field, so this prediction seemed to be correct.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing that these people are not mathematicians, they're chess players, and they will settle the score over the chessboard. And one player who says that he's hungry is Alireza Firouzja. He came to the studio saying, I'm happy with that first victory, but one might not be enough. And Almira, as we look forward in his schedule, what do you see there?
Well, first of all, he is facing Hikaru Nakamura today with black. They played their first over-the-board game here, actually, and that was one of the most intense games that I've witnessed, especially as a professional chess player. So he will try to keep the momentum. Like, he won his first game. Hikaru lost with black against Timur Rajabov. So he certainly will be aggressive today and will try to win this game.
That's a good point. Hikaru might be upset. Obviously, Alireza is at the highest form of the tournament. But Danya, as we look forward for Alireza, he is going to play a major role in the outcome of this tournament. He may not win it himself, but if we highlight round 11 with the white piece against Jan,
not very important.
Not
I
really.
don't know why you're pointing that out.
Nor is round 14 with black against Fabiano Caruana.
Last round against Fabi, who just might win the tournament. Yeah, I don't know what there is really to talk about. But in all seriousness, round 11, my eyes are on that matchup. He will have the white pieces. And the important question, I think, in terms of determining the chances for round 11 is how Alireza will do today. Because if he carries forward his momentum, if he manages to win with the black pieces today, Jan is going to be shivering in his bed tonight, because Alireza on a roll is a force to be reckoned with. So Jan is rooting for Nakamura. Alireza is obviously rooting for himself. But round 11 and round 14 against Fabi, those are going to be ones to watch. So cancel your meetings, cancel your dinners and your flights for those days.
It's hard to shiver
And
here
for the other days.
in Madrid because it is so hot. But speaking of players who are on a hot
My
streak,
hotel room's cold. What are you talking about?
that's a you problem. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's on a hot streak. He's been performing extremely well. Preparation is there, and he caught up with Dina Belenkaya after his round 9 draw.
Congratulations on such an important opening preparation storm safe. When did you realize you were calming things down?
I think after 93. Okay, actually after he took on f5 because I thought it's like bishop f1 or bishop c2. Both was very promising for white. And I mean, at first I just didn't see this idea like that the bishop can just retreat from d3. I thought, okay, bishop f5 and then okay, on this line if knight d3 and it's a draw. But once we came to this position, I realized that okay, he's not obliged to take on f5, and this appears to be very suspicious. So I mean, okay, but what I did was, as it seemed to me, more or less only moves after I played this knight d6 because I ran into queen a4, which is extremely unpleasant. And I believe if not queen a4, it's like maybe slightly worse for black, but I can just stabilize like knight c7. I don't know, bishop f6, g6, something like this. Yes, a very solid position. But yes, and I also couldn't recall any of my prep because surely I have some, but yeah, I just decided to play, you know, on my own, which I think was not the optimal way.
Now, having played Fabi, will your sleep be better approaching the 5 next rounds?
I hope so, but I mean, in general, the tension is, you know, it never goes away until the last round, so it's still extremely tense.
Right, Jan, once again, congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
And as you heard from Jan Nepomniachtchi, he may not be shivering, but he is tense. Almira, he is a target on his back. He's been in the lead for many rounds now. Do you think that he can handle this tension?
Well, he certainly has a target on his back, but what strikes me the most from this interview is that he doesn't show any sign of weakness. I mean, physically, he looks very in shape, you know. We were discussing like the point of if he will be able to keep up with this steady performance, and it seems that he's doing very well.
He certainly is, and well, he's been performing well thus far, but he needs to keep it up. In round 10, there are some juicy matchups in store for us. Almira, why don't we start with you? Richard Rapport with the white pieces against Ding Liren. That should be a fun one.
Well, this is actually the game that I was looking forward for during this round, because I went through Richard openings, and he's certainly a very creative player. We have said this numerous times, but he's one of the last romantic players who still uses the king's gambit, you know, in his games, and not only rapid games and the classical games. And I hope we will be able to show you one of his games in this opening. And Ding plays e5, so probably we should understand what state of mind Richard is in now. He lost his 2 games, so he's probably on tilt, so he might as well go for it.
It's very possible. We never know what to expect from Richard Rapport. And Danya, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's been struggling. He's lost a couple games in a row now. Fabiano Caruana in second place, needs a win, but has the black pieces. What do you see happening in that second game?
Well, speaking of tilt, both Duda and Caruana, they're pretty frustrated right now. In the case of JKD, we've seen it in his body language. We've seen it in his play. He's disappointed. The tournament hasn't been going well. He hasn't caught a single break. Even against Ding Liren 2 days ago, he had a very workable position, an equal endgame, but he screwed that one up. Fabi did the same against Jan Nepomniachtchi. He managed to make a draw, but that was a very winnable game. So I think there's going to be a psychological battle that takes place off the board as well. Who will be able to push their previous results out of their mind? Both of them are going to be angry and hungry for a victory. I'm excited for a very combative game.
And Almira, the next matchup between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Timur Rajabov, neither of those players want to forget their most recent results because they've just had a win for Rajabov, a nice draw with black for Nepomniachtchi. What do you think is going to happen there?
Well, I think that Daniel just mentioned, you know, the beginning of the psychological warfare, but I think that Jan is going to be very aggressive with white once again, because in the first leg of these candidates, they drew their game, but it seemed that Timur just made a very insipid draw. So is he going to be punished for this attitude? And let's see, but the score also speaks for itself. Jan never won against Timur Rajabov, so it's an extra incentive for him.
Okay, and Danya, how about Hikaru versus Alireza?
Well, I think this is the matchup that makes any chess lover's mouth water, including mine. They've only played once. It was in this tournament. And that is honestly what elevates this matchup to the level of fascinating, because it's so rare these days at the top level to have two players who essentially have never faced each other. Add to that the fact that Hikaru has a lot of fans. Firouzja has a ton of fans. We both love these players for their combative, confident nature, for their playing styles. It's an unstoppable force against an immovable object. We are going to see who's going to get the upper hand.
Well, it's a good thing neither of you have to vote because these matchups are difficult to predict. Now that burden is squarely on my shoulders while Danny's on his flight back home. So let's do it. Go to chess.com/events. I'm going to get a Danny Wrench position. Oh, gosh, it's a snuggle into the chair. Okay, first matchup between Richard Rapport and Ding Liren over here.
Would you like a blanket?
I'm going to go with a win for Ding Liren with the black pieces. Not every day we pick a win with black at the highest level, but Ding Liren, he won a game. Rapport is up and down, and I think it's going to be another down. So we're going to go with Ding Liren. In our next matchup, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Fabiano Caruana. I think I'm going to surprise people. I'm going to go with Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces once more. He's showing great preparation. Jan-Krzysztof Duda clearly devastated in the last couple games at the chessboard. So Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Timur Rajava. That is essential for our standings. I'm going with Jan. He seems to be an unstoppable force, and I do not think that Rajava is going to be the immovable object that he'll need to hold off the leader of this 2022 FIDE Candidates. And last but certainly not least, we have Hikaru Nakamura against Alireza Firouzja. I think it's going to be combative, but I think it's going to be a draw, just like the first game between these two. So if you're at home, you don't have to slouch like I was, but you should get involved with the voting. Go to chess.com/events, pick your choices as to the results of today's games. You could win $1,000 for first, and just like Alireza Firouzja was asked, hey, can you get a Dime membership? You can if you get between 6th and 10th, but look at Ding Liren. He is as focused as I've ever seen.
He's thinking about that diamond membership you can get if he comes 6th.
And I was mentioning David Bernstein, you know, at some of, in our previous rounds, you know, he was coming at the board 10 minutes before the game and in order to get this state of absolute concentration. So Dings looks exactly like David Bernstein.
Well, Richard Rapport, I don't know who he looks like. He looks like a fashion model often in this event, but he is seated at the board. He gets the first move advantage, and that's the view that everybody wants. These two players, Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza Firouzja. Hey, Alexander Kostenia, the chess queen's here.
There we go. Oh. I was just going to say on the topic of Hikaru, he took off his blazer, which means he doesn't expect to win this game in under 10 minutes. Oh.
And Richard Rapport playing e4. Almira, you guys can't see this, but she's,
Almira, it's the second move that we got to be watching.
She's clasping her hands, excited for a potential King's Gambit. And I mean, Richard, he doesn't look that happy, and probably because he lost the previous round.
He's got that conspiratorial smile, so I think the King's Gambit might be on the cards. Let's not forget that against JKD, he did play the Gleck system, 4 knights followed by a kingside fianchetto. I think you'll settle for that, Elmira. That's offbeat enough, right?
Okay.
As the first moves are played.
Maybe let's, Allez Bleu, first of all, you know. I wanted to say this.
Alireza Firouzja, he brings his C pawn forward against Hikaru Nakamura, playing the Sicilian. That often leads us to sharp variations, and he is probably looking to play for more than just equality with black.
No.
I'm sorry, Almira.
So sorry.
I know you wanted King's Gambit, but the knight is in the pawn's way in the upper left-hand side of the screen between Richard Rapport and Ding Liren. And as we stay here in our bird's eye view, we see an Italian game from Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the top right against Fabiano Caruana. We see Caruana once again wearing blue. He wore a lot of white dress shirts throughout the event. Now he's in blue. And, well, in the bottom left, we see Jan Nepomniachtchi. Instead of playing e4, he goes to a Catalan.
Yeah, and that's not a particularly surprising choice, I think. There's no question that Jan wants to preserve solidity. He's not going to play, a King's Gambit or any kind of gambit for that matter. He wants to play something that affords him winning chances, yet something that is solid. We were talking about that after his game against Ding, maybe something a little bit more spicy, and I think he's responded. The Catalan is by no means an opening that you play if you want to guarantee a draw. Almira, am I accurate?
Of course, I agree with you. And it is such an interesting and rich opening because it has this range of the positions which are very different. You know, you can have a very positional game, but on the other hand, it could be very tactical. Well, at some point, it could get very tactical at some point.
Well, it might start that way because it looks like Radjabov has just captured that pawn on c4. We're in familiar territory. And one sort of philosophical question I had about this opening choice by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He beat Jan-Krzysztof Duda playing knight f3 instead of his typical e4. He also beat Kirill Aleksenko at the previous candidates with a Catalan. So do you think it just brings him happy memories and that's his new comfort zone despite it being a rare choice by him over the last few years?
Well, it's of course, it's a rare choice on his behalf, but I think that he has analyzed the Catalan for a while, and especially I remember the games against Magnus, you know, where he had, with the opposite colors. So I think he tried to analyze this opening with both colors and to understand the nuances.
So you're saying if Magnus does it, we should probably do it too?
Of course.
Okay, just making sure I understood you correctly. So which game should we start on? They all look interesting. I feel like we can go to this game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Timur Radjabov just because that is the player in first place. Jan Nepomniachtchi looking to use that first move advantage. Radjabov looking to build upon his his win in the previous round, his first win in classical chess in 3 years. So let's head back to the beginning just to go over how we got here. It was d4 played by Jan, so not the king's pawn, which we've grown accustomed to seeing from him. And as we get through the early stages here, this is all standard fare, right? Bishop g2, black castles, white does the same. And after d takes c4, I guess this is maybe our first interesting moment, Danya, where you have choice between queen c2 or queen to a4.
Yeah, I've played this a lot from the black side, so I feel like I'm pretty much at home in this position. There's a third move, which is knight e5, which at various points has been very popular. But has kind of waned in popularity recently as black has found pretty much foolproof ways toward equality. Now there's a very interesting difference between queen c2 and queen a4. After queen c2, the traditional move here has always been a6, and in a moment I'll get to why that has changed recently. And after a6, the move queen c2 affords white the extra option of delaying the capture on c4 and first playing a4. This is actually the line which most GMs have been relying on to fight for the advantage in the last couple of years. But about a year ago, Hikaru Nakamura started religiously playing the move which Timur Radjabov has just made. And even before Hikaru, the young American phenom, Christopher Yu, I think he might have been the first to introduce this move to the top level, b5. But it's not this move itself that's new, Robert. Just to conclude my thought, after b5, a4, the traditional way to play this is to play b4 and say, hey, I'm going to give up that c4 pawn, you can take it. But in Christopher Yu's innovation, black plays the crazy looking move bishop b7, which Timur has just played, and meets a takes b5 with a6, a gambit from the black side.
And Almira, I guess I have to ask you, are you surprised at all that Jan, at this moment here, he could play queen a4, play very solidly because there's no b5 with the queen staring at that square. So are you surprised that Jan allows b5, which is more complicated?
Well, I'm not surprised at all because unless there is a very forced line which leads to an equal position, Jan wants to take risks in this game, like rationally, because this victory can secure him the victory in the tournament. If he wins this game, he's so much closer to win the candidates.
And I think most viewers, saying risk-free position, looking for a possible edge, they look at this position and say, there's a pawn on c7, a pawn on c4. Those aren't going to be good. And Jan develops with knight to c3. So I always felt that white shouldn't have any risk whatsoever. So I agree with you on that front, Almira. And I guess I asked Almira what she thought about Jan's choice. Danya, what do you think of Radjabov's choice to enter this line, which we know he's played before?
Yeah, I mean, Radjabov is taking the risk that Jan took in the previous round. He's playing something that he knows Jan probably expects. What does that tell us? Well, that basically tells us that he believes in the line so much that he believes he knows all of the nuances, and he believes that even if Jan throws a curveball at him, he's going to be able to improvise successfully over the board. Time will tell if that's the right choice or if he should have chosen something that would have surprised Jan a little bit more. Right now, they're heading down one of the main lines of this new b5 variation. White's going to take on a8. Black's going to recapture, White's going to take on b5, and as far as I can remember, the move is bishop a8 to d5. Very clever move. You're hiding the contact between the queen and the d4 pawn. If the white knight returns from b5 to c3, all of a sudden, whoop, bishop takes f3, and queen takes d4. Black grabs that pawn. Position remains very complicated, but I think Black has been pretty successful in this position.
I'm absolutely mesmerized by those commentaries.
Well, Amira, if we were to get to this position that we're analyzing, it still feels like Jan Nepomniachtchi has no risk. He's down a pawn, but the pawns are doubled here on the c-file. So I think what you're saying, and I'm agreeing with, is that Jan picked a very good choice to play the Catalan in a line where it seems like his losing chances are diminished.
And have a look at those powerful bishops. Well, he lost central pawn, of course, but he has a pair of bishops which guarantees him a sufficient compensation for the sacrificed pawn. And in a long run, I think he will be able to win the c4 pawn. So I think that Timur Radjabov needs to be very sure of the line that he is playing right now.
Yes, and well, they're both away from the board, so we've talked about the outlines of this position. Black is trying to stabilize. White seems to have a pretty decent position without major risk. So as we bring us back to all four games, I mean, I'm looking at the top right, and we've seen this opening before. It was in the game between Alireza Firouzja and Timur Radjabov, where they played over 90 moves in 7.5 hours, but it started with a bishop that was on b3, taking this bishop on e6, and that means that Black has this double pawn structure to stay for the rest of the game, pretty much.
Yeah, knight h5, as you can see, played by Fabi, and that is a very, very typical move. Timur Radjabov also played this move. It sets up a bunch of threats on the king side. I'm going to say right now what I said as I was commentating that game. I would be really scared to play this position from the white side. Open f-file, bishop on a7, skewering the diagonal, knight coming to f4. But the white players, they usually believe in the queen side pressure, and they believe that they've got enough pieces on the king side, they've got enough firepower to tamp down any attacking chances that Black can generate by putting that knight on f4.
Almira, when you see this position, do you think that Fabiano should be happy with how the opening has gone?
Well, I played this opening from white side, and I know that it's very solid, so you need to exchange the bishops and to bring your knight d2 to f1, or sometimes to keep it there and to play g3. Then there is another thematical move which comes to my mind, is to play rook a2. It's very strange, but this rook will protect the f2 pawn when you will need to move your f3 knight. So computer gives a small edge when he assesses this position. So, but once again, psychologically, I feel that it's much more difficult to play those with white.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I think what you're highlighting, rook a2 was played in that game between Alireza and Radjabov. And I think there's some static weaknesses for Black. These double isolated pawns aren't great, and that actually became a problem for Radjabov late in that game. But the pressure that Black is building, and if we look at Duda's face, I mean, I've said this round after round.
Yeah, but he's had the same face for like the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, he just doesn't seem very happy at the chessboard, and I mean, I don't know what he feels has gone wrong to this point, but he seems to be really unhappy, at least visually here, as we look at him on screen.
Well, I feel that he's disillusioned, you know, like after these 2 losses, it's very difficult to get poised, you know, and to come back into play like nothing happened. So knight h5, and well, probably he's thinking right now, once again, I'm under pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did I just do? What did I just play? Was this my plan?
Under Pressure is a great song, but not a good feeling, and that's what Jan-Krzysztof Duda is facing. And actually, Fabiano Caruana, he played the white side of this position and lost against Alexander Grishuk. So it's interesting to note that Fabiano has experience from the white side, but he also lost the game, and then he's like, well, I lost Alexander Grishuk, one of the best players ever. Let's use that opening.
Well, I would say that I think almost every player in this field, maybe save Ding Liren, but probably also him, has had this position from both sides. Ding Liren has definitely had it from the Black side. It's just that he might be the only player in the field who doesn't play e4 that often. So this position is all the rage, these types of positions, because as I said, the last time we encountered this in Radjabov, what's important to understand about these Italian positions is just that there's 8,000 different move orders. You could have this position with the queen on e8 instead of the knight on h5. You could have this position if white is uncastled and the pawn is on b2 instead of on b4. So it's actually really, really hard to analyze these positions concretely, which is why we're putting such an emphasis. And I think the players, when they analyze these positions, put more of an emphasis than usual on typical ideas rather than on specific moves.
Almira, I really like what Daniel just said there, that it's not about the theory so much as the feel and understanding of the position. And from that perspective, Fabiano Caruana has been up to 28.44 as his highest rating.
That's it?
That's it. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda is just reaching his peak. So from that perspective, you'd have to give, I would imagine, the slight nod to Fabiano in a position in neutral territory.
Well, of course, well, first of all, he knows these positions very well. You were talking about the feel, and we were discussing it previously, that sometimes even if the computer gives a slight edge, well, you might not go for it because, it's not your comfort zone. You don't, the plans, and I remember the game that he played against Ding. You know, he simply said in the interview, like after the game, that, well, he didn't know what was the plan. You know, how difficult are those positions?
Yeah, that's not a good place to be. When you feel out of sorts and your opponent is feeling sharp, it's not good. And I mean, Ding Liren beat Jan-Krzysztof Duda before the rest day. Right now, Jan-Krzysztof still in the clock, spending 5 minutes. That must feel good for Fabiano Caruana. And I do want to take a step back for a moment here and look at all 4 games, because in the early stages, when we see players think, we often feel that's not a great sign. And in the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja, of course, that's such a mouth-watering matchup. Everyone is excited about that one. Alireza has spent 8 more minutes than Hikaru, and that's not the biggest deal, at least in theory. But Alireza's time management throughout the tournament hasn't been ideal. It hasn't been what we've seen from him in other events. So when you look at the clock there in the bottom right, do you get a little bit concerned considering how early in the game we are?
Well, on the other hand, I think that it's very important sometimes to take those moments and to calm yourself, because he's playing the Nidorf. Maybe Hikaru, used the variation, which he didn't expect. Although I went through their games, I think Alireza was using so many openings. It's not only the Nidorf, it's e5, it's even the Caracan, so Hikaru had to prepare all of them. So maybe he went for the line, which is also very solid against the Nidorf.
Yeah, and we can bring this game up here. We are only on move 7. Alireza spent quite a deal of time if we can scroll through the moves. It's a Sicilian, a very popular opening at the highest level. Jan Nepomniachtchi himself, an absolute wizard on the black side of Nidorfs. And after knight c3, a6, bishop e3, e5, this has been played so many times. And then the knight retreat to f3, and that's where Alireza began to think. So Almira, what is it about the move knight f3 that had Alireza pause?
Well, I think the sharpest line which can occurs after knight b3, and that's what we've seen in the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Alireza Firouzja. So knight f3 is it's a more solid move. Sometimes it can lead to a very positional play in the Nidorf. Yeah. So maybe he wasn't expected.
For sure. And this, so. Danya, you're a Sicilian player. You love these sharp positions, so why don't you tell us a little bit about this knight f3 move?
Yeah, I don't love facing knight f3. Before I delve into it, I will say that there was a time many moons ago when Alireza was not 2,800, and when he did have a narrow opening repertoire, that was around the time that General Lee surrendered at Appomattox. But essentially, Alireza, I think, at his heart is a Sicilian Nidorf player, and for this important game, I think he decided to resort to the opening that he truly knows best. Now, knight f3 is an interesting choice by Hikaru. Hikaru has played absolutely everything against the Nidorf. I am positive that he's played this as well. And I agree completely with Almira. Knight f3 is generally an indication that you are in for a long positional battle. And the reason why I'm so sure of this is because white always castles kingside in these positions. Whereas after knight b3, yeah, you can still castle kingside, but if you want to go for the principal lines, you have opposite side castling, and as a consequence, you have opposite side attacks. The English attack variation. After knight f3, the battle generally takes place on 2 fronts. there is a battle that takes place over who will have full control over the d5 square. And you might say, well, obviously the answer is white because it's a weak square, but that's not necessarily the case. Black will position the light squared bishop quite often on e6, and he will have a lot of eyes on the d5 square. The second battle takes place on the queen side. Black will try to develop quick play on the queen side, often by pushing the b pawn to b5, sometimes by positioning the rook on c8, and you have exchange sacrifices on c3. So the big question is going to be, is white's control over d5 going to be fully counterbalanced by black's queenside counterplay? I'm not saying that that's the only way that the game goes in these positions. And finally, on that note, the positioning of the knight on c6 is something that raised my eyebrows. Generally, in this line, you don't play knight c6 this early. This is a rare move. It's a move that I'm sure Alireza has analyzed before. It's much, much more rare than bishop e7, which is the main move as far as I remember. And no surprise that Hikaru is taking his time upon seeing this relatively rare knight development.
But Almira, I mean, this knight c6 move, while it may be much rarer than bishop e7, it seems like over-the-board inspiration rather than some kind of preparation.
Well, so that's an interesting question, because I also wanted to point out the idea, especially in this line, that when you play bishop e7, knight bd7, sometimes you have this rook c8 and rook c3. You know, it's a very important moment. Well, like when you play b5, right, bishop e7, somewhere. It's like, and so you're trying to sacrifice an exchange, then to create a complete chaos on the board. But here, you know, after knight c6, your choices are rather limited. That's why I think that Danya doesn't like this move.
Yeah, I mean, you keep talking about this rook c8, rook takes c3, such a common motif in the Sicilian, whether it's a knight off or a dragon. It's always available with the c file being open, but the knight on c6 actually blocks that path. So Hikaru is now on the clock, right? Is this the first time you think he's really seeing knight c6? Do you think he feels like Alireza made a mistake? But the position is so close. It's not a tactical position where you're like, that was a blunder. I should be able to take advantage of it. It wasn't on my top list of candidate moves. So do you think that these players are completely on their own at move 7?
Well, there's a very typical plan here. For example, after knight c6, you will probably develop your bishop on e6 with black. So white usually plays knight d2, bishop c4, and tries to exchange this bishop. Maybe Hikaru is thinking about how to wait for this move, bishop b6. You know, he needs to find, because if he plays bishop b2 here and tries to finish his development and castle, then, you know, it feels like he lost a tempo. So maybe he's looking for a most precise move order in this position.
Danya?
Yeah, so to me, the most natural move for white is bishop c4 to increase your control over d5. But one thing I will say, I've seen this among certain Nightorf experts in the last couple of months and years. Black has started to sometimes put the light squared bishop on g4, which is a very un-Nightorf-like way of playing. But then again, when a new invention comes along, there's always those people who say the television isn't going to catch on. And I want to make sure that my comments don't age that poorly. So it might be that Alireza is actually not going to put the bishop on e6 at all, and he's going to play bishop g4 and try to use that pin to make white uncomfortable and to prevent the move that Almira mentioned, knight f3 to d2. So I'm going to be very interested to see where Alireza puts his bishops, in particular his light squared bishop, and whether he pushes the b pawn and goes for normal queenside play, or does he have in mind some sort of new unconventional idea. But I don't think he just invented this move on the spot, Robert. I think maybe he was trying to remember analysis. Maybe he was trying to, he was remembering some sort of old file from many years ago. But I can almost guarantee you, either of you are welcome to disagree with me, that he didn't just, this wasn't just a fit of inspiration, a spur of the moment kind of decision.
Yeah, I mean, as we're talking about knight f3, not the most common move. And Hikaru has shown a tendency to play into preparation. They've seen that opponent play earlier in the tournament. So that was knight to b3, of course, by Jan Nepomniachtchi. And here it's all about the d5 square. So one more thing to point out before we take a step back is that sometimes black gets a quick bishop e6 and tries to strike with d5, but even that doesn't necessarily solve all of black's problems. So it's going to be a real tense battle in the center. But let's take a step back. This is the third of the 4 games that we have looked at thus far. And in the top left, we see that man right there on screen. He is hunched over the board, and I have a hunch that maybe he's not so happy with the opening because he is down a bit of time. Ding Liren playing quickly. So in the top left, as we bring that game up to speed here, Richard Report has the white pieces, supposed to be the first move advantage. But let me ask you something, Almira. I see an h6, and the Black King's not castled. Ding Liren scored his first victory. Could we see a g5 and Ding Liren fighting for some really crazy activity?
Well, actually, I've been having nightmares where Black was pushing h6, g5. So I think Hikaru's games, inspired those nightmares. But this is an idea we've seen almost in every game, mostly against the Giocopiano, so the Italian. But here, I think, first of all, Richard avoided the Berlin defense. Because
let's go back and show how we got here.
Because I wanted to have a look at the opening.
So, sorry, there was no f4, no King's Gambit in this game.
Can we show the game that Richard played quite a while ago, but nevertheless it was a classical game. And, I wanted our audience to have a look at how complicated it might be, and I think Daniel also analyzed this position.
Yeah, I think we can bring this up potentially later on the touchscreen, so we'll get.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do it later on the touchscreen. But I gotta use the touchscreen.
We have some fun stuff we looked into. Almira did with f4 and the King's Gambit, but not today. Richard Report says, let's be solid. Let's play knight f3. But maybe he'll regret it, and he wishes he played the exciting King's Gambit. But Almira, the opening was a Berlin, a Spanish with a6, not playing the Berlin lines with knight f6.
I think he was potentially worried that maybe Richard would take the draw, or at least Ding. I agree with you. I think he wants to win this game.
Yeah, so he avoids any forced drawing sequence is what you're saying. And stop me wherever you'd like after knight f6, d3. We see black push on the queen side to kick that bishop back, and bishop c5. So, all right, black, already kicked the bishop back, has the e5 pawn defended, and brings the bishop to a more active square. Often in the Spanish, we see the bishop get stuck on e7, but I think Ding Liren's moves kind of show us that he's playing not just for equality, but really to give himself chances.
Yeah, I mean, I will just point out one thing, and I'll throw it to you, Almira. I mean, you're probably more experienced than me in general, but maybe in these positions as well. When I was growing up and was being taught the right Lopez, this d3 line is, of course, not the main line. The main line is move 5 castles. If you want to play the d3 line, I was taught that you should castle, you should wait for bishop e7, and then you should play d3. Because the immediate d3 allows the exact line that Ding Liren played, which is b5 and bishop c5, which is supposed to be totally fine for black. But the one thing that Report may have been dissuaded by is the possibility of an open Rui. We saw Caruana unsuccessfully tried the open Rui against Hikaru Nakamura, but this is a different game. These are different players. And the open Rui has been a force to be reckoned with in the last couple of years. So it might be the case that he wanted a sideline. He didn't want any mainline theoretical battle, and he got what he wished for. I mean, Report quickly reached a very non-theoretical position as far as I can tell. The only problem, Robert, is that he might not be totally happy with this non-theoretical position.
Well, I like the point you made there, right? With the bishop allowed to come to c5, or in the other variation, the bishop on e7. And those subtleties, Almira, they play such a tremendous role at this high level.
Of course, and I agree with Dana that Richard wanted to get just a playable position. That was somewhat also an approach that Magnus introduced to chess. You know, he started to play very different lines at some point of his career, that he didn't want to go into lines which were analyzed by the computers till the move 30 or 40, as the case in the open race. So he simply wanted to get a playable position and to go for complications. And this move bishop g5 confirms it here, because I would go for something more classical, like c3 in this position, or even knight c3. It's also possible, but bishop g5 is very aggressive.
It certainly is, and it allows h6 to be played. You don't really want to take this knight on f6 and hand black the bishop pair, but you want to say the threat is strong in the execution. Let's keep that pin alive. And we're waiting for g5. Ding Liren didn't play it this early because dragging the bishop back at that moment would have left e5 hanging. So waiting for the right moment, right? d6, c3, bishop a7. That way the move d4 never comes with the tempo against the bishop here. And white always needs to be careful of playing d4 because the e4 pawn is loose as soon as you do so. So castles, knight a5. And as we get to the game position after c5, Richard's in a deep think here. He's already spent 7.5 minutes. He's not sure what to do. And I wasn't joking when I asked the question, are we going to see a hyper-aggressive Ding Liren? Because we know this g5 move is often available even when black castles. But the fact that black hasn't castled could actually help launch some kind of attack, a pawn storm, perhaps g5, h5, and bring those pawns up the board.
Yeah, this is a fascinating position. There are a lot of moving parts, and I think one thing a lot of people might notice is they might say, well, wait a second. Knight a5 and c5, I've seen that before, but doesn't that block the bishop on a7? Isn't that just a really dumb bishop? And I think the way that you can think about it is to view the a7 bishop as an extension of the c5 pawn. The pawn and the bishop are one unit. What is this unit doing? This unit is discouraging white from playing d4. So if white plays d4 here, which I still think is one of white's main candidate moves, in fact, I think if Rapport doesn't like the possibility of Ding playing g5, the best way to fight flank play is to preemptively open the center. So I can guarantee you he's thinking about it. But after CD, bishop on a7 opens up, and bishop g4 exerts further pressure on the d4 pawn. Richard might, or also knight a5 to c6. Either way, Richard might not like the pressure that's being exerted on the d4 pawn, and so he might choose not to play d3, d4. But in that case, Ding will have his arms untied, and he will be able to strike at the kingside with g7, g5. So it's a bit of a tough decision for Richard. d4 might be premature, then the bishop on a7 strikes, and if he doesn't play on d4, then knight a5 and c5 has been successful, and Ding can play on the kingside. It's a difficult situation, in my opinion, for Richard.
Well, I love this explanation, and there is one thing that I wanted to add, of course, is that Richard has to use this moment to play d4, because if black simply consolidates or coordinates his bishop and plays knight c6, then Richard will be deprived of any counterplay, and then the move g5 is going to be even more powerful.
Yeah, I'm so tempted to play g5 here if I'm Ding Liren, because as Danya so nicely explained, the way you contend with a potential kingside attack is by striking the center, but you don't necessarily want to strike in the center because it opens up that bishop that looks not well placed because the pawn's in his path. So it's like, is the cure worse than the disease? You like to use that expression, Danya, and it's a tough decision right here. And this bishop on h4, bishop g5 was enterprising play, but perhaps, you know, you wish your bishop could come back around to the c1, e3 diagonal. So this is off on the side. But let's take a step back. You know, this game is going to be very interesting. If we look at the game between Nepomniachtchi and Radjabov, Nepomniachtchi continues to move quickly. And as we bring that game up for you, that they can possibly get into a position where, you know, they might want to repeat the move. So we see that the queen on a5, right, in the bottom left-hand side of the screen is here. So, you know, I mean, this bishop on d5 probably should move. What do you think?
Or the queen should move, and one of the two.
Well, if you play queen c5 back.
Yes, right. You can go queen c5. If we just look at what's happened here, right? Queen takes c5, bishop e3, queen a5, bishop d2. So you could play queen c5 back, but we shouldn't just assume that Jan is necessarily going to bring his bishop to e3, because if we just take a step back, the bishop started on f4. So maybe for some reason the bishop is better on d2 if you want to do something else. But it does look like after bishop d2, if you play queen c5, we could get a repetition of Jan saying, I am just going to draw by draw, keep my tournament lead.
I don't think he's going to repeat. I really don't. I think after queen c5, he wants to make a general improvement. I think Jan claims that the bishop on d2 is simply well placed. I mean, guess what? You can take on d5, and you can enjoy your life. You have the two bishops. The pawn on c4 is a liability. Knight e5, rook c1. White's not losing this game. And I think there is no point for Jan. I mean, Jan can essentially make a draw in this game whenever he wants to. Now, do blunders happen? Do crazy things happen? Of course. But considering his great form, I aggressively believe that Jan should at least make a couple more moves.
Well, I tend to agree with you, Daniel, on this. You mean that after bishop d2, Jan didn't sign the letter of the intent, you know?
Right.
It's like he's just, I said he's, well, he's playing with his opponent, so maybe we can have a look at the Black's options. Let's have a look. So we have queen c5, just if we want to repeat the moves, but maybe there is a threat after queen c5. Let's have a look at this position.
Well, at the very least, you've left the open file, so I would feel pretty happy to bring my rook to a1. Maybe after taking on d5, maybe before doing so, but I guess white can claim at least that minor advantage.
So then after bishop d2, maybe you have to retreat your bishop if you want to keep your bishops on the board. So is this possible?
Can you pick a square? Because I don't know where you are.
There are so many squares.
It's like picking a restaurant in Madrid. It's very hard.
Yeah, where are we going on
Let's
this
say
diagonal?
bishop c6, and if I don't have like a very dangerous move, a jump with my knight, doesn't seem so.
Yeah, it does not seem so, right? Because if you go knight e4, I could even just take you. E4 with the bishop, attacking your queen. So that would not be a good move.
Yeah, I mean, knight d1 is interesting here, trying to get the knight around to e3. Because I feel like if black preserves the light squared bishop, which is what I think what he should do, white's biggest chance lies in just a frontal assault on this c4 pawn. So where's the queen going to go? Like queen a6, I guess. And then the knight transfers over to e3. And as far as I understand in this line, black's best strategy lies in strategically giving up the pawn on c4. You don't want to cling to it, because if you play him with like bishop b5, knight d4 happens, and you can see how awkward that becomes. So black needs to find a way to either defend it indirectly with a move like rook c8, or to give it up for some sort of compensation. But that can be a little bit tough.
But you know, Daniel, if your queen goes to a6, and that's why I thought it was very important to keep the queen on the 5th rank, it allows knight e5 as well. So maybe you should keep an eye on this square. So if rook c8, knight e5, I was trying to calculate, are you losing the pawn or not?
Oh. And he's about to make a move, and I think he did move the bishop.
But he moved it all the way back to a. So he doesn't want, to Almira's point, I mean, the bishop can be tucked safely home on a8, and maybe the knight can come out to c6. And an additional point is that in the live position, we see that the rook can come to c8 and at once defend the pawn on c4. So it doesn't require the bishop, tactically to move out the way to defend the pawn on c4. Instead, the rook comes directly, and this knight can either go up to c6, which can be very useful depending on what happens. But I don't know, it's a kind of an odd place to be in the corner.
There's so many useful moves for white here. I agree with Daniel. So I have knight d1, knight d3, then rook c1, knight e5. These moves are very easy to make.
All about going for the c4 pawn. Very, very direct approach.
Yeah, I would start with rook c1.
Rook
Very
c1
flexible.
and then knight d1, yes.
Yeah, and black has to figure out how to position. I mean, Rajaba would probably play rook c8, I would imagine. And the battle over the c4 pawn, it rages on, but, it's like boxing, but you're in like a bulletproof vest. Only one side can deliver the punches. Black is clearly on the defensive here. And if white, quote-unquote, fails, then basically you make a draw. If black defends the c4 pawn successfully, white's never really going to be worse here.
Yeah, no, Almira had a great variation. Knight d1. Let's say we go queen a6. Queen b5 just feels awkward to me, especially with the bishop on a8, because knight d4 comes with the tempo. And
maybe queen c7 in order, I want to avoid knight e5, but I'm not sure if this is the best move in the position.
Actually, exactly what I was going to say. So I was first going to show why queen a6 I didn't like as much, and why queen c7 is good, Almira's suggestions, because Almira keeps talking about this e5 square. That's very, very important, because white is trying to pile up pressure on the c4 pawn. So if you go queen a6 and white goes knight e5, we already see 3 of white's pieces staring right at this pawn, and black doesn't have enough to defend that pawn. So Almira, I agree with you that queen back to c7 seems to at the very least keep the knight out of e5 for the time being. And I mean, this knight's coming to e3 anyway. So I just feel like white's plan is so direct. So Jan has to be happy about the position he's obtained.
Yes, it's a very concrete approach. And I had one remark about this type of structure. Normally, you would want to have not your rook on b8. So when everything, every piece captures on c4, you force a lot of exchanges. You want to take the pawn on b2. So I feel that Jan has won the opening battle.
Yeah, I would say he's achieved exactly the type of position he's wanted to achieve. He's gotten what he did against Ding, which is a risk-free position, except it's not a dead draw. He's gotten a risk-free position where he can play for an edge, and he can essentially, take the freeway exit anytime he wishes.
And while that is true for Jan Nepomniachtchi, if we think about it from Timur Rajabov's perspective, he showed an amazing set of defensive skills against Alireza Firouzja. He defended that game for 7 hours. He almost turned it towards the end by bringing his king up. So if there's a player in the field who can kind of sit and have a passive position and defend for maybe 7 hours, maybe 100 moves, Timur Rajabov, a lot has been said about his non-win, not having a win since 2019 in classical chess, but he is very solid and very good at defense.
Well, I agree with you, but this kind of approach has also its drawbacks because these tournaments are very long, and so you are getting very tired. And I believe that Timur has spent more time than anyone,
Yes.
over the board in this tournament. So he could be physically exhausted.
That's very true, but on the flip side, Danya, remember he played some Sicilians against Fabiano Caruana. He ended up losing that game, not necessarily because of the opening, but it was a risky choice that got him in a worse position, and it seemed to be kind of out of his specific element. So I guess there's two sides to this.
Yeah, and by the way, we can see Jan quickly carrying out the maneuver that is central to White's strategy of attacking c4. He plays knight d1, and that knight is going to e3. I just wanted to add that it's important, I think, not to overstate the case here. I think Black is well within the range of equality. I think if Rajabov plays 5 or 6 accurate moves, he should be able to hold his own queen a6, rook c8. Black's play is not that difficult here. But yeah, I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. Yes, this strategy of essentially being on the defensive from the very start with the black pieces, it's very taxing, it's grueling. But at the same time, you want to get positions you're comfortable with. And I think Rajabov at this stage in his career, he likes clearly defined, solid positions. And as all of these players have remarked more than once in the interviews, especially nowadays when there's basically no advantage anywhere in any opening, the most important thing, priority number one, is to get a position that you are comfortable with. And that is really what defines success in the opening for the most part.
And you use the word define, and I think definition to a position could be very useful for players because then they could find their plans more easily. And as we see all 4 games going on here, the top left, there is nothing very clearly defined. Okay, we know Black has just expanded with G5, Knight 5. All Ding Liren fans are going to be very happy to see them. We know throughout this 2022 FIDE Candidates, there's a huge audience coming from China rooting for Ding Liren game after game. So his time advantage, his position looks good in the upper left. And I'm looking at the upper right, and we see that Fabiano Caruana has a bishop and knight against 2 knights, and in particular, that bishop on a7 eyeing all the way towards the white king, slicing across the board. That should, for Fabiano, give him chances.
So he didn't go for this typical exchange, bishop b3. Jan-Krzysztof Duda decided to exchange his bishop against the knight because he felt that this knight was, well, way too active, first of all, on f4. Well, maybe this is also a very concrete variation. He took on f4, he went for queen b3, attacks the e6 pawn.
Mm-hmm. So he trades the bishop for the knight and then goes queen b3.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
And what he wants to say that there is no maybe easy way of protecting this one because, well, you want to protect it with the queen normally in this position. So because maybe rook e8, which seems natural, is met with b5. I don't know. Like, is it possible?
It looks very possible, right?
Definitely.
Because you're taking advantage of the fact that Black is bringing a rook away from the queen side. So b5, a very logical follow-up. Amir, I think you're reading this position correctly. And it's just a position where if you take, you immediately lose a piece, right? Because after pawn takes, your knight's under attack. Once the knight moves, down goes this bishop here on a7. That will obviously not be played. But if Fabi does go rook a8 and b5 is played, you have to move your knight. And then this queen is in a perfect situation aiming down the b file, and knights on the rim, we often talk about how dim they are. that knight is not getting back into the game anytime soon.
Never, and the queen can just depart for c2 or d1, and you can just chill. And I think it's important in general not to fall for the illusion that black is somehow close to delivering checkmate. You know, you could look and you could say, look at that bishop, look at that queen. Storm clouds are gathering around white's king. Well, they're also kind of dissipating because you've got the knight on f3, which is blocking the f-file. The knight from f1 can move toward e3, neutralizing the bishop. Almira talked about the idea of rook a1 to a2, lending further support to the f2 pawn. Black is nowhere near delivering checkmate or even developing an attack. We can't even talk about that yet. White, on the other hand, is very, very close to developing serious queenside pressure with b5. From an objective perspective, I think Duda has actually done a good job. I'm starting to change my mind about this position. When I first looked at it, I thought black is totally fine. Now I feel like Fabi needs to be very careful the next couple of moves, and he has to do something such that b5 is not going to be, you know, a killer.
I think this is what the position revolves around completely, is b5, and you explained it well that it looks like white's king is in grave danger, but Almira, she suggested rook a2 since the beginning. It's such a good idea, Almira, because the rook on a2, it also can allow you to double on the queen side, right? You can get your rooks in a line and protecting the king with just one move on the other flank. That's very useful. So one question I have for you, Almira, is what do you see the future of the white knights? Because knight on f3 kind of has to stay put, but what about this knight on f1? Even if it gets to e3, sort of what's next on the agenda?
Well, first of all, it looks like it's a new philosophical concept. Jan-Krzysztof Duda thinks that in this position, his two knights are much better, or at least a little bit better than Fabi's bishop on a7 and the knight on c6, which usually causes a lot of problems for black. And they're trying to play knight e7, knight g6, and to bring another knight to the f4 square. But here he simply doesn't have time for it. And I was actually looking for a way to coordinate this white's knights, but maybe he will keep them on h2, protect on f3, push g3, play king g2. This is a very standard plan in this position, and also it gives you an opportunity to play knight g4 at some point. But if you stabilize the position, then you might as well go for d4.
It's a really good path forward for white, and this threat of b5 that's always looming, because Almir once again raises a great point. This knight on c6, I talk about this all the time, it's dominated by the pawn 3 squares away, and not only is that the case, it can be kicked by b5, which helps open up the position. This is a hook on a6 to open the queen side, but this knight, it belongs in f4, right? Yes. If that queen could go back to any square, f7, h6, f6, doesn't really matter, and you can bring this knight to f4, but it takes time. But why don't we actually look through something? So let's say this queen goes to a square like h6, right? I do want to bring my knight around, and if you just play b5 thinking that that's going to work out well for you,
those are already tactics. Yeah,
watch out for sacrificing f3. That's another thing, and that's why I purposely chose queen h6, was I'm opening up, we were talking about in the Firouzja game against Nakamura, rook takes c3 in many Sicilians. In these types of positions, you always have to look out for your king side with the rook on the open file.
So you see, intuitively, I felt that the knight has to be on the second knight has to be on h2. You know? I haven't seen this variation because I was looking at queen f6 or queen f7, but queen h6 is a poisonous move. You know? It has a lot of venom in it. So let's have knight e7.
But now there's a downside, which is that you can't easily play knight g6 because of this darn e6 pawn, which is constantly going to hang. So you have to play rook e8.
And white's going to play rook a2.
And white can strike with d4 because you took your knight away from the center. This is what always happens in these positions. Black bogs down with trying to create kingside play. And in the meantime, white sets up all of the defensive pieces on ideal squares and strikes in the center and starts queenside play. It's really cumbersome for black to do anything on the king side.
I wanted to ask Robert, what do you think about queen f6? So you keep your pawns mobile, but even g5, h5, doesn't do much in this position. That's how you realize that black's play is not so easy. Because what I wanted to play after knight h2, knight e7, and then play maybe g5 or h5 and knight g6.
Yeah, no, at some point you should definitely be considering those pawn pushes. It not only restricts this knight from getting to g4, but you can just keep thrusting those pawns forward. It's kind of has a King's Indian defense feel in some ways, where if you can get these pawns forward and your queen behind it, let's say to G7 or G6, you throw those pawns forward and continue your attack. So if this knight ever has to leave F3, that's really, really bad news. In fact, the game would probably just collapse for white. But for the time being, it does seem like white is in control because the king side, not in too much danger. And as we keep talking about D4 or B5, all sorts of moves for white to start expanding and creating problems for black.
More look at this position, the plan with G5 and H5 looks completely suicidal to me.
For black?
For black.
Really? I mean, to me, actually, I feel like that might be black's best bet. But I would start, I would try to start with H5 so as to be as uncommittal as possible.
Right. To start by pushing pawns this way, which keeps your king a little bit safer.
Especially if there's a knight on H2, you could argue that H5 is actually a positional move. It restricts the knight from coming to G4. You're pretending that you're doing one thing and then all of a sudden you play G5. But I can see Almira's point, of course.
I have one, I think, important conceptual question. Like, let's say this queen goes to F6 and knight goes to H2, what we were talking about. Can black decide to protect the queen side by actually pushing the queenside pawn with A5? And the reason why I like this is white certainly cannot allow black to take on a B4, because once you take back, you allow black to carve out this D4 square, and a knight coming to D4 is not going to be very pleasant. So if you push B5, now black has the benefit of closing the queenside. B5 was so powerful in many positions when you could take on A6, but with the pawn up here on A5, and I'll move my knight, I'm not even sure where to go. I can go this way to defend the center. I can go over to E7, of course. But the point is that the queenside hasn't quite opened up. And I can see that the E-Vel bar still, is good for white, just like many of the other variations. But you have this, at least, security that you're not going to be blasted open on the queenside.
Oh, I agree with you. I like this move very much in order to stabilize the pawn structure, first of all, on the queen side. And this has even more of this King's Indian, structures now. So, but I would still go for D4 in this position.
Right. You're just gonna
Rook D1 maybe now that I don't need my rook on A1, rook D1 and play D4 in the next move.
And it looks like if I just bring his rook up to F6, he does indeed. And I think the reason why rook lift makes a lot of sense. You're trying to bring the rook into the game, but there is something a bit concerning, I would say, as well, by bringing your rook up, because now there may be a position where you open up the queen side and you need your rooks connected. Just as an example, like let's say this knight goes here and I get to take and you take back and my queen goes into B7. Now your rook is not defended.
Well, this already looks very bad. You're losing a pawn.
Your rook can't move because the bishop is lost, and if you just move your rook back to F8, C7 drops, and this is the big problem. We've talked about a conception, the queen side opening up. This is a really good illustration of why white wants to open up the queen side, because black isn't necessarily prepared to meet some of the threats. So let's go back to our four-board view, as Fabiano did just play rook F6. He's trying to go for an attack, but maybe Jan-Krzysztof can open up that queen side. And as we look from board to board here, I mean, that top left game, I know Liren, he wants another win. I'm still liking the look of it. And in the bottom left, Nepomniachtchi and Rajabov, Almira, Danya, the moves that we've been talking about, knight D1 to E3, have happened. And how could Jan complain?
He can. I mean, the pawn on C4 is hanging. Black probably has to defend it with rook C8, and we're probably going to see rook C1. And, Jan's going to sip his tea. And he's going to look at the tournament standings and be like, I'm a point ahead. I'm playing risk-free chess. Life could be worse.
It certainly could, especially with that T in hand. And we see Rajabov back at the board. He's going to figure out how to protect that pawn. And Almira in the bottom right, it's been a slow game thus far. We're used to seeing Alireza and Hikaru play blitz and bullet chess. This is classical. They're using their time, and not too many moves have happened.
Well, and Danya predicted this very well. So the battle in this game will go over the D5 square. I think that Hikaru played knight D5 on his previous move and rook C8, yes. The typical answer here would be for white bishop G5, because I want to play bishop G5 and bishop F6, and this means that at some point the D5 square would be mine forever. Then, as a Sveshnikov player would think, then I will be able to play knight E7, in exchange this knight. So this position is still very interesting. Let's see, what is the other option for white
By the
here?
way, you could have a repetition: bishop g5, queen a5 check, bishop g2, queen d8. You have this in the Sveshnikov also.
Yes, as well.
Right.
Yes,
Oop,
of course.
Nope, that's not right. There we go. My first day drawing the arrows. Give me a break.
You think that bishop d2, queen d8, and this is
I mean, there's
this is a clumsy square, yes, for the bishop.
Exactly, and it cuts off the queen's contact with the d5 square, which renders more annoying the possibility of black taking on d5 with the bishop, forcing a pawn onto that square, and that's not ideal.
And I think we should just show for maybe our less experienced viewers at home that after knight to d5, we often want to take a knight with our own knight, but this will always fail because if knight takes d5, pawn takes d5, you'll see that your knight and your bishop are both under attack. And in this particular position, you may not necessarily lose a piece directly, but knight a5, you don't want your knights on the rim. I can just move my bishop back. Next move, almost pre-movable b4, and your knight does get trapped. So just for everybody at home, that this knight on d5 from white, if you're going to capture it, as Almira and Danya were just talking about, you have to take with the bishop, which is actually quite interesting, right? You could have led with bishop takes d5, pawn takes d5, and we see that white gets an extra pawn here towards the queen side in many different positions, but black has an extra pawn on the king side, and especially with a pawn potentially going to f5 or even a knight swinging around, it's a very mixed bag.
Actually, I like this position after bishop d5, he takes d5, because you get to play knight e7, g6, and bishop g7, and then one important element in this position is that black didn't play b5. If black would have the pawn on b5, then this position is clearly better for white, but this one leads to a very complex play.
Yeah, for sure. I guess also we should take into account after bishop takes, the bishop can take back on d5, and maybe that's what white might want to go for, just to open up some of the queen side play a little bit. And if knight takes, the queen can continue to take. So you keep filling that square, and that's a very important central square in the knight arc. But it's neither here nor there on the d5 square, because we saw rook to c8 played by Alireza. He's keeping the tension. Both players, I think, want to keep the tension. And this pawn, just one more quick tactic, knight takes e4. Some people would think, wasn't that knight on c3 defending a pawn here? It was, but it's not a problem because the bishop b6, attacking the queen. Next move is knight into c7 check with a fork of the king and the rook, and white would steal material.
Yeah, but rook c8 actually, that is the point of rook c8. Not only does it improve the position of the rook, but it takes the sting out of the move bishop b6, and it therefore reinforces the threat of knight takes e4. So a slow move like bishop c4 to b3, which is otherwise very typical in such positions, black takes on e4 and asks white where the compensation is. Is it under the bed? Is it between the seats on the couch? But I'm not really seeing it. And so that greatly limits the options for Hikaru. That's why bishop g5 becomes appealing. Knight takes f6 also, but Almira, I know you'll second me on this. If you have to play knight takes f6, that is already a sign that black, black is doing quite okay.
Yeah, that's exactly why I wanted to play bishop g5, because knight f6 seems like as a concession in this position. And queen a5, of course, is a very important, I would say, defensive resource after bishop g5, because I wanted to show after bishop e7, what you want to obtain is you want to take with the bishop on f6, bishop f6, bishop f6, and this is the position which you are obviously looking for with the structure. So white is clearly better, like it's a small edge, but a very long-lasting edge. So that's why Danya suggested like queen a5, like in the Sveshnikov, queen a5, and it's a very important improvement.
Yes, you get to escape the pin and maybe force that bishop back because the e4 pawn still is loose, and that would be an anticlimactic draw to what everybody has looked forward to as an exciting game. I don't think Hikaru is in the business of making those kind of draws, but he is deep in the think tank, so we will go back to our four-board view here. So Hikaru, he's trying to figure it out. That d5 square is so important in the Sicilian. We know that in Rajabov, with the black piece against Nepomniachtchi, he's trying to defend that c4 pawn, which is becoming more and more of a target. And Fabiano Caruana. I think it's funny because the top games up there, the top left and top right, they have some similar tendencies where black is going for an attack and white is playing more like fundamental chess, play in the center, develop your pieces. But I mean, top left, top right. That's where my eyes keep catching, despite the fact that Jan Nepomniachtchi, our tournament leader, is in the bottom left, and in the bottom right is the matchup that everybody wanted to see.
Yeah, I mean, again, we have a bunch of 1e4s. Again, we have 3 out of 4 games going 1e4. I'm not complaining. I'm certainly not complaining. I'm totally down for that. But I agree with you. The most complicated games, the most complex positions that are full of life are on the top left and top right. That's not to say the bottom games can't explode. That's not to say we won't keep an eye on them. But we have got a great assortment, a great menu of different types of positions. So every type of chess player can find something to watch and learn from early in today's round.
And do you agree, Almir? Are those the games of catching your eye? Because I think I get a sense from you that Nakamura Firouzja game, because it's so early, because there's so much tension going on, I feel like that might be the game that you have your eye on.
Well, I also have my eye on the game between Richard Rapport and Liren, because it somehow challenges everything that I've been taught in my early childhood. It's like, what happened to first equalize with black and then, seize the moments? This is not going in the way that's I've been thinking about. Let's wait and see.
Well, when things go against our education, we're left to our own devices. And coming up just next month, is it July yet? Starting the end of July, players, they'll play their individual games, but they're a team. That's not often in chess, but it will be at the 44th Chess Olympiad, which is coming to Chennai, India. This is the biggest team event in chess with more than 100 countries competing for gold. Coverage begins at 2:30 a.m. Pacific time from July 29th through August 9th right here on Chess.com. We'll bring more action here from the 2022 FIDE Candidates. It is round 10. We are live from Madrid, so stay tuned, everybody. It's just a quick break. We will be right back.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
No stranger to the candidates, Fabiano Caruana stands as a pretty popular choice for winning it all here in Madrid. Fabi won this prestigious tournament 4 years ago in Berlin. In his challenger match against Magnus Carlsen, Caruana came just one endgame moment away from his first World Championship.
I wasn't playing my best chess today, and Magnus, I think, played very well.
Soon to be 30, Caruana's chess resume is matched by few in Madrid. Born in Miami with dual citizenship, Fabi became the youngest grandmaster in US history at age 14. A decade ago, he made history at the Sinkfield Cup, winning 7 straight games on his way to a 2844 rating, the third highest of all time. Precise calculation and deep knowledge of opening theory are Fabi's calling cards. The Italian-American used both to great effect in the FIDE Grand Swiss to qualify for this event. Caruana now aims to become the first player since Vichy Anand to win the candidates in non-consecutive years. But perhaps more importantly, Fabi looks towards another shot at the world title.
This club is called Amigos del Retiro. friends of the Retiro. The Retiro is the most big and important park in Madrid.
It's a very important park in the city because it's right in the center.
If you want to play chess, you don't know the place, this is maybe best one in Madrid.
Aquí tenemos, viene gente para aprender.
Y se hacen muchos torneos a final de mes y los domingos y pues es muy común venir aquí y echar unas partidas y sí.
Hoy, porque como se juega candidatos aquí, pues queríamos hacer algo especial.
Sí, hoy voy a dar la simultánea y a ver qué tal se da, a ver si juego bien y no consigo soltar puntos.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, Chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high.
And he definitely knows that he hasn't made his 40.
Oh no! We were worried that he overthought the advantage.
Oh my goodness.
8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business.
Oh,
You know the
Hikaru
well is
grabbed his
dry.
coat.
Uh-oh.
He knows
You
it's
know what
over.
that means.
That's actually got to be super intimidating if you're playing Hikaru when he puts on the coat.
And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy.
Everyone wants to know, what do the commentators do on their day off? Grandmaster Robert Hess attempting the unbelievable. Oh, did not stick the landing. Don't lose a fractional point for that. Robert, better luck on the broadcast.
You guys didn't know that was coming, but
That was awesome.
When was the last time that you were in the playground?
It's been a long time. That's why I went down the slide. But then after I went down this other slide that was there, they kept saying, "Come on, Robert, come on, just do it." I'm like, "No, I don't want to, be on
So it was
camera."
their fault.
It's definitely their fault. And I don't usually succumb to peer pressure, but it happened that time. But just to remind everybody, I'm here with International Master Almira Skripchenko, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. This is the 2022 FIDE Candidates. No, you don't have to see me falling on my butt any longer. I'm sitting nicely in this chair. And as we bring up all four boards, it is the 10th round of action. Our leader is playing in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. That is Jan Nepomniachtchi. He is 6.5 out of 9. We see him on camera. He's diving deep into the position. But as we reset, as we look at these boards here, Almira, top right, we see that the move b5 was played by Duda, and the knight on a5 for Caruana.
So let's have a look at this game.
Yes, we shall. So we see first Fabiano on screen here. He's looking like he's studying that position. So we'll bring it up for everybody that, Fabiano, we know how good he is at calculating. Danya, your face.
I'm not.
You're not liking it?
No. I mean, you kind of called it that. Knight on a5, there's no way back, right? The c6 square is verboten. Pawn is defending it. You have no other squares. So the big question right now for Jan is where he's going to put his queen. But let's say for the sake of argument, he puts it on e2 with the idea of maintaining contact with the e6 pawn. Yeah, the downside is that now the rook on a8 and the queen are aligned. But I'm really, really concerned about that knight on a5. Because if white can tamp down black's remaining play on the king side, and that's not a done deal because rook f6 to g6 might happen. But Almira's idea of knight 1 h2 could come in handy. If all of that happens, I feel like in the long run, white's holding all of the trump cards. The idea of going d3, d4, coupled with the exiled knight on a5, and the general awkwardness of black's pieces, I think objectively we can be talking about a pretty significant advantage here for Duda if he can handle the next couple of moves precisely.
So why don't we analyze this, right? So the queen is under attack.
What does that mean, analyze? Is that what we're supposed to do?
Almira, Danya's first instinct is queen to a2. I know we kept talking about the rook there, but this looks good to keep the pressure. So when you look at this position, where do you see it going?
First of all, I really, I understand why Danya is not thrilled with this position, and I loved his comment about the exiled knight. It's like, okay, Siberia, you go, and the only way to get this knight out would be to play b6, knight b7, knight c5.
The bishop is going to be exiled.
Potentially. But that's why you need first to trade your bishop against one of the knights, and then, but it seems way too slow anyway. So after queen a2, I cannot find the move.
It's
for
hard
black.
to make a move.
Yes, it's hard to make a move. So let's bring the second rook to f8, of course, and then knight h2 once again. The knight f1, h2, simply to protect everything. This is a fortress.
Yes.
I cannot find a way to break it, because in order to break it, you need this knight, which is on a5, and it's out of play.
Gosh, this knight on a5, you would probably kill to get this knight over here toward the king side, but it is cast aside on a5. And I mean, there is one little hope for that knight, is that if the queen were to get distracted and run away, and then this knight could jump into b3. But there's always these problems with, what are you doing at this tension? You probably can't really ever take on b5, because after the pawn takes back, this knight on a5 is stuck in place. So that's another problem.
Well, you could do this. You could take on b5. The move that you should play after a b5 is bishop b6 in order to protect your knight. But once again, you will lose it if I play c4, let's say, and bring my piece on c3, my queen on c3, then rook a5 is a threat. So.
Yeah, very direct way to get two pieces just for that one rook. And your knight h2, knight f3, those two pieces are keeping everything stabilized for white. And with those knights there, it's hard to see how black goes through unless you can somehow get these pawns going. But Danya, it seems very, very unlikely that black's pawns ever really get to throw up the board, get thrown up the board so that they can land an attack.
Well, Black's king is going to be throwing up when it sees all the storm clouds that are gathered around, and I've used that phrase like 6 times today. Well, I think the big problem here is that White is already prepared to play d4.
Right.
And d4 sets off a chain reaction that is really, really unpleasant for Black. The center evaporates, Black's grip on the center loosens up. Later on, White can push that e-pawn up to e5. And again, everything returns back to that knight on a5. Black cannot play a sustained amount of time, essentially down a piece. Black can't really attack down that piece, and I think this is going to cause a lot of problems shortly down the road for Fabi.
And I simply wanted to complete this because after d4, the standard reaction for Black would be to take on d4. You would take with the c-pawn, let's say, just to show the
just
something
make a couple random
let's
moves.
say make d4 on the.
I'm just gonna put this rook here.
Yes, d4. So take on d4, takes on d4. Black wants to react here normally with e5 or d5, and here I feel that neither of these moves are possible. So that's the biggest problem for Black in this position, because you need to take on d4. You cannot allow White to take d takes c5 and d takes c5. So here, like, just every move seems really very bad. You cannot play e5 here, and you cannot play d5 here.
So in that other game, Almira, between Report and Liren, you were saying your chess education, we'll throw it out the window. Here, your chess education is perfect. The knight on a5 is bad. Having these nice central pawns advance are good. That seems to check out.
Well, I seem to understand this position much better.
Well, I think, honestly, all of us do. I think every player who walks in the playing hall, they're looking at the other games like, yeah, this looks good for Duda. I'm worried about Fabiano. And at the other game, like, throw their hands up, like, who knows what's happening. So, Danya, will you look at Fabiano on screen here? The move Queen A2 was, in fact, just played. So we see him on the clock after the move Queen A2. Does he look like a player who's particularly happy with how the opening has gone?
Not really. I mean, Fabi, from experience, he doesn't really betray a lot of emotions at the board, just generally. But everybody has tells. It's just a matter of figuring out what those tells are. And I think for Fabi, it's just that, when he adopts that very, very intent thinking pose, and he starts, I think our producers pointed that out earlier, when he starts switching poses a lot, and as I spoke, he just did that once. So I don't like psychological overanalysis. I don't want to pretend that this is all that matters. What's on the board matters a lot more. But insofar as that gives us a clue as to how Fabi feels, I think he's definitely feeling, at the very least, uneasy about how things have gone here in the early middle game.
And speaking just factually, he is down 10 minutes on the clock, and we know when Fabiano Caruana is in his element, he moves really quickly at the opening stage, like he did against Jan Nepomniachtchi right before the rest day in our previous round. He did so against Hikaru Nakamura. He is Fabiano Caruana for the first 20-plus moves of that game. So the fact that Fabiano is slowing down, that should be a good sign for Jan-Krzysztof. But Almira, let me ask you, Jan-Krzysztof, he struggled this tournament. So having a kind of position that's a bit messy, does that favor the player who is looking for the tournament win, has that stress? Or Duda, he hasn't been performing. Maybe he's so hungry for a win that he loses objectivity.
Well, first of all, like, if we wouldn't have all these chess boards on screens, I feel like we gave a very important analysis of a poker hand. It's like feels like that. But on a more serious note, I really like his new concept. Giving up this bishop for the knight and playing with 2 bishops here, because I feel that Fabi will struggle to find any counterplay here. So, like, doesn't seem messy to me at all. It seems that it's a very healthy positional approach.
One thing that I could think of to make this a mess, at some point this rook comes to f8, and maybe we'll get a double exchange sacrifice down on f3, give up 1 rook for the knight, the second rook for the other knight. But the big problem that I think we continue to highlight is this knight on a5. If that knight were active somewhere, we would see the merits of Black's position, but with this knight stuck over here on the queen side.
Robert, what do you think of the knight on a5?
I think we should go to a 4-board view, because the knight on a5 is really hard to look at on the full screen. So let's go elsewhere. And, well, Fabiano Caruana chasing tournament leader Jan Nepomniachtchi. And if I'm not mistaken, that evaluation bar, it went up from A4 to A5.
It's like we're reading each other's minds. I think we should check out the game of the tournament leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces against Timur Rajabov in that Catalan. Man, that Iva bar shot up there like a Ferrari.
And so did Jan's eyes. He just raised those eyebrows, trying to figure out the position. And I guess as we look here, well, not too much has happened. So it has, the evaluations went a teeny bit, maybe not as much as it initially looked. But what happened was that bishop came to d5 from the corner to make sure this pawn on c4 was defended. And then Jan takes on d5. And what's interesting is I think a lot of people say, you know, these commentators keep talking about a weak pawn on c4. So why don't we take with the pawn on d5?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, from a purely visual perspective, this is a lot more appealing than taking with the knight. But whenever a pawn does anything, a pawn moves or a pawn captures, it's important to assess how the structure has changed, in particular what new weaknesses are created, and how the dynamic of the position changes overall. And if you look at it carefully, first of all, the f5 square is quite weak. The queen could jump into f5 with unpleasant consequences. You have an outpost potentially on d4. I don't know if I'd call it an outpost, maybe just a post. Forgot an in post. So bishop e3 and knight d4 could give white great control over the center. And finally, the move b2, b3 could still cause problems for black c4 pawn, because once b takes c4 happens, black has to recapture with a pawn, and yet again you have an isolated pawn. So e takes d5, far from solving all of black's problems, might actually create more questions and answers.
And just to show really quickly that you can't take on b3, because after this queen moves, you could take on b3, but it's probably better just to keep your rook ultra defended, and once this queen has to leave the c-file, the rook it also leaves the c-file because it's taken. So one important note is that after knight takes b5, this b3 move, well, it doesn't quite have the same effect because black can go c3
Great
thanks to the
point.
knight's defense. So Almira, it seems like Rajabov, he's defending tenaciously and actively. Do you feel like Jan still has good winning chances, or are you believing in Rajabov?
Well, first of all, I feel that it's very important to take knight d5 is already on the board. Yes, so it's important to keep your pieces active in this position. So you don't want to defend passively, especially when you have your knight on b8 still. So I want to find out how to win the c4 pawn, but the advantage of playing knight d5 is also that you can play knight b6 next and to protect this pawn once more. So
That's an important point, because your knight e5 move, which we've been looking at so many times, that knight e5 goes right for the pawn, but knight b6 is a way to defend while putting pressure on this knight e5 as well. So good call, Amir, with knight to b6.
So what would be a clever way to attack the pawn on c4? Knight e5 immediately. Well, let's try it. Yes, you suggested it.
Well, your knight b6 move seemed to be pretty legitimate here.
Yeah, now you could support the knight on e5. You could play a move along the lines of bishop c3, but then black plays bishop f6 and starts prying your fingers away from the ledge a little bit.
Yeah, and I think we all believe with more pieces being traded off, when that knight on b8 that hasn't developed gets out, it feels like the task is getting a bit easier for Rajabov.
But can I play queen a4 there? Like not before playing bishop c3. Maybe queen e4 immediately.
So you want to open up your rook down the c-file. And
still, I'll play bishop f6.
Still, no.
You could even consider knight takes c4 and b3.
But I think we all were looking towards this variation, right? The rook on the c-file. But as we just go to the final step, pause here for a second. Knight can't move, right? The queen's under attack. Wait, knight takes d2, attacks this queen, so you take my queen, I take yours. But after rook takes c5, no, you do not take this queen on e4, because this is back rank checkmate. Instead, you take this rook on c5, and miraculously, black has two minor pieces and a rook for a queen and a pawn, and white might be the one who has to watch out for his king on the first row.
Can we continue this variation? Because this is such a beautiful line, but if I play queen b4 with a double attack, then rook c1, bishop f1.
You have to give away another piece.
So
I have to take
rook f1 and king g2.
And I guess I move my knight out somehow? It looks very loose though.
There are so many nice geometries in this position. So if I will be able to win both of those knights.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
You know why you should play knight a6 here? The point is that you can later defend the knight with a rook f1 to a1, and that rook itself is defended, so that eliminates the possibility of forks.
That is actually beautiful geometry.
Look
You
at that.
defend this, the bishop stops checkmate, the bishop protects the rook on a1. Next move, you create left for your king, and it says zeros, but this is a position where I think white loses most of the time.
Yeah,
because
that's why he finds a way to win one of the other minor pieces.
That's right. We want to thank Anna Kramling for the raid. She is on site live here at the Palacio de Santona in Madrid. She is half Spanish, so her Spanish-speaking skills maybe will come in useful for us at a meal in the nights to come.
Absolutely. 95 played, by the way.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Anna, once again. Welcome to everybody. This is the 2022 FIDE Candidates Round 10, and Knight E5 was just played by Jan Nepomniachtchi, the last challenger to the World Championship. And as you see on screen, neither player interested in being at the board, but I mean, maybe their jackets will do the playing from here on out.
The Invisible Man. That's what
I just watched that movie pretty recently. So I think this not maybe, I think parental guidance is needed for all the youngsters in the audience to see The Invisible Man.
So let's...
Agreed. Even though I haven't seen it. But I just agree with all of your opinions. So, you know.
Okay, well, that's a little too accommodating.
No, that's soothing, you know, because Danny was disagreeing with all of our opinions.
Well, I think we can all agree that the knight on e5 move, it puts black to the task of defending c4. White should always be at least a little bit better. Maybe Rajabov figures the knight coming into b6. All will be well for him. But neither player is at the board, so maybe let's also remove ourselves from this board, go to the four-board scene here, the bird's eye view.
We should at least leave our jacket on this board.
Yeah, take our jackets off and leave them on our seats. But as we look, wow, Hikaru, after a huge think in the bottom right-hand side of the screen.
It took like 40 minutes.
I don't know if we've ever seen Hikaru. No, of course we have. He's played so many games and so many great games, and he needs to use his time wisely. But he took on f6, which we were calling a concession. So we'll bring that game up right now. We have knight takes f6. We have Alireza Firouzja on screen here. And is he really thinking about g takes f6? Because I think if this were bullet, he goes queen takes f6 as essentially a pre-move. But he hasn't moved yet. So Almira, do you think that Alireza, he's hungry for victory? He'll take with the pawn?
Well, once again, for a player who played Sveshnikov for so many years, well, I did, so like you might be tempted to play g takes f6 because then you can get use of your knight on c6, you know, play, well, at some point you can play b5, d5, f5 and use all those moves. But I feel that here it is positionally very dubious. It's not supported by the tactics like it is in the Sveshnikov variation. So I would definitely take with my queen here, like this.
And did he just take with the pawn? Yes, he did. Alireza Firouzja came to fight today. So Danya, as we see him take a drink of water, we know what that means. He's probably pretty happy about his choice here.
With his position.
What do you make of the position? You are a very aggressive tactical player.
Yeah, but I would have. It's a good thing that he made his move before I got a chance to speak, because I was about to say something that was going to age very, very badly. I was about to say that g takes f6 should probably be reserved for the realm of 30-second games against the likes of Rebecca Harris. But the more I look at it, the more, first of all, if Alireza plays a move, that automatically means that you should take it with a tremendous amount of respect, and it means that he's put a lot of thought into it. Why was I initially skeptical about the move? Generally, I feel like moves that create static weaknesses, by which I mean permanent weaknesses, and we can talk about the permanent weakness of the king, no matter where black's king goes. Maybe the only safe square left on the board is h8, and it's not getting there anytime soon. Anytime you make a static weakness, you better have something to justify it, right? Because this is something you're going to be dealing with the rest of the game. What does Alireza think justifies this static weakness. The more I look at it, the more I realize that this pawn mess can be really dangerous for white, especially if there's a trade on e6. Black can start pushing the d pawn, pushing the f pawn. The rook from h8 will go to g8, and then white's king might not be too comfortable on the king side. So Alireza believes that the compactness of his pawn structure and his pieces overall, coupled with the g-file, and the fact that all of his quote-unquote weaknesses are actually pretty well defended, and there's a significant defensive cocoon around his king, all of that taken together, in Alireza's opinion, gives him winning chances, on balances the position, and counterbalances the weaknesses that he's created with his last move. It's a very interesting decision, probably one the computer doesn't fully approve of, but I'm certainly not complaining.
I don't know if Hikaru Nakamura disapproves of it because he hasn't moved yet. I'm not Danny. I don't have the expert read on his facial expressions, but that looked to me like, this isn't so clear. And as we're talking about, you may get this Tetris piece formation with your pawn structure, but Almira, I mean, what can you say just about the general thought process behind the move and Alireza's courage?
Well, first of all, Hikaru made a move, made knight of 6 moves after a long thought, because I think he had to come to sort of an agreement with himself that knight of 6 doesn't yield him a big advantage, but he didn't want to play bishop g5, so he calmed down. He played knight of 6 and certainly was thinking about queen f6 and how to proceed afterwards. Maybe bishop b6 was still his plan here, and black has to take with the f pawn. F takes e6 here, so maybe he was surprised with g takes f6 because this is a very double-edged move. Of course, the position is very unbalanced, but the king will stay permanently in the center. Like, I mean, black's king will remain in the center, I think, for this game.
Well, let me ask the two of you. I'll start with you, Danya. Where's white's king going? Because will it really be safe on no matter which way you go?
Well, I think between the king side and the queen side, it's probably going to the king side. My guess is that it might travel all the way to h1. So one defensive construction you could put together is you can castle kingside and you can play g2, g3. And normally you're advised against pushing pawns in front of your own king, but here it creates an effective stopper against the rook. It also gives the knight a square on h4, which in turn could open up a pathway for the queen to go to h5. That can be a very nasty idea when the king remains in the center like this. So my guess is that Hikaru is going to castle kingside, but he might not hurry with that. He might try to keep his king in the center to give himself maximum flexibility. He's going to try to see how Alireza positions his pieces before making a final decision, in my opinion.
Daniel, what do you think? Is there any way, or Robert, if you know, to keep this bishop and not to take on e6? Is this a reasonable
is an option,
move?
Right? You could try to trade on your own terms. What do you think of that, Robert?
You definitely could play bishop to b3.
And then knight e5. Can I force you?
Yeah, bishop e3.
Almira's
I
like,
want
these
that.
bishops are
Give me
coming
that
off.
trade.
No.
Bishop d5. Only on my terms.
That's an extremely high-level concept of not taking the bishop initially, bringing it back to b3. Only when the knight goes to the rim do you bring it back to d5. And the point is that if this queen gets on d5, I mean, bishop takes, you would like to take with the queen on d5. The pawn on c2 does look hanging, so we're getting kind of deep into the weeds here, but rook takes c2 is not going to be so good, because when white castles, you can see the black king in the center, lacking development on the king side, and you could take a bunch of pawns, but your king is not going to be so thrilled about the consequences as white's rooks connect and start causing problems for black. So I think that it's very interesting. Bishop b3 and Almira, it's really just a great thought that why don't I just say, you're going to take me, I'll take with my a pawn. But what about your other plan with knight to e7? You were saying maybe this knight wraps around, maybe I play f5, maybe I play d5. This looks pretty unclear.
Yeah, this is a typical Sveshnikov maneuver, especially on, like, your pawn is on b7 here in black's position, because very often it offers another target for white to hit. Like they play a4 and black goes even like sacrifices this 2 pawn. a4, ab5 takes on 6 in order to create some counterplay.
It's very useful. The pawn's back on b7, and again, I'm not Danny, but And Danny was wrong, by the way, the last time he
Yes,
tried
he
to
was.
predict how Hikaru's hand movements go. But I just saw him looking like he was going to drag the bishop back to b3. So he very well could make this bishop retreat that Almira suggested. It's a big moment here.
I wouldn't even rule out bishop b2, which I know looks crazy, but it's probably on the list of his candidate moves as well.
Well, we have a great comment from chat. Lester the Giraffe, also a great username there. If takes, then takes, then takes, then it isn't so clear, but I think then takes, then takes. I agree with that.
Let's just castle.
Yeah, that
Logical.
is Grandmaster level commentary by Lester the Giraffe. Who knew that animals could play chess so well? So thank you to Lester for
Right.
that.
I mean, the position is unclear. You know, with that being said, I do think that I do want to trade on my terms here.
Well,
So-
you just before we had that comment, you said bishop e2 might also be something to consider, but we'll see what Hikaru does. He's on the clock. He's really deep in the think tank right now, already 6 minutes, but you can tell by his body language that he is ready to consider any sort of capture, and we do have a fun little video about Hikaru to show you all.
Do you ever look at someone and wonder what is going on inside their head?
I can also trade and take, and if takes, I take. If takes, queen e2, queen h4, g3, knight g3, check, c6, queen b7, knight h1, king there. I don't know what's going on. I don't want to think too much.
So it was actually a quote, you know.
Yeah.
I didn't know. So I had the feeling because you were talking about this at the very beginning. If he goes bishop b3, it's like Twitch communities are playing against each other. You know, it's like Hikaru against Alireza.
Yeah. Well, you know, Hikaru, of course, is the biggest content creator, chess content creator on Twitch, and Alireza, he has streamed quite a bit himself. Not so much lately as he's focused on his over-the-board career, but right now he's going to have to focus on this board because bishop b3 is played. He kind of hits it back to Alireza. It's his burden to decide what's going to happen with these bishops, and there are many different choices, whether it's rook to g8, we mentioned knight to e7, you could, of course, just slide your queen up to d7, so there's so many options here. Danya,
I want to make 2 points, one very quickly.
Go
the
for it.
reason bishop b3, knight a5, and then bishop b5, if you had played bishop d5 in this position instead of bishop b3, I think the subtlety is that black has bishop takes, and if you take back with the queen, there's this incredibly nasty knight b4. With a knight on a5, this is impossible. The point isn't that you lose c2, it's how you lose c2. Black takes with a knight, forking the rook in the corner. That's the logistical point. But I think that Alireza may have somewhat underestimated bishop b3. I think in his mind, he may have been slightly naively hoping that Hikaru would take on e6, and then the landscape of the position changes completely. To me, playing with this structure is a lot harder than playing with the f7 pawn having shifted to e6, which greatly increases the communication between the center and the king side by opening up the 7th rank, and it just makes black center a lot more healthy. So I really like this choice by Hikaru.
I think the clearest illustration is that if you take on b3, this f5 square is about to be filled by a white knight, and so the light squares are a problem. You only have a dark square bishop. That is not good news for black. And knight a5, I think that's probably Alireza's first instinct, and this bishop b to d5 move, it doesn't exactly end black's chances. This knight wants to come to c4, so knight a5 isn't a one-trick pony. It's not just trying to take this bishop on b3. It's also aiming for the c4 square. So
I just got that. Funny.
I'm glad you got it. But knight c4 already is something to consider. I know b7 is hanging. That may be a problem for black, but I could also take on e3, which double isolates your pawn in the center. And it's just the style of the Sicilian. And do I really care about my queenside pawns, or am I going to be able to attack the white king? It's a really interesting choice.
Yes, from a psychological perspective, bishop b3 is probably the most unpleasant move, you know, for Alireza Firouzja. So he needs to be very active here. So that's why I like this move, knight e5 beforehand, and bishop d5, knight c4 once again. Because bishop b6 here, I feel that, well, we didn't achieve much by playing, because I can still play knight c4 here, and it's very unpleasant for white here.
So what you're saying is only one player achieved something, and it was Alireza.
Yes. So you have to be consistent. You need to play bishop d5. And knight c4 seems very logical here to me.
This is really difficult to assess. I mean, we've all had positions, maybe not this exact one, but similar positions where we're like, all right, I see that my opponent might win some material. That might be a problem for me, but I see I can maybe attack and ruin their pawn structure. And you see all that, but evaluating it correctly is the difficult part. And both these players working so hard at the board. But don't you just get the feeling that this is Alireza's type of position? Not that it's not Hikaru's type of position, but we've seen other games where it's been like a slow, methodical approach, and Alireza hasn't seemed to be very thrilled to be in those positions. On the other hand, right here, this is exactly the types of position that he has won to rise up to nearly 2,800.
Well, I agree with you, and I think that this is the first critical position of this game, because it seems to me, I feel that White needs to make some concessions here. You cannot have it all. You cannot have the two bishops and the control over the d5 squares, so maybe you can castle. And I was trying to analyze the position. I mean, let's go to knight c4, like the position that we analyzed. Can you castle here? And to go for this structure, it's knight e3, f takes e3, but then look at those white squares.
It's a very good point, that opening up the f file and this bishop on the dark square is not going to be very helpful in dealing with the light square problems.
I was trying to analyze this line, knight e3, f takes e3. Very often there is this maneuver, black tries to play rook c5 and to force it to take on e6 once again, but I have the feeling this is way too slow here.
It looks that way.
Yeah, here White can play c4 also in response to rook c5.
And I mean, just so clear how White continues the initiative. So, Amira, to your point, maybe you can allow this knight to c4, and I kind of stopped there, and it's the player's responsibility to keep going with their analysis, and important not just to assume that the position is okay or not okay, but to really calculate, and it's a good point. So, I think as Alireza, he's going to spend some time here. We can go back to our bird's eye view. We have all 4 games still in progress here in the 10th round of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. Jan Nepomniachtchi, for everybody at home, he is in the lead by 1 full point. He takes on that man on screen. Oh, Timur Rajab just moved. And actually in the bottom left-hand side of the screen, we talked about this bishop f6 already. So interesting play here, and good play by both players. And then we have someone chasing him, and that is Fabiano Caruana. And oh my goodness, did we just see a big move by Fabi. So we will get to that game right now, because he needs to win. He needs Jan Nepomniachtchi to be slowed down. And as we bring up that game, we see the last move played by him was pawn g7 to g5. He is holding absolutely nothing back.
Desperate times.
Yeah, I mean, he's not mincing his words, that's for sure. And if I remember correctly, knight 1 h2 is what we were expecting here, knight 1 h2 h5. Now, there's a very important detail. g3 appears to trap the queen, but let's not forget, black has queen takes g3 check, always a critical resource in these positions, which is why...
Oh, so it doesn't work also when I try. I thought it was just Danny. I thought it was... his mouse skills.
I thought so too, but apparently won't let you do that either. Maybe I should try.
Come on, Chess.com, fix this, please.
Ridiculous. Of course, there is a pin against the f2 pawn, but that is why on move 18 after, or on move 19 after h5, White should play d3, d4. And then if you look at this, you might say, wait a second, doesn't Black have g4? And doesn't White's position collapse? So there's a critical subtlety here. White can start with hg, hg, and now the intermezzo g3 doesn't trap the queen. What it does do is force it back to h6, right into the fork with knight takes g4. And we played d4 in order to prevent queen takes g3. So White's pieces work in perfect harmony, and he wins the game here.
Absolutely, but if we go back, g5, knight h2, h5. So we said g3, not possible here for White, that's clear. And you were just saying, let's throw in the move d4. It's not like Black has to play this move g4, of course, and as we said, shouldn't. How about rook g6? Why don't we line up this g4 move? And there is quite a lot of tension in this position. Not saying that Black is better. We see very clearly that Jan-Krzysztof Duda should have an advantage here. But could it be a position, Almira, where it's getting very tactical and also easy to go wrong?
Well, I wanted to suggest rook g6 even on the move before. Here. before you play d4, but maybe it's just a transposition, but it gives me an opportunity to play rook f8, to bring another rook into play, so after d4.
Right, so you don't have to rush with h5, it's not like knight g4 is...
Or maybe take first, you know, I just said before that first you take on d4 and then play rook f8.
Well, there is something to be said that in this position, we don't necessarily have to take back. What if we play h5 now, and it's awfully subtle, but you can't play g3 because your pawn on f2 is pinned, and if black gets the move g4 in, it's starting to look scary for this white king.
Yeah, this goes from 0 to 100 really, really fast.
This is very difficult to calculate.
It's scary. You can't hide under the eval bar if you're Duda. I mean, you have no idea if this is winning or lost. So that's always the problem. When you're getting attacked, when you're watching with an engine, you automatically know whether the attack is justified or not. So you're like, why is he taking this seriously? He has no idea. He's like, this could be winning for all I know for black. This could be losing for black. That makes it so much more difficult, both emotionally and practically, to find a response.
But
you know what you're looking for.
Almira, the good news for Jan-Krzysztof Duda is he's up half an hour on the clock. He is playing quickly, so it is true that they have no idea what the exact evaluation is, but he's a strong player. He's not having his best event, but he has so much time to use.
This is a very important factor to take into consideration, but this position is not yet very concrete. So if it would be a position where he had to calculate a very direct line, then I would agree with you completely. But here, somewhat muddy waters, you know. So like he needs to understand where his second knight belongs. Maybe he has to move the knight on f3. First he has to play knight h2, but then he needs to find the perfect square for the knight on f3, but he cannot move it yet. So maybe king h1 first and then move the knight, but it looks very awkward to me here as well. So maybe we start with knight h2 here.
Right.
Like what did we try? h5 or
we tried h5, we rook g6. I mean, they often transpose.
He has to see first and foremost h5, d4. Duda has to see, in terms of concrete ideas, this idea of d4. If he doesn't see this, he's not going to play knight h2, and we're pretty sure that knight h2 is the only path toward a clear advantage.
And there's no way you want to allow this g4 pawn push.
So let's say d4 here. You suggested rook g6.
Yep.
I should play g3.
Okay.
The queen goes somewhere, and can I play king g2 here?
I don't even know. Okay, let's go.
Or if it loses immediately after g4, and you will take on d4. So, or some, I mean, this looks quite safe to me.
Yeah, and I like what you were just saying, though, Almira, that it looks safe, but it's still not concrete. And the position is going to remain such that it's not just going to be, okay, here I have a way to trade queens, to liquidate, to solve my problems. The problems are going to remain, and black also has problems. So we're not just looking at this from Fabiano Caruana's perspective, but when it comes to king safety, we often get nervous. And Jan-Krzysztof, he hasn't looked himself in the last few rounds. Maybe he, isn't playing at his absolute best, and we know his best is amongst the world's best because he won the World Cup by eliminating Magnus Carlsen. He won the Rapid and Blitz tournament in Poland ahead of many of the top players in the world. So when your king is open, that's when we tend to lose our objectivity. And we know Jan-Krzysztof Duda, but do we think he can remain objective? And that is without knowing the actual evaluation.
Yeah, I mean, one thing commentators, I think, don't talk enough about is fear. They assume that top players are somehow immune from fear, but that fear starts bubbling up to the top of your throat anytime your king is in any amount of danger. And it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you're 1700 or 2700. When your king is being attacked, there's always the possibility that you've miscalculated something. That basically means you're going to get checkmated. So we shouldn't underestimate the impact that just being scared could have on one's ability to figure out objective defensive moves. We're not scared. We're not as scared. I mean, I'm scared for Duda's king, but I'd be a little bit scared if it was my own king on g2 that was being attacked by Fabiano Caruana. Fabi has checkmated my king in the past, and I was pretty darn scared. So we should consider that factor as well, and we should evaluate how Duda how Duda fights that natural fear, which always rises up when you get attacked.
Well, actually, I asked Robert about this, in the previous rounds, because I was, trying to get away with this feeling because it overwhelms me during my games. So I think that you were right. Fear is a very physical reaction. And even your heart rate is different. So maybe you lose your objectivity at some point. So it's very important to talk about this.
For sure. And while Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's in the clock. We see some of his reactions here. He is calculating hard. He has plenty of time to spend. And another player with plenty of time to spend is Liren, as we see in the top left-hand side of the screen. Liren with 1 hour, 20 minutes. His opponent, Richard Rapport, with only 53. And we said this from the beginning, that if Liren was looking for more wins, he got his first taste of victory right before the rest day, he would play g5. He has done that. He has pushed his pawns forward. And I really like Black's position here. And I know that, from several moves back, we've been talking about g5. It looks exciting. The king remains in the center. But doesn't Black just have more control over this board?
Of course he does, but first of all, I wanted to make a joke that he was forced to bring his knight on c6, because he had both knights on the rim, knight a5 and knight h5.
It's true.
But they were controlling both sides of the board. So a3, b4 is a very typical plan for white here.
Okay, we'll show that, yes. So just go back. So finally went g5, kick the bishop back, and you said a3, b4. Yep.
If you can't play d4 in this position, very often you switch to a3 and b4 with white.
And that is exactly what happened. We saw rook to b8, king h1. I think perhaps that Rapport wants to take with the f pawn, staring down the f file, and why take on g3? That bishop can't move. So rook to b7. What a concept. Almira, you talked about rook a1 to a2 in the Duda game, and here we see that rook coming up to the 7th rank in this one. That is creative stuff.
That is creative stuff, but on the other hand, when I had a look at this position before, I was asking myself if we could possibly make it work, like sacrifice something on a5, because the knight on h5 for the moment is very vulnerable. So I was thinking, is there any way that we could exploit this fact? That knight e5 never seemed to be working like... yes.
That's annoying.
Yes,
and you can't ever move the bishop.
Not a good piece. That's a big pawn.
Yeah.
Ooh.
This is just a tough position. So...
Well, there was one idea that I had, just a second.
Okay.
It was like before he played king h1, could you play bishop e5? I know that it's a crazy sacrifice. Then take on e5. But then you would simply go knight f4 probably, because then I wanted to play f4. I mean, but of course it doesn't work. But the idea was if you play knight f6, then I would play f4, and maybe. No.
Yeah, maybe something down the
something
f file.
down the f file, but no, that it's not sufficient here, of course.
With the evaluation bar right there, we can easily tell it doesn't work, but it's what we're just talking about. Sometimes it's scary for the person whose king is under attack, and here it would have been Liren's king, but instead he fianchettoed his rook b8,
and then moved it again.
And then he moved it again. The knight was forced back, as Almira indicated, came back, and then he moved to c7. He wanted no part of a potential pin. And so we see bishop d5 and g4 by Liren. So in the game between Duda and Caruana, we saw a knight get stuck over on the rim. It could happen in this game as well.
I think it's quite likely that it will happen. I mean, knight h4 is a very tempting move because the knight aims for the f5 square. And now I think Ding is relying on knight c6 to e7. That knight has gotten its money's worth. It's gotten to a5. Now it goes back to e7, hits the bishop. The bishop should probably move. Bishop b3 or bishop a2 is natural. But at this point, I wouldn't rule out Black castling kingside, then trying to put the king on h7, and continuing to expand on the kingside with an eventual f7, f5, maybe knight e7 to g6. But White's pieces are kind of stuck in mud. I think that's the larger problem here. Rapport doesn't really have a plan. Look at the knight on h4, you're indicating the bishop on g3, even the knight on d2 is almost fully restricted by Black's pawns. The g4 pawn controls f3. b5 pawn controls c4. Where is that knight going to go? Report, he doesn't like positions where he doesn't have dynamic play. We know that. And I think Ding knows that as well. He's acquitting himself excellently, I think, here in the early middle game.
I really, really like his position. And for Ding Liren, who scored his first victory, he went to a tie with Hikaru Nakamura. So if Ding Liren can keep that train on going and he can win this game with the black pieces, it's not inconceivable that he makes his way towards the top. I mean, he's 2 points behind Jan Nepomniachtchi. They already played head-to-head. But we talked about how other players will try to beat Jan. And if Ding Liren can win this game, and let's say Jan isn't unable to win his, then that gap is shrinking.
Yeah, I mean, you could conceivably imagine Ding wins. Let's say Hikaru draws or wins, doesn't matter. Fabiano with the black pieces, let's say he loses. If Jan somehow loses, and then Ding wins the following game and Jan loses again, he's in first place. But I know that's extremely unlikely to happen. What I'm saying is, I agree, it's not, it would have been inconceivable 2 rounds ago, but all of a sudden, you can see how quickly things change. All it takes is one loss at the top, and the sharks at the bottom start smelling blood, and you know what happens then?
Well, Almira, the last candidates, Ding Liren had a very bad first half, but the second half, he caught fire. He even beat Jan Nepomniachtchi in the final round, and he ended up with quite a decent score. So Ding Liren, he's a player that we all know. He's been number 2 in the world, over 2,800. He's a force. What do you think? Does he have what it takes to recover from a shaky first half and really play a part down the stretch here?
Well, he's certainly a force which you have to be reckoned with. Like I cannot formulate anything today.
That was correct.
That was right.
But the thing is that I was a bit skeptical about his last move, g4, because it gave this h4 square. But meanwhile, Richard played bishop h4. I was mostly looking at knight h4.
Yeah, me too.
Well, so what is the difference? Because I wanted to play knight h4 and f4, then if you castle. By the way, that was my suggestion. So is he forcing him to play queen d7? Can I play knight e7 here?
Well, as we analyze, right, 2 different options, queen d7 or knight d7, which might just transpose, because with the knight e7, you probably will have to move your queen just to unpin your knight. But
tomato, yeah.
Yeah, both moves look pretty good to me, queen to d7. And this knight's under attack. I imagine it's going to one of these 2 squares.
But knight e7 is a major pest.
Yeah.
Because if you don't take it, it's coming to g6. In Houston, we've got a problem with the h4 bishop. If you do take it, then black's got the 2 bishops, queen takes e7, knight from h5 coming to f4, bishop skewering the board, the h-pawn is going to move forward. This looks really unpleasant. Again, I don't want to overstate it. It's still a very unclear position, but you understand what I'm saying.
I mean, this just looks excellent for black.
Yeah.
Because often when you get an attack, there's some weakness. Like when we were looking at the game between Duda and Caruana, white was opening up that queen side, causing Fabiano to stall his attack. Here it might not be a checkmating attack, but black hasn't committed any sins on the chessboard. And Almira, we've talked about what our chess education teaches us. Earlier, it looked kind of odd. Now we look at this and say, well, black kind of got everything he could possibly ask for.
On the other hand, maybe Richard thought, I don't know what to do with this bishop anyway. So let's play bishop h4 and trade it for this knight.
Right. That makes a lot of sense because the bishop wasn't doing much of anything here. Let's at least get the trade with the knight. But I think that, the knight can come to e1 instead of g1. I'm not actually sure which square is better. We can venture around to e3 at some point.
Yeah.
But the same exact move, no, not the rook, the knight coming to e7, attacking this, going to g6. And if we show what happens if the bishop retreats, this looks like a huge problem because I'm not going to take your bishop anymore. I don't think. I might even move my knight and just try to push my h-pawn.
Yeah, knight hf4. White's position sucks here. It's just terrible. And
Yeah, no, he has to take on e7 because that's the logic behind the move bishop h4 because he was so concerned with all the pawn pushes like h5, f5 is even possible. So he decided to go for this positional idea.
And can we just once again talk about how Ding's rook moved like a knight? It went from A8 to C7, and it's in the perfect square. Just that kind of recognition from Ding to move the rook before he's even castled. And we have a great comment here. This tournament has made me a big Report fan. Let's go. We have Ding Liren on screen. He's not going to be happy to read that, so get that out of his eyesight.
Yeah, you can tell how angry he is. That comment. Ding is just fuming. Another interesting tweet here. Or a message, rather.
I like watching the Cancer because I can spam blunder whenever one color gets bigger than the other color in that little bar on the left. And that is the faux pas that so many people make when they read just the evaluation bar, because things can be much trickier than a seesawing bar would indicate.
But you know, I had this thought. What made it interesting to watch the chess tournaments is that before, like, we couldn't judge. But now everyone has the possibility to judge even the best players in the world because they have, you know, the evil bar and the computers, you know, which could help us analyze the game.
And I mean, speaking of judging, someone just said, I created an account that said Danya is an incredible commentator. This person did not just create their account.
I'm sure.
I don't have to look into their Twitch history. They're just saying that because they knew it would be included in the show.
You're just being a hater because I've got fans.
No, I'm appreciative of the comment. I'm just saying it's highly unlikely that person just.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Touche.
In fact, Danya, you're like, I know that account. That's my friend.
HB, of course.
Yeah, how much did you pay that person?
I talk to him every day. Thank you, though. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I love to see those kind comments coming in. And this event, it's still so much left to play for. I think, you know, a couple of rounds ago, we were talking about how Jan Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano Caruana, it's going to be between the two of them. But as those two players perhaps start to slow down, aren't going to necessarily win as many games, and players like Ding Liren and Alireza Firouzja, Hikaru Nakamura, as they feel that fire burning beneath them, I mean, they are playing chess in a way that's all out. Like, there's no necessary point for them to just play it safe and make draws. Even Timur Rajabov, who beat Nakamura, he continues to fight against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Well, but it's not so easy just to sit here and everyone is criticizing your play. So he needs to make some adjustments and some changes in his opening repertoire, in the way he plays, and he finally won his first game. You know, Timur. So, and this is true for every player. That's right. They have to go all in.
Yeah, and they get criticized, but the one way you can't get criticized is if you go to a break. So we're heading on out of here for the time being. We'll come back in a few minutes. That's Hikaru Nakamura, the biggest chess Twitch streamer on the planet. His eyes are darting from side to side. He's trying to figure out his best move. We'll leave him to it. We are here at the 2022 FIDE Candidates. This is Chess.com's coverage live from Madrid.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
In qualifying for the candidates, Hikaru Nakamura ratcheted up the level of interest in what is already considered the most important tournament in chess. With millions of followers as a popular content creator, Hikaru brings along his sizable community while also attracting more casual chess fans. Although once ranked number 2 in the world, most believed Nakamura's best days competing in classical chess were behind him. That changed when this Japanese-American grandmaster leaned on his exceptional calculating ability to win the FIDE Grand Prix. The unexpected victory earned him a bid into the candidates for the first time in 6 years. A 5-time US champion, Hikaru has stayed sharp of late by dominating in speed chess formats. Nakamura is currently ranked by FIDE in the top 2 in both Rapid and Blitz. A chess giant on Twitch and YouTube, Hikaru brings a special buzz to a tournament that already holds the keys to becoming the next world champion. And there are certainly those who have yet to rule out Hikaru from catching lightning in a bottle here in Madrid.
Mi favorito es Rapport. porque es original, porque es diferente.
¿Cuál es tu opinión de lo que llevamos?
Pues bueno, un poco de sorpresa porque otra vez Nepo ahí imponiéndose y esperando que Alireza resucite.
Yo creo que Nepo tiene muchas oportunidades, pero Nakamura confío en él. Yo confío en Naka.
What's the best thing for you in Madrid you have found here?
Well, everything, first of all, people. But it was since my childhood that I've discovered that people are great here, and in general, I love Spain.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck. Le quería preguntar quién es su favorito del torneo.
Pues Caruana, seguramente.
Si tienes que elegir a uno de ellos para que interprete el próximo James Bond, ¿a quién eliges?
Mi nombre es Rapport, Richard Rapport.
Imagínate que tu vida da un giro y quieres atracar un banco. ¿Quién quieres que sea tu compañero?
Es muy fácil. Dean Liren, porque con su cara no van a pensar que estamos atracando un banco.
¿No?
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on Chess.com. Try one out today.
I like the lights.
Yeah. is indeed true. The chairs are world champion size. But as we come back from break, I want to make sure that everybody remembers who we are. International Master Almira Skripchenko, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Almira, that video, did you already leave by the time it was made, or had you seen it before?
No, I haven't seen it. Yeah, so that was the first time. I wanted to say chairs are going crescendo, you know, if, if we could say this about our chairs. So Alireza is in a deep thought now.
He is in a deep thought. I mean, the chairs may be too big for the players, but the stage has proven, you know, quite large for Alireza Firouzja as well. He did struggle in the first half of the tournament. His last 2 games have been improvements. He pushed against Timur Rajabov. Ultimately, that game was a draw. He did win against Richard Rapport right before the rest day, and now here against Hikaru Nakamura. He's spent quite a lot of thought because Hikaru slowed down, and now Alireza, he's doing very much the same.
Yeah, I mean, G takes F6. It's the kind of decision where if he wins the game, Alireza wins game with brilliant opening move. Alireza innovates crazy opening idea to beat Hikaru. If he loses, crazy Alireza Firouzja makes absurd move in the opening. Alireza Firouzja blunders positionally in a basic way in the opening to lose the game. So I wouldn't criticize Alireza too much for G takes F6. I think it was a very creative option. I think it's admirable that he's playing for a win, but I don't like it from a purely practical standpoint, and I don't like it from an objective standpoint. I feel like he's given Hikaru a very clear roadmap, and now Hikaru has acquired that confidence, and you can tell by the time that Alireza is spending on his move, he might be having some second thoughts, but maybe not. We'll see.
Well, that game still is just in the opening stage. The game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Timur Rajabov. That's our tournament leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Rajabov, who scored his first classical victory in 3 years over Hikaru Nakamura. And that game, well, some trades have happened. So if you're Timur Rajabov, we have him on camera here. We have a snoring Daniel Naroditsky beside me, and that's because Danya clearly believes that this game is simplifying to the point where it should be a draw.
I think yes, if Rajabov takes the right piece. If knight takes d7, that falls into a trap.
Aha. So why don't you tell us about this trap as we bring up the analysis board? So you're saying knight takes d7, which looks like such a natural move. That move is not going to be what you want. So
nope, because notice the back rank. Anytime you don't have Luft, you need to be paranoid about your back rank. White doesn't need to be worried about the same thing because any back rank check can be parried with bishop g2 to f1. How does that help? After bishop takes f6, knight takes f6, looks like white has to move the queen, but no. All of a sudden, the rook captures the pawn on c4, threatening to take on c8. And if rook takes c4, then the very same queen that's hanging takes on c4. White is a full pawn up. Obviously, Rajabov, and he's already not done that. He has taken the correct piece. He has taken on d4. This leads to a forced liquidation, an opposite colored bishop endgame, and a guaranteed draw, which will be, I think, our first result of the day.
There's nothing that knight d7 can do, Almira. It has to take on b6 and trades galore.
Well, I agree with you. So...
Yeah, so knight takes b6, I think, is an absolute necessity. And after knight takes b6, queen takes b6, b2, f2, both hanging, and once b2 is captured, it looks like c4 will be captured in response. This looks like a complete draw.
Yes, you will play e3 here, bishop b2, rook c4. This is a very forced line, so rook c4.
Well, maybe not this rook c4.
Oh, wait, this is the same. Oh, wait, it's queen. You still have queen 8. You see, like, today is not my day. Yes.
We're just assuming, right? This is a problem with assuming versus calculating. Queen takes c4, of course, would be a draw. Queen 8, I get to draw an arrow from that queen to that king because that is back rank checkmate. So, yeah, we don't think any of that will happen. But Almira, you know, as we maybe take a step back from the specifics and think about the broader picture here, Jan Nepomniachtchi came in today. We had questions. Would he really fight? He did, but he didn't get much of anything. So this is going to be another draw for him, which means that nobody can catch up if Rajabov continues to play this perfectly, which we expect he will. So nobody can catch up to him. But can you really get in this mindset of, oh, every half point, or, you know, he gets the black pieces tomorrow against Alireza Firouzja?
To be honest, I'm thinking about Curacao in 1962.
I remember that tournament.
Yes.
Yeah, I was there as well.
And the thing is that I just read the book about this tournament, and I don't know why. I was thinking, could it be like a draw offer? Like when Rajabov made a draw, like with white pieces, so it was like a draw offer for both games.
Like, you mean an implicit
Yes,
draw
an
offer?
implicit draw offer for both games. Like
I feel like Rajabov in that first game, I'm agreeing with you, he just didn't really fight. And maybe it's because he had suffered a loss in the round before it. And today, I mean, Jan Nepomniachtchi clearly was playing for a little something. And he's just not getting much of anything. And I think if you said before the tournament, who would be happy with 2 draws between these players? It would be Rajabov, because Jan Nepomniachtchi is the more practiced player. He's in great shape. But at this point, when you look at Jan on screen here, he's going to keep the lead. He should be happy overall. But he doesn't look particularly pleased, right? He's looking at the board, but he probably isn't analyzing very much because all the pieces are coming off. And do you think he might feel like it's a wasted opportunity?
I don't know why he went for this line, and if we come back, to the position after knight b6, knight e5, knight b6.
Okay, knight back to b6
yes, here.
Right here. After the trade.
Knight e5, knight e5, knight e5, knight b6. We analyzed this position, I think, quite accurately. So if you don't go for knight e5, queen e4 if you don't see an advantage here. So I have a feeling that something's strange about this game. There is something. I cannot justify it rationally, but
yeah, I mean,
it doesn't feel like a real fight.
I agree with you, Elmira. What's weird to me is something a little bit different. This line that Timur played, everybody's playing it nowadays. Literally everybody's playing b5. And if you're consciously going for a line like this, you generally have something prepared. I'd compare this to Fabi going for that Petrov line against Nepo in the previous round. He didn't just go for it to go for it, he had something prepared. It seems like Nepo didn't really challenge Timur. I don't even know what the novelty was, but it didn't seem like Timur struggled at any point in this game to figure out the equalizing path. We thought that Nepo had a pleasant position. Maybe we'll be able to nitpick and find better options, but I'm on the same page as Elmira. I feel like he didn't really challenge Rajabov, and this was a game which I think Nepo could have probably tried a little bit harder to win. At the same time, let's not lose sight of the big picture. He's a point ahead. It's much more important for him not to lose than it is to win. As long as he keeps that lead, draws are totally fine for him, so I get it.
He survived Fabiano Caruana. Before that, he didn't really try against Liren because he had the tournament lead. He's tried hard enough in the first half of the tournament when he started with 5.5 out of 7, a record at the Canis. No one has ever had 4 wins compared to no losses. So he's made history. So maybe he doesn't need to continue pressing for victories. As we're saying, he entered a full point ahead. That means with that half point, nobody can catch up to him. And if somebody does get closer, if Fabiano Caruana, and we'll zoom out and look at Fabiano's position, if Fabiano wins today, then perhaps Jan will feel differently about his opening choices, but he will exit today with this draw as the sole leader. So let's go back to our bird's eye view. Let's look at all 4 games at once. We see that Fabiano Caruana, he's locked in this tactical melee, and the last move by Duda was bringing the rook to d1. So I think we should head over there. I'm also, of course, still fascinated in the top left.
What is happening there?
Liren's rook is just on c3. It looks like it grabbed a pawn, but Fabiano being in second place. Let's go on over to his board against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who's had the white pieces, who has had the advantage. And the last couple moves, Elmira, we saw after knight h2, the move you've been talking about forever, rook g6, d4 played, and nothing surprising in the last couple turns.
Yeah, here we're considering king g2 or rook d1. Both moves are very logical here. So another possibility after rook d1 that white has is to take on e5 and also play rook d7 to invade the 7th rank. You know, I wanted to say actually when we were analyzing this position, now I remember that I wanted to play king g7, take on d4, and to play e5 in order, you know, to open my bishop. If only I could make 2 moves at one time. So maybe still king g7 here.
But I guess your problem, right?
Oh yes, I just said it, you know.
You were talking about this rook coming up to the 7th
Yes.
rank. So king g7, I completely can stand behind the idea, but after it takes that rook that you were just
So
advocating for.
maybe that's why rook d1 is more accurate than king g2. You know, so it sort of anticipates king g7 and take on d4.
But I would argue that. Can you repeat, Almira, what the idea of king g7 is?
I wanted to play king g7, take on d4, and to play e5.
To take,
That's
understood. Although you could start with king g2 and you still have time after king g7 to put the rook on d1. Like, the important thing is just that you have a rook on d1 when black is ready to go for Almira's idea and take and go e5.
Right.
So you should just have a rook on d1 anyway. That's a very important piece. I'm deeply concerned about Fabi's position. Now, big question for Duda is going to be, what if Fabi doesn't do anything? What if he puts his rook on f8, whatever, plays rook g7? How is Jan-Krzysztof going to resolve the tension? He's obviously better. He's dominating on all sides of the board. Maybe save the king side. But what is the actual plan of improvement?
I wish I had an easy answer to that, because the rook on g7 now covers the 7th rank. So d takes e5 on one hand is very tempting because you hand black the double isolated pawns. But we also know the bishop on a7 has been closed off, and as soon as you take on e5, you open this bishop down to f2, and that could pose very big problems for white, as g4 is certainly on the menu. It's really not an easy choice for Jan-Krzysztof. I think he wants to keep the tension in the center.
talking about the menus. You know, once in China, by the way, you know, I found in Shanghai, a Russian restaurant, which was such a big surprise to me. And the menu was very interesting because the last page had broken chair, broken glass, broken windows, and broken doors. And, well, you could order those.
Was that food?
No, of course not. It's just that, well, sometimes, well, you want to break something, you know. So that was on the menu. No?
How about broken mice? That's something I would order.
I thought of the type of food I just didn't know. And yes, you have a brief history of breaking a mouse or two, but also we've had a long history of players standing right in front of the camera. So thanks to our producers changing the angle there. But Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he looks more relaxed now. I think this is the most relaxed we've seen him in like 5 days.
Yeah, I mean, he knows he's better. He knows he's playing relatively risk-free. This is the best position he's had in the last 3 games, so it makes sense that he's more satisfied with himself. I think frustration generally comes out of dissatisfaction with your own play. You're angry at yourself, and you're continually going down those loops. Why did I play this move? Why did I get myself into this position? Right now, he's pretty satisfied with his own play, and he's going to try everything he can to cash in. Fabi's also pretty low on time. They've only made 21 moves. Both of them are under an hour. So once again, I think we're going to see some time scrambles today.
And even right here, this moment for Jan-Krzysztof, because this king, it probably wants to move. And I think king g2 is extremely natural. So I would be very tempted to bring the king up to g2. Something about being on the same diagonal as his bishop, even though the line is closed for now, that makes me want to bring my king up to g2. But I also see Black's next move, rook f8. And Donna, you were making this point, like, it's not really apparent how white does something significant. You can like your position, you can give black these double isolated pawns, but from there, like, that knockout blow seems very far in the future.
I'm thinking, and I mean, it is, I think, a good practice to go flank by flank, queen side, center, king side, and ask yourself, can I do anything on either flank? Queen side, okay, he's made the move king h1. And let me jump straight to the point. I think he might be preparing the move h3, h4, trying to establish a stronghold for his knight on g5. It's quite paradoxical that white's plan is actually on the king side, and yet I think that's exactly what he's trying to do.
Wow, that's a good point, because if we take, the knight can simply take back, thanks to the queen's defense of the f2 pawn.
Yuck.
And as is desired, h4, g4, the knight can sink its teeth into the g5 square.
Exactly. Yes.
If you play h4, g4, we want to play knight g5.
Oh yeah.
Then rook g5 and allow me to sacrifice.
Yeah, but then e6 is going to hang, so there's going to be logistical difficulties.
So let's prepare.
I'm just going to show exactly what we're talking about. If g4, knight to g5, can we in fact take on g5? It probably should just be good for white, but some of these positions with h4 coming, if you could quickly get your rook into the game. But
no, because I'm going to play f3 very quickly here. I think I'm going to rip open the king side.
Yeah.
And you're like basically playing down a rook.
Yes, you're playing down a rook because black is currently down in exchange of the knight on a5. I've been picking on this piece, but just because there's no squares to go to. So Fabiano's in big trouble here.
Yeah, basically in this position you have only one piece which is attacking, and that's the queen.
That's
right. That's a little, sag.
That's not enough. So what can black do? Black can play g4 so that you can't play h4. That takes away that option. But after g4, hg, this knight can now come to h4. So we wanted to get an outpost for a knight. The knight h4, it is an outpost. It's a bit of an odd one, but it might head into f5.
And if black takes on d4, you want an exchange talk on d4 or some sort of e5. Oh my God.
Oh, I know.
There's
exactly
some beautiful ideas. E5, DE, CD.
And we're a sack and exchange, and then play knight f5 at the end, huh?
I mean, you know me better than I know myself. I don't even need to say anything. I think I can go rest.
But look at this. I mean, this is just gorgeous.
Absolutely amazing.
Situational awareness. The knight comes in because if it's captured, you move the rook with discover check. If you allow me, I'm going to play knight h6 check, forking. If you play rook h7, which seems to take away the h6 square, I mean, there must be a number of moves that are good, but the main point is the black king is wide open. And it's not clear to me that this is plus 6.5 or plus 7 or wherever it's getting to, but it's obvious that black's king is in some serious trouble.
Right. I mean, yeah, there's going to be a knockout blow, even queen a2 to d5, gathering the forces together. And it all comes back to one thing. It's like a refrain. And you got to keep mentioning that refrain. Black is playing without a piece. You can't sustain your counterplay forever without the knight on a5, right?
Wow. I mean, Fabiano, even individual moves at this point are super difficult. Amira, he can play g4 to not allow the knight into g5. You can start with rook e8, noting that the knight will land on g5. You might just have to live with it. But we were just talking about, at least I was saying, that I don't see how Duda concludes this game. And now after a simple move, king h1, I'm like, oh, this is looking really scary. And I think we have to give him credit because king g2 is generally the more natural square. But if we just show this, you can't play h4 after the king is on a g2, because if I make this rook e8 move, after h4 I take it, and your king is exactly where it doesn't want to be.
And I can't find a way to bring this knight into play. You know, I've tried everything in my head, so it seems impossible.
Yeah, I honestly don't want to look at that knight on a5 anymore. I mean, it's really just unpleasant. And Fabiano, he's probably worried. And if we think what's happened in the back half of the tournament in round 8, pardon me, he played against Hikaru Nakamura. He lost that game. In round 9, he drew against Nepomniachtchi from a better position with great preparation on the white side. And here in round 10, he's in serious trouble. So the storyline heading into the event was,
he's lost his mojo.
Can Jan do it for 14 rounds in a row? And right now it seems like Fabiano, he really got stopped. He ran into a brick wall in Hikaru Nakamura, and since then, things haven't been going right.
Yeah, that game really took the air out of the building for Fabi. He just hasn't been the same in these last 3 games. And yeah, I mean, it's just so clear that it's been 2 different people playing the first half and the second half of the tournament. And for better or for worse, that happens, right? The Candidates is not only an exercise in opening preparation and good play, but in stamina, in endurance.
Well, the endurance of Jan Nepomniachtchi has been admirable. I'm going to pull that game up.
Whoa, fascinating position.
Well, no, they are finishing their game. They're making their last moves just to conclude this one. And they're moving their bishops back and forth. Same pawn structure, opposite colored bishops. Nothing to see here except for a handshake after the final move of the repetition. Almira, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's getting it done.
Well, and this was his strategy also in the second half of the last candidates. You were talking about this. He was taking no risks, as far as I remember, and even when he played his game against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, which was of the crucial importance, he tried to have a very solid position and went for a draw. Like Maxim tried to complicate the matters, but he just couldn't do it.
And Timur Rajab definitely had no opportunity to do so, but they're talking Jan Nepomniachtchi looking pretty happy, all things considered. So they're just chatting about the game. I don't know really what there is to chat about because that game seemed pretty balanced.
Well, I think they might be discussing this endgame in the final position.
That is definitely not what they're discussing. Maybe they're asking, hey, any good restaurants you've been to? Maybe you have a recommendation for me. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, I can't recommend anything for his play because he leads this tournament 7 points out of 10 games. Almira, who's going to stop this guy?
Well, let's have a look at the pairings if we have them.
Yeah, we'll
bring those
in a little
at
bit.
some point.
But that game has concluded. We definitely will look at Jan Nepomniachtchi's upcoming schedule. My eyes went back to the top left board there.
It gets
F4.
more and more complicated with every move.
Does either player know what's happening in that game?
It doesn't appear that way, but I'm also looking at Report's clock. He's got 32 minutes for a position this complex.
Okay. Well, just a quick note in the bottom right-hand side that Alireza Firouzja knight c7 played d5, but let's go on over to the game between Liren and Report because that game is just absolutely crazy. So we'll bring that one up. We'll analyze it right now. And
I think Richard has somehow made lemonade out of lemons here.
Well, I mentioned this idea that he wanted to play f4, so knight d5 here seems very risky. Because you take the queen.
I haven't looked at this or analyzed this nearly as seriously as the players, and I don't want to be the guy who just sort of, kind of waves his hands around. But the decision by Ding to take that pawn on c3, Robert, I think he may have oversalted it a little bit because that rook was a hero. But I don't know if opening up the position and facilitating the move f2, f4 was particularly wise. I personally really liked the old idea. Move your queen from d8, prepare knight g6, keep the position relatively closed, and most importantly, prevent f2, f4, which is White's essentially only source of major counterplay. Am I wrong?
Looks like a good choice to show some restraint here. I guess White can stop on f3 instead of going up to f4, but I do concur that the pawn f4 looks a little bit more challenging for Black to deal with because greed sometimes, very rarely, can be good. Liren goes for it, and then after knight e2, brings his rook back, and maybe he just doesn't believe Report, right? He feels like he's bluffing a little bit. He's going for some kind of attack, but he is, this being Liren, with the black piece up a pawn. Almira, what do you think? Is this a bluff, or does Richard Report really have an attack brewing?
No, that's what I wanted to, I made the joke. So now that you cannot play knight d5, you need to do something about this pin. And
he did it.
Ding is almost forced to play f6.
Yeah, otherwise he's so tied down.
Yes. So I really like Richard's position now, and it suits him so well.
Wow, f6. I mean, what a move here by Liren. His king is in the center. His this position's opening up, and yet he simply goes f6 done. He's not afraid about his king because he really wants to be able to take this bishop here on d5. I like it. f6.
No, I think f6 is the principled move. You have to douse the flames of White's kingside attack. I'm not entirely convinced that he wants to play knight takes d5. Knight e7 to g6 might also be on the docket. That's actually sort of a semi-threat because that would pile up on the f4 pawn. But how do you even make a decision here with White? I'm looking at this position. I'm feeling totally overwhelmed. Effie, it's like when I took my AP calculus exam, it's like, where do I start? Do I take the integral, the derivative, f5, fe, queen e1, queen b3, knight g3, and you've got 30 minutes? This is an incredibly daunting task.
Draw all those arrows that you were just mentioning. It's like so many different moves, and that is a very legitimate point, that in this position, it's so complicated that you don't even know what your first move is, and you're trying to look through the branches of variations here, and all of them look enterprising, but which one is actually best? And Richard Report, I thought he was about to move for a moment there, but I just want to show that after pawn takes e5, d takes e5, the pawn f6 is not hanging, because after bishop takes on f6, knight takes f6, rook takes, and after knight takes d5, this one is just going to win a piece for black. So yeah, this is going to be a problem for Richard Report. He can't equalize the material, and so he has quite a lot to figure out. Well, we are quite happy here to be joined in the studio by none other than tournament leader Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan, how are you feeling?
No idea. Basically, okay, I had in mind this line can occur today, and I thought that this bishop e3 is a very tricky move.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, after queen, I think queen e5.
Bring the board up here so everyone.
Yeah, I think queen e5 is an accuracy.
Okay.
But I mean, okay, because I studied this line as black a little bit, yeah, because okay, it was one of my obviously one of the lines I was working before the match. But yeah, somehow it turned out that what he did was quite reasonable, and I thought like maybe I'm winning the pawn on c4, but I could never find a way. So well, maybe that's just not good enough for white.
Well, was that part of your strategy? Because when you had the white piece against Ding Liren, you just kind of killed the game, and here against Rajab, did you just want a safe position that you could play for 2 results?
Well, obviously, like considering tournament situation, I don't think I'm in a position to take some major risk. But anyway, I was trying to pull something out of the opening, and it seemed to me that I did. But once again, but yeah, it has to be analyzed. Maybe I just misread something. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Jan, were you more proud of some of your wins or the way that you defended against Fabiano in that difficult position? You had much less time. What are you most satisfied with so far in this tournament?
Most satisfied that it's only like 4 rounds to go. Yeah, that's the only thing which which like really warms my heart. But yeah, 4 extremely difficult games. But I mean, still, yeah. But on a serious note, speaking of the games, I think I can't say like it's only about luck. Yeah, okay, that I managed to win some games also. I mean, of course, it was very important to have a good start. Like beating Ding with black pieces was like quite something. But in general, I'd say that it's maybe it's not the time to choose. Not yet the time to choose the game or something. Yeah, so it's yet some more games to play.
Well, as you said, the first game against Ding went perfectly for you, and now it seems like Ding is finding his form a little bit more. Mm-hmm. So when
but I'm not playing him.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say,
That's, yeah.
When you look down the stretch, of course, there's no specific opponent that you have in mind, but how much do you and your tournament standing in first place look at these other players and see this player's on fire? I'm glad I already finished with him, or do you not care who your opponent is?
I think everybody can suddenly come up with some great game and be on fire, because all players here are extremely talented, extremely strong, and I believe somehow I thought like before my game with Jan-Krzysztof, I thought like he was showing very very nice chess, and yeah, to me it came as a surprise that okay, he suffered so few bad games in a row, but I guess now maybe he's doing doing fine. Yeah, maybe now he's doing fine. But in general, once again, yeah, it's not like someone is clearly out of form. So despite the score, it's still very much is left behind the curtains.
Mm-hmm. Jan, maybe there's no answer to this question, and the answer is both. Do you think it's more important to be extremely well prepared or fresh and not fatigued when you come to the game? How do you manage your time after the round to make sure that you're both prepared and you come to the board fresh.
It doesn't matter how do I manage. I can't come fresh here. That doesn't work. I mean, yeah. I mean, seriously. But of course, you know, when you, I would say, repeat one line, you know, for example, okay, let it be, I don't know, for example, Petrov, yeah, like every day before every game with black pieces. So maybe after, you know, 3 or 4 games, you already more or less show that you won't forget everything, so you can maybe skip a little bit of preparation. Yeah, so longer the tournaments last, of course, you know, the fresh mind, it comes to the, you know, to the front row, I would say.
Well, you're talking about being fresh. What do you do on your rest day?
Basically, I'm spending my rest days in my bed. So that's I'm okay. Surely, you know, going to, you know, for some long walk, but also just on a rest day, I try to rest and let's say no touristic facilities so far.
One more question about experience level. You're obviously very experienced. You have a world championship match under your belt, several candidates. Do you think experience plays a big role in the candidates? And on that note, do you think somebody like Alireza is experiencing a lot of problems with nerves, or is that not as important as your play? This is just, you know, another tournament.
But what do you mean several candidates? It's like several, for example, this, you know, you can better say this about like Fabiano, for example. He has several, I mean, 1, 2, then several, yeah?
Well, not many people have a world championship match under their
yeah,
belt.
world championship is quite a thing also, but for example, Fabiano also has it. No, but I'd say this, you know, also helps me a lot in the last edition, in the previous edition that I spent, you know, I think 2 previous candidates as a commentator. So I was like watching it really closely, and I understood like which is, you know, the most common problem. Like looking at some specific players, I would say, yes. So it's like they're playing brilliantly, but still they can't maybe, I don't know, stick to the plan. Yeah, at some point. Yeah. So I mean, in general, as I said it like maybe 2 years ago or something, it's very important. Try not to lose. So if you don't lose, okay, this is surely going all right. But yeah.
Wait, so you said doing commentary helps your chess? Is that what you're saying?
You know, I haven't done commentary for quite some time. Yeah. So and still I consider like I have some progress. Yeah, but I would say that back then, like during the commentary, I really spent quite a lot of time like working on chess. Yeah, like working some specific lines. Okay, just checking this line live with the engine and analyzing, checking some games, which I probably wouldn't do so if I would be just like some guy from the audience. So it was like some kind of a trick to get over my laziness. Yeah.
I need to learn from you.
Yeah, same. Yeah. I have one more question for Jan, and you know, I gotta ask this: do you care at all about Magnus's comments, or have you sort of put that out of your mind and, you know, you'll cross that bridge if you get there, kind of thing?
Well, it's actually Danny already asked me this. Okay, first Danny, then Daniel. Who gonna be next? Yeah. So while the tournament is going on, yeah, I think like there is, I mean, anything can happen, and the result can be. I mean, so when I see the final, you know, standings, yeah, the cross table, then okay, I would already think about some other aspects. But for now, I think it's the last thing I should do.
And I saw you looking at the monitor, looking probably at Fabiano Caruana's game. Any quick thoughts on his game before we let you go and get your rest?
So far, it's so good for white, but it's still very complex, I think. But the problem with this knight on e5, yeah, it will never get into play. But I think maybe white can just go for something. Okay, king h1, I didn't understand the move at first, but maybe he just wants h4 and knight g5, yeah?
Yeah, maybe defend f2
So maybe,
first.
yeah, just some rook e2 move for now, I would say, like to defend on f2 and play on calmly. But yeah, I believe maybe Fabiano played this line, you know, quite ambitiously.
Do you think he played it because Duda's been struggling and against somebody else he would have chosen different stuff?
Okay, probably the tournament situation says this, yeah, like, okay, Duda has not so much points and he wasn't doing great, especially last few games, but once again, so far, it's hard to say who is playing, you know, which color, yeah, so like white is playing in a very solid way.
Yeah, well, Jan, we thank you for coming to the studio. Great
I appreciate
performance thus far. Keep it up, and hopefully see you in the studio again.
Thank you.
Good luck, Jan.
Thank you.
Enjoy your rest. Well, that was Jan Nepomniachtchi here joining us. That is your tournament leader here at the 2022 FIDE Candidates. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he maintains his lead over that man in the blue shirt on camera. That's Fabiano Caruana. He's trying to chase down Jan Nepomniachtchi, but as he glances to the side, glances back towards the board, and we heard Jan Nepomniachtchi's thoughts. He doesn't think that Fabiano's position is good at all. And I think that we, Almira and Fabiano, we all agree with that statement.
Well, we do, and now that I think about this game, I can explain Jan's decision. You know, maybe he went for this line and exchanged all the pieces because it was motivated and dictated by the tournament position, but also by the position in the game between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Fabiano Caruana.
And he expressed a little bit of disappointment based on how it felt like the opening. Maybe he could have gotten a little bit more about that, but we didn't want to press him on his preparation. We don't have to admit everything to the world. But I mean, Jan, he's been stable. He's been playing really nicely. And the other games are hectic, right? Like we had one game that was a pretty peaceful draw. And as we look throughout this bird's eye view, all of these games are just heating up.
I don't even, my eyes are just running around. Okay, the one on the lower left, not as much, but the rest of the games are all incredibly complex. We talked a little bit about the report Ding game, where Richard's clock is dwindling and fading, and he seems to be not even close to making a move yet. I'm going to give you the choice. I'm experiencing menu. It's like a restaurant which has 15 items that are all my favorite foods. I don't know which game we should turn to.
I think we probably have to go back to the Caruana Duda game, but before we do, Alireza Firouzja, who we just bring up on camera here, he's down to 28 minutes and change, and it's very early in that game. So
and he's worse.
Almira, we've talked about this numerous times throughout this event. His time management, the clock is his mortal enemy.
Well, this position is very complex, and maybe he doesn't feel it very well, so he needs to spend some more time. I know this is not the sharp Najdorf line. It's a very quiet line where sometimes the game is decided over one square. So maybe we should have a look at this position quickly.
Yeah, I think we can first glance at the Caruana Duda game. I think just to latch on to some of Jan's points about how Duda's position looking good, even players who are struggling can beat the players who seem to be in the best form, and it is Duda on the clock. He can, either now or in the near future, play this H4 move, and Daniel Mira, this is looking like Duda's getting closer and closer to his first win in the candidates.
Well, there's a very interesting detail on Almira. I'll let you go, but just one quick thing. After H4, G takes H4. At first, I ruled this out because I thought, well, if White takes with the knight, then that gives up the F2 pawn. I think that's still good for White, but what I would say is that G takes H4 here is not only not out of the question, but could be simply devastating for Black. The rook from E1, it gets to G1, and all of these weaknesses, the E6 pawn, the G5 square, the fact that Black has a very hard time sustaining control of the G file. Ugh.
Almira, your knights on H2 and F3, you were calling for them from the very beginning, understanding what White needed, but it's amazing how just these two pieces defend the king.
Well, I find more and more amazing the move King H1. It's like, so now everything is crystal clear to us, but Jan-Krzysztof Duda needed to find this move because then there's a series of moves, King H1, H4, then that's what I wanted to talk about. Then G takes H4, you have two possibilities, is to take with the knight and to take with the pawn. And,
wow.
I'm very concerned with Fabi's position.
And I think Fabiano is also concerned about his position. He's been changing those poses. We've mentioned how that seems to be perhaps a bit of a tell, but he's going to try to calculate. And I guess from his perspective, if Jan-Krzysztof doesn't play H4 right now, let's say he makes this rook E2 move, which seems very logical to defend the second rank, then Black finally, we're highlighting G4 possibilities earlier, gets this move in, and if we start swapping pawns, at the very least, this white knight doesn't get the G5 square. If it goes to H4, it's on the rim and maybe not causing the most problems for Black. So I think Fabiano, if Duda slows down, now he finally has some chances.
Yeah, Duda needs to sense the urgency of the moment, because in such situations, it's very important, it's very tempting to get into let me improve my position mode, and that often drives you to procrastinate on an idea. You think, well, let me defend the f2 pawn first. But when you do that, you often don't factor in the immediacy of the situation. You underestimate your opponent's ideas, and just procrastinating by one move, as you just indicated, allows black to change the nature of the position, to prevent h4, and to develop serious counterplay. Black is still worse after rook e2, but I think you can't even compare it to the position after h4. I think h4 wouldn't go so far as to say it wins, but it comes pretty darn close.
What a move, g takes h4. Right? In most positions, you don't capture with the pawn that's helping to shield your king. And I guess maybe we should take a moment here, because this +3 approximately for white, it doesn't necessarily look like a +3 position. It looks very good for white, but the players, they don't think in engine terms, although the next move, rook g1, looks pretty obvious. So I guess that's the biggest problem for Fabiano, is Jan-Krzysztof's moves are pretty natural.
Of course, and we were talking about this knight on a5, but the bishop on a7 is out of play as well. So Jan-Krzysztof is playing with two powerful knights, and they're going to launch an attack very soon. You can play knight g5, queen e2, queen h5, rook g1, everything is possible.
Yeah, all of white's pieces coming to the party. And, well, the party doesn't stop just because one game has ended, or if this game ends as well, because we have so many great games. Look at these, right? We have 3 games still in progress, and all of them are fascinating. Amir, you mentioned that we should probably look at the game between Hikaru and Firouzja. It's looking really bad for Alireza, and look at Hikaru here. He's looking at that board like he smells some blood.
He absolutely smells blood. I mean, Alireza has had the castle kingside. Alireza has not set any of his kingside pawns in motion. He's given up complete control of the d file. Hikaru is totally dominating here. And really, Alireza's worst nightmare has come true. When he was taking with the g-pawn, he understood that this could happen, but he thought that the mobility of his central pawn mass is going to prevent this scenario. He did end up pushing d5, but it was completely ineffective. It was a shot into thin air. Hikaru said, no problem, I'm just going to take it, and I'm not going to trade queens, and thank you very much for the d-file.
Yeah, don't trade queens when you have the safer king, so Hikaru sidesteps the queen trade, and knight to f5. And it's not like Alireza made any noticeably terrible moves or anything. It's just that once he took on f6, it's exactly, Almira and Danya, your reactions. These are static weaknesses, and Hikaru just playing nice moves. Very, very logical play from him. So, okay, we see that white is better. That much is clear. But how to improve your position from this point?
It's a very interesting question. I wanted to come back to the position, first of all, when he played d5, to explain that very often in this position you want to play f5. But maybe he couldn't make this work.
Yeah, f5 is very interesting. You're saying if I take, the knight takes on f5, and this does look interesting. I guess you still don't want to take on e3, just like the position we were analyzing a while ago, because opening up the f file for this rook sitting on f1 could be a bit of an issue.
Yes, but I want to keep all my pawns in the center, and I want to play d5. So probably this doesn't work.
Yeah, because even if you play d5, yeah, exactly. I wouldn't say anything. A square is worth 1,000 words.
This king e8 is just, black lacks development, and it just feels like it's a little bit too slow compared to some of the ideas in the Sveshnikov. So, yeah, I guess Alireza never really felt like his feet were on the floor, and he was kind of hanging in thin air. And after d5, which is a very natural move, it's not a bad move, but as we see, no queen trade for you. Knight f5 is a very natural square for the knight, but every single move for white improving. c4 saves the pawn, allows the rook to go to d5 where you can double. So what a nightmare for Alireza.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the one consolation for him, to piggyback off of your point, is that it isn't easy. It's not like Hikaru has a 3-move win. But this is, I think, what makes Hikaru so incredibly terrifying. When he gets a position like this, he has ironclad patience. He never rushes. and he loves moves like h2, h3, or queen c2. He's not going to do anything drastic. He is going to squeeze the life out of you, and that is why I think he's taking as much time as he is, 4 minutes and counting. There are many ways for white to improve his position. Hikaru is trying to choose that most accurate option, the option that's going to limit black's counterplay and is going to be part of a larger strategy to act like a boa constrictor and completely squeeze the life out of Alireza. This is trouble.
Hard to make a move for black.
It's hard to say anything. It's like black's position is just bad.
Yeah, and the one thing that's keeping Alireza with some hopes is like not like he's a pawn that can be attacked a bunch of times, or there's no way for white to go crushing. And h3 played. Good call, Danya. You are the Hikaru Whisperer right now. Just
it's almost like I played him a couple times.
Make sure the king never gets back ring checkmated. It's just a useful move altogether. And now he passes the baton back to Alireza and said, find a move, find a response. And Amira, this isn't looking very pleasant.
Now we have Delphi's Oracle here with us. In this
the prophet, indeed.
Yes. No, but I wanted to explain that I have the feeling that h3 is such a strong move. So, but I wanted to show, for example, if you play knight d2, maybe it allows already a small counterplay with b5. So that's why you don't need to rush things in this position.
Because this rook loses its connection with the other rook. No, b5 is one of those moves that black needs to play to feel like he has a chance. Wow.
So it's such a strong move.
I don't envy Alireza at all. And you never, ever, ever want to play this move, knight takes e3. And I'll just show that very quickly here, because knight takes e3 and Hikaru is on fire. Well, in this game, I guess, but he did lose the previous game. So go Naka go. Lots of Hikaru fans coming out in the chat. No surprises to see that he is focused. He's pretty focused. Well, he's gone. So he's super up to the focusing. But Naka for the win.
But why don't you want to play this move? Because after queen e3, if I play f5, you play knight h4, rook d6, and then knight h4. How do you continue?
Exactly, like you're saying.
Yeah.
Even if you don't win a pawn, getting the knight to f5 is just devastating for the king on g8. So Ministry of Repair, that's a pretty good username. Nice jacket, Mr. Chair. Not such a unique comment, but I like the username.
So queen e4 here.
I can even take and go knight h4. The depressing thing for black is that even in an endgame, positionally, I'm so dominant that I don't even really need the queens.
What a bad position for...
And the clock then just compounds all of the problems. They've only made 20 moves.
Yeah, it's
no increment. This is bad.
They're not playing blitz, and thank you for that shout out that we just showed on screen there. So, this position, not fun for Alireza. The other positions that we have are looking very fun. Some for more one player rather than both. Fabiano Caruana, he's having a miserable time. Yeah.
Look at the top right of your screen. Guess what JKD just played? He is determined not to let this game slip.
No, he found his form at the worst possible moment for Fabiano, but for Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's the World Cup champion, #1 player from Poland. And as Jan Nepomniachtchi said, every player in this field can beat anybody else, no matter their form.
It's just nuts how quickly everything changes. You're like, Fabi's on top of the field. He's winning games. Jan-Krzysztof Duda losing to everybody. Boom goes the dynamite. 15 moves. You feel like Duda's on top of the world. He's playing amazing. That's what makes the candidate so fascinating. I keep coming back to this. Anybody in the field can beat anybody else. You never know what's going to happen on the basis of the previous round.
I have no idea what's going to happen in this Richard Report Ding Liren game. I mean, Report is approaching time trouble, but that position is just mesmerizing, scary. It's like a horror movie and like a really beautiful piece of art at the same time. So I don't even know what to say about it, but we will get back to that game for sure. When we get back from break, we'll go to that game unless something major happens. But for now, we do need to take a break. This has been a really fun round to this point. And what else is fun is a certain event called the I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. We see the finalists are Eric Rosen and James Canty III. That's GM Canty to you out there. Oh no, my move. Will Eric Rosen, a fan favorite, take down the razor sharp James Canty? Who knows? All I know is you will want to tune in Thursday, July 7th at 10:30 a.m. Pacific, right here on Chess.com. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, it is round 10 of the FIDE Candidates 2022. This is Chess.com's coverage live from Madrid.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on Chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little bit.
You should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2! And he blunders maiden one! Oh my goodness! I'm awful!
The FIDE Candidates is the most important tournament in chess. Taking place every 2 years, the Candidates qualifies the victor to challenge the reigning world champion in a World Chess Championship title match. The 2022 Candidates will feature 8 of the world's best chess players. They've all earned their spots through 2 years of fierce competition. They now head to Madrid, Spain, where everything will be settled over the board. One of those 8 spots is always reserved for the previous World Chess Championship challenger. Jan Nepomniachtchi would love nothing more than a second chance at the throne, but he has to get through 7 other great players in Madrid first. 2 spots went to the top finishers of the most prestigious open chess tournament in the world, the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss. Alireza Firouzja won the Grand Swiss, turned the heads of everyone in doing so, and has become the youngest player in history to cross the 2,800 ELO rating barrier. He would become the youngest world chess champion of all time should he win the Candidates and ultimately the World Chess Championship match. Fabiano Caruana joined him, taking the other spot from the Grand Swiss. The US #1 and 3rd highest rated player in the history of our game is also the only person to never lose a classical chess game to Magnus Carlsen in a World Chess Championship match. 2 of the spots were claimed by the winners of the dramatic 2022 FIDE Grand Prix cycle. Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura is a former world #2, a blitz and bullet chess legend, and the most popular chess streamer in the world. He was joined by GM Richard Rapport. The Hungarian #1 is one of the most creative and dangerous minds in the game today, and nobody is looking forward to facing him in Madrid. FIDE awarded one of the 8 spots to the wildcard invite Grandmaster Timur Rajabov. Raja missed the 2021 candidate cycle in consideration of COVID concerns. But as the oldest, most experienced player in the field, he's looking to use that knowledge and punch his ticket to the World Chess Championship title match. And finally, 2 spots go to the top 2 finishers of the world's largest knockout tournament, the absolutely grueling FIDE World Cup. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the Polish #1, punched his ticket by ousting none other than world champion Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals of that event. Duda would ultimately defeat Karyakin in the final to win the World Cup. However, Karyakin, due to suspension from play by FIDE, sees his spot go to China's #1, Grandmaster Ding Liren. Ding Liren takes the spot due to being the highest rated eligible player according to the May 2022 FIDE rating list. So that's how each of our 8 competitors earned their bids to Madrid. Inside the Palace of Santona, it's about who can sustain the mental endurance to secure the coveted slot as challenger for the world title. But we're not sure who that will be just yet. We do know this. We'll enjoy watching every minute of the candidates with the Chess.com community as we see how the most important tournament in chess plays out together.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, Chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess leg. Continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high.
And he definitely knows.
We were worried that he overthought the advantage.
8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in World Chess Championship. The candidates is grueling, an unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business.
Oh,
You know, the
Hikaru
well is
grabbed his
dry.
coat.
Oh,
He
yeah,
knows
you
it's
know what
over.
that means.
That's actually got to be super intimidating if you're playing Hikaru when he puts on the coat.
And others from the next wave of stars yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of, like Queen Isabella before them, the candidates is all about leaving a legacy.
And what a legacy this man already has, and he wants to add to that. That is Fabiano Caruana. He faced off against Magnus Carlsen in the 2018 World Chess Championship, but his hopes at reaching another World Championship, they're in the balance right now. Amira, it's not looking good for Fabiano.
Well, I think that Jan-Krzysztof Duda has him on the ropes in his game. Chances are shattered probably right now. So he played bishop c5. That's the way to bring his bishop into play and into defense. But also he has the possibility of playing 8x b5, 8x b5, b6, and then maybe knight b7, knight d6. But once again, you don't have time for it in this position.
Yeah, what we're talking about is bringing this knight on a5. Please let it get to somewhere like d6. That would be the dream come true, but it takes so much time. And Fabiano, he's darting away from the board, but Danya, this rook is darting to g1, and that's going to spell trouble for Caruana.
Yeah, I mean, quite simply, again, we've got that knight on a5. Fabiano has so many weaknesses scattered across the board that he simply does not have the firepower, literally does not have the horsepower, because the horse is away in Siberia, as we've been discussing. After rook g1, an illustration of the extent of his problems. Let's say he goes rook f to f7 in order to try to maintain control over the g7 square. That knight from f3 jumps into g5. You say, no problem, I'm going to go rook e7, defend the e6 pawn, rook d8, whoop, and that's basically checkmate. That's how quickly things are going to go down the drain for black. So the situation is dire, as Almira said. White is winning, and with precise technique, I think JKT should be able to drive home the full point within 5-10 moves.
Yeah, it's just an awful position for Fabiano without any hope of complicating matters. Normally, if you're getting attacked, you hope to throw, well, Danny's not here, but you can throw a wrench in somebody's plans. And it's just an unfortunate situation for Fabiano, who after the first half of the tournament, he hasn't been himself, right? He lost to Hikaru. He drew that game against Jan, which was maybe his biggest chance. And then in this game against a determined Jan-Krzysztof, he may be giving the Polish player his first victory of the tournament.
Well, I think that Fabiano is also getting very tired because his playing style also has this drawback, you know. He's calculating a lot, you know, so it's at some point it will backfire.
Yeah. And I'd add one more thing, which is that this game is doubly disappointing for him because you pointed out he's an Italian expert for both colors. This is his opening. This is an area where he feels tremendously comfortable and has for many, many years. And for him to get outplayed in a fashion this one-sided is going to hurt tremendously. Obviously not as much as his place in the standings is going to hurt, but this is a sign that Fabi is, in your own words, not himself.
And some problems for Fabiano is, you asked Jan, the storyline has been, will Magnus play the winner of the candidates, if not Alireza Firouzja? It doesn't look like Alireza is going to be the winner. So first place is extremely important for obvious reasons. Second place has had an increased importance, which hasn't been the case in previous candidate cycles. So if Fabi loses and Hikaru wins and Ding wins, all of a sudden we have a three-way tie for second place. And that's going to be the first time that Fabiano has had anyone tied with him in the standings for I don't even know how many rounds.
Also, it means that the tournament is still very open, and all of the players have a chance at the match, the first half.
Yeah, well, a special kind of match, which I don't think anybody really wants. Everyone wants to see Magnus Carlsen play, but if we take him at his word, as we've discussed in previous days, then second place will play first place here in the candidates for a World Championship match.
Well, I remember there are a few historical examples, but still the candidate who won the tournament, they didn't have a chance to play the match. It was for some reasons like World War II, these were very difficult situations. So it could be for the first time, I think, that the king abdicates.
Yeah, it always creates chaos in the event, and no player creates more chaos than Richard Rapport, I would say. And while he may not be looking at second place, and if he wins, he will be still in the running for that second place. And I mean, Rapport, this guy is such an electric player. It doesn't always have to go his way, but it's always fun to look at his game. So we can bring up this game quickly. We'll keep an eye on the Caruana Duda game as well as the game between Nakamura and Firouzja. But this one, I mean, how can we not dive in? Because there's a king still on e8. It looks like white has all these pieces going after the king. It is black's turn. But what a mess.
I'm tongue-tied. I mean, I would point out, in such positions, I think the main contribution to a human can just be to make some observations. And perhaps those observations will help people make sense of how the game continues. So what do I see? First of all, the king on h1. It isn't as safe as it appears because that bishop on a7 is blocking its escape square. So you could conceive of a future where a queen, for example, appears on h5, queen d6 to h5. It's still not made. There's a bishop on f6 which would block, but it's something that you should always keep in mind. Any mating ideas. The bishop on d5 can be captured. I think a lot of people might look at it and say, well, wait a minute, I don't get it. Knight takes d5, ed, queen takes d5, I've won a pawn. But that doesn't tell the whole story. Anytime you have a pawn capture, which files open up? The e file opens up, and the e4 square frees up for white's knight. Knight e4 here, very dangerous possibility of a knight appearing on f6. It's anybody's game. So I think it's in Ding's best interest to actually keep the bishop alive on d5, as annoying as it is, and to try his best to somehow coordinate his pieces. Maybe trade that bishop off, but not with knight takes d5, but rather with bishop c8 to e6, and then maybe knight g6 and rook f7. So black is close to consolidating. Can Rapport keep the flames of his fire burning? And time on his clock.
Well, if I wouldn't have an account, I would create it today, just to hear Danny, so I agree. Well, I did create my Twitch account.
Yeah?
You're
so
HB.
Yes.
Mirror the HB.
You've solved the mystery. So, Almira, this position, Donnie was just saying how knight takes d5, so many people would look for material, but it's probably more important than to leave the e4 pawn there so the knight can't get to e4. So,
it's very important to keep this knight out of play. So I wasn't looking at knight d5, so I like your move bishop e6 or maybe knight g6. There are two possible moves here.
Yeah, knight g6 is pretty interesting. Keeps e5 defended. Bishop e6 can happen next, and if you're not careful, also rook f7 to follow once we get rid of this really annoying and strong bishop on d5.
Yes.
But while Ding Liren, he sits. Okay, don't move yet. Don't move Ding Liren because I want to send Danya to the telestrator because Richard Rapport, we know how exciting his chess is. There's a game from a Bundesliga many years back at this point, but what a game that was.
Well, Mira and I were discussing this before the show started. Richard Rapport has made a lot of fans at this tournament, and for very good reason. And he didn't acquire the playing style that he has yesterday. He's had it for many years. This game is from 2014. Almira was hoping for a King's Gambit, and not without grounds, because in 2014 against the German Grandmaster, I just want to show you the first couple of moves of this ridiculous game that can only be played by Richard Rapport. With the white pieces, he plays the King's Gambit. But that's not enough, because after Black accepts it, the standard move is knight f3. Standard is not in Richard Rapport's dictionary, and he plays the old move, knight c3. That's the Vienna defense. It's almost never been played in 100 years. His opponent responds with a check on h4. How crazy do you have to be to have a king on e2 by move 4 of the opening? Well, it gets crazier. His opponent blasts open the diagonal with d5. Rapport takes it, allowing a check on g4. But White's knight comes out to f3. Now his opponent, not to be outdone, sacrifices his rook with knight c6. This is only move 6. Richard Rapport is up a rook. He's got a king on e2. And just a couple more moves here to fully indicate how ridiculous this is. If Black had given a check on d4, the king would have been out on d3, and White is actually winning. So Black correctly plays knight e5. Or after knight takes c7 check, yeah, king d8, knight takes e8. This is all correct. Knight e5, queen e1 by Richard Rapport, offering a queen trade. And finally, after knight takes f3, White trades queens. Richard Rapport somehow stays alive with king e1, and you get this ridiculous position. Black eventually won the knight on a8, but Richard used his central pawns. He played d4, he took the pawn on f4, and he actually won the game. So this is but a small illustration of who Richard Rapport is as a chess player and who he has been as a chess player for many, many years.
Wow, what a game that was. What an opening. And I'm somewhat glad that that didn't happen today because every new player, every student of the game watching that would say, whoa, coach, I want to do that. That looks fun. And the coach's like, no, your king is going to be castled. It's going to be safe. But Almira, you picked out the game. Wow, wow, wow.
Well, and actually we discussed it with Dana, and he told me that he made an extensive analysis of this position, by the way. So I'm looking forward to this course, on the King's Gambit.
Yeah, I made a YouTube video on the King's Gambit for Black. And, I was trying to cover everything. And when I was covering knight c3, I actually had this very same position in my analysis where Rapport's opponent went wrong. But it wasn't a coincidence that he went wrong. Richard Rapport constantly gets these positions where you basically have to play insane computer moves in order to stay alive. And this position isn't too far removed from the kinds of positions Richard has been getting for decades now.
And there's a reason why Ding has spent 26 minutes pondering his choice.
Exactly.
He does not look calm. He can't be calm. Nobody can when your opponent is Richard Rapport. And we talked about some ideas like bishop to e6 or knight to g6. We do not want to vacate the e4 square by taking on d5, allowing that knight to hop forward. There's a king on e8, but as Danya pointed out, this queen at some point would like to get to a square like h5. That king on h1 could fall victim to a mating attack as well. So, Ding looked up at report. I wasn't quite expecting that. But let's take a moment to gather ourselves after such shocking tactics and see what's happening. Oh my gosh, the eval bars on the right side of the screen are getting sky high for both Duda and Nakamura.
Which game shall we jump into first? Well, we kind of know what's going on in the Duda game, but Hikaru has actually sacrificed an exchange. And it appears that this sacrifice is going to lead to Black's swift death. What's happening here?
Well, Hikaru was thinking how to follow it up, but if we just go back, h3 was played. Almira was clamoring for this idea of b5. c5 was Hikaru's choice, but that leaves this rook a little bit vulnerable, because if these rooks get disconnected from one another, then the rook on d5 will fall, which is what eventually happened in the game. Now, the move played was bishop f8. The engine didn't love that. To show the kind of understanding and restraint to play a5, that, I mean, wow, what a move. The point is that c5 becomes a quick target when you can play bishop f8, and finally knight takes e3. So a5 was an opportunity for Alireza, even though the position remained bad. But as we speed up here, look at this move, knight d4, and Hikaru literally doesn't care about that rook on d5.
He literally does not, and he plays knight takes d4. And that knight from d4 very likely to go to f5. Almira, is that a reasonable assumption that he's going to put the knight on f5?
Well, I would start with queen g4 first, because after knight f5, you still have the possibility of playing queen e4. Maybe it doesn't lose on the spot, but I would start with queen g4, knight f5, and then...
there he goes.
Trying to get this knight into f5. As Almira said, you don't allow the queen to e4 in this variation. The queen can go to c4. I think Black would desperately try to get a queen trade, but the attack rages on. We're not going to trade queens as white, that's for sure.
I think he played knight f5 straight away.
Okay. So he doesn't care about queen e4?
Literally. I guess he wants queen h5 in response to that. Gosh, this looks terrible for Black.
Yeah, because the attack just rages on. Queen h5.
Rook d8, maybe rook cd8.
Yeah, you want to make this work. And the one thing that white needs to do is not trade pieces. When you're down material, you often don't want to trade. And also, that could give Black access to the first rank and start a counterattack against the white king, because the bishop on f8 does take care of the checkmating square. So I think this rook, you can trade and probably still have an advantage, but you may also be able just to slide to an open file and go after another target.
God. Rook a3, another idea that's on the docket, and eventual rook flips. I think the key thing for people to understand here, Robert, Almira, is that white is not in a big hurry, right? When you're down material, a lot of people assume, I gotta do something now. Black cannot dislodge that knight from f5. He can't dislodge the queen from h5. Everything is stuck in mud, and Hikaru actually has 3 or 4 tempi to get stuff going on the king side.
Very good point. No rush here, because Black has no actual threats, no real ideas. And Alireza, we know how good he is, but Almira, it's looking like a position where it's almost hopeless.
Well, you're absolutely right, and that's why we have to have a look at the position which happened right before the exchange sacrifice, and you were pointing out this move a5, I think, which is
right here, a5,
which is probably Black's best chance in this position.
Yep, isolating that c5 pawn, preventing b4. But you can understand why Alireza went for the material. Like, at least now he can suffer for something, but, or as Yasser's friend liked to say, at least he's going to die with a full stomach.
Right. Yeah, he got some material for it, but a5, wow, what a clever idea that would have been. It does allow Black to stay in the game because you prevent white from getting connected pawns. And a pawn's best friend is another pawn. This pawn on c5 is going off to college, so his high school best friend is left behind, and this gives some chances here for Black to go after it. It's a really difficult move to play, especially without much time on the clock, and we see that Alireza down to 16 minutes and counting down. So, yeah, this is a problem for him, and the game is obviously no easier.
Well, I understand why he played knight d4, because when you're so low on time, you want to go for a concrete line. You can make a few moves, and to transpose to a different position. But here, it simply doesn't work.
Very straightforward for Hikaru. His position looks amazing. He's got a great knight in f5. As we venture back towards our bird's eye view, we see that Jan-Krzysztof Duda, I don't know whose knight is better, Hikaru's or Jan-Krzysztof's, because the knight on g5 looks every bit as good as Hikaru's knight on f5.
I mean, it looks like only a few more accurate moves are required for JKD to put the finishing touches. He looks like he's about to make a move. Is he going to grab on e6, or is he going to improve his position?
I know both those games have huge advantages, if not winning positions for white, but I can't take my eyes off the left side of the screen. Now Liren's king is on d7. Oh my gosh, I mean, that game is so fun, but Fabiano Caruana will bring his game up. He is not
I think knight takes
fun.
e6. No.
He's not having any fun here, but I mean, the knockout still isn't quite here yet.
You need to bring the other rook to the g file. Rook d3 and rook dg3.
Ooh, you're being a bully over here.
Can you start with rook g3, rook g1?
I believe you can. It's like you can get the salad before the main course, or you can get it with the main course, and either way, the attack is totally overwhelming.
I know you're a dessert guy first. You're eating those gummy bears before the show.
No, I'm not.
You ate gummy bears before lunch.
Gummy bears is not dessert.
That's
gummy
candy.
bears is a snack. Yeah, but gummy bears isn't really a candy.
Almira?
I don't want to be the judge. You
don't want to get between us.
Yes.
All right. Well,
People
either
in
way,
chat are probably going crazy right now.
Rook g3 is a very good move, just to double the rooks, and this h5 pawn will remain a target. So this queen will need to stay tethered to that pawn, otherwise the king on h8 will get mated.
Just know how it works. Then you will throw an appeal, so I have to overrule it. So
I'm just asking, what you thought. Gummy bears. Would you let your kids have that before eating a meal?
No, I wouldn't.
Aha!
Well, I wouldn't let my kids have a meal, but as a commentator, I am allowed certain privileges.
Well, there's nothing sweet in this position for Fabiano, as he is looking at Jan-Krzysztof, and Jan-Krzysztof, he's played a great game. And something I was thinking about was if Duda had won the opening game of the tournament when he had a huge advantage against Richard Rapport, it would have been a very different event for him, most likely. I mean, he had a great position after 7 or 10 moves in the opening because Rapport didn't handle it very well. So if he had just nursed that advantage or actually maximized his chance in that game, we probably wouldn't be looking at Duda in last place with a win after 9 rounds. I think we would have seen a very different Jan-Krzysztof.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, and Almira, I'll pass it to you. But to that point, I just also want to tack on the fact that I think chess fans tend to think of things very deterministically. They think, okay, if this is how Duda did, that means he's in bad form. That means in any other alternate reality, he also would have done badly. I think you're pushing back on that assumption, and I completely agree. A lot of times, things don't always come down to chance. Yes, form plays a role, but a big part of it really is that first round. Maybe even one moment in that first round, and had that one moment gone differently, had Ding capitalized on a slightly better position against Nepo in round 1, we might be talking about a completely different tournament there. So, Almira, do you agree with that way of thinking as well?
I do agree with that, and I also think that it's a very different game. Like when you ask yourself questions, should have, could have, like as a chess player, when you analyze your games later on, like why did I do this? Why did I do that? But you're taking these decisions under enormous pressure. So.
And for players, often one win sets them in motion. And none other than Magnus Carlsen. There have been events where he's drawn the first 4 games in Tata Steel and Vaikanze. and then he gets that first win, and then he goes like 6 out of 7 the next bunch of games.
Magnus on the decline. He's not winning any more tournaments. All he does is draw games.
But, for players who have a very fighting style, someone like Jan-Krzysztof Duda, often all it takes is one win, and then he feels like, all right, I got that victory. Now I am a little freer. I don't have to sit here thinking, when am I ever going to win? And to this point in the tournament, that's probably been weighing on him, that he's the only player now who hasn't won a game. And he picked a terrible time for Fabiano, but a great time for himself.
It was also true for Alireza Firouzja. He needed this win. He needed desperately to win a game, but it came too late.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Excuse me.
And he is taking his time in this position. Very patient. He's got 25 minutes, plenty of time. He realizes, of course, how close he is to winning this game. I think the fact that this is his first win, or potentially his first win, adds to his anxiety level, maybe making him take a little bit more time than he normally would. But I am fully expecting rook g3 or rook d3 in the next minute or two. He brings the other rook to g1. And the problem is that if black's queen moves away from g6, then there's going to be all sorts of tactics, starting with a sack on e6 and ending with a deflection check on f7. And all this time, black's knight has remained on a5, a passive spectator. And now the bishop is a passive spectator as well.
That knight on a5, wow. I mean, what can be said about it that hasn't already been said? It just never has been in the game. Ever since he got there, it never had a chance.
That's how difficult it took, to come back from Siberia.
Right. No flights.
I've been to Khanty-Mansis twice, and I made it back, but yeah, that was quite a trek. Well, Jan-Krzysztof here, he's at the board, focusing. It's his turn. He knows that the end is near if he plays this accurately. He also has plenty of time, so let's maybe take a step back. We've talked about his tournament to this stage, and it hasn't been going well for him. It has been going well for Hikaru Nakamura in this game, but I mean, there's a king on d7, right? That king on d7 in Liren's position.
Mm-hmm.
My eyes are just, it's like a magnet, It's like I can't help.
You can't take your eyes off that game.
Wow, what a game between these two. And that's the great part of having Richard Rapport and Liren in the tournament, is that they're always going to fight. Liren, a couple of rounds ago, he kind of had to make a quick draw because he had the black pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi, but if given the choice, he will always play on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you could sense his disappointment when Jan was going for that drawish line. I think I could just sense the chagrin that Ding felt because there was nothing he could do, and he wanted to fight white pieces, black pieces. He's an incredibly objective player. He is a fighter, and he doesn't let a string of bad results get to him. Notice that he lost the first game. He had all those disappointing games where he missed wins. It has not impacted his play in the least, and I think we should give him a lot of credit for not letting these disappointing results get to him and affect the objectivity of his play.
Robert, Daniel, what do you think? Is he aiming for king c6, king b6, king a7, and something that dangerous?
If given the time, and look at his little chair. I always like that he's the only one who has decided that he doesn't want those really tall chairs. But Almira just mentioned king c6, king b6, and even king to a7 to find some safety, and that could be a future for that king.
Maybe the king is safe on d7, but it feels, a bit vulnerable there as well. So I can't play queen e2, king g4 immediately because the bishop is hanging on f6. So should I start with a bishop move?
Like bishop h4.
Bishop h4.
That's interesting. That also clears the path for the queen to potentially go to f7.
But then you can go king c6.
Yeah, we are. As soon as you made your move, I had it ready. I didn't care what move you said that wouldn't have blundered anything with king c6. I'm going here. It's a good move.
It is.
So when I suggested it, I thought that it was completely crazy.
It only takes 2 moves, though. That's the thing. Robert.
Yes?
I would like to draw your attention to the monitor
You think I ever listened to the chat polls that say that gummy bears, 80% of people said it's a snack?
I knew everybody would have my
13%
back.
said it's a health food?
It is.
What?
I mean, you do need sugar to survive.
I don't know what kind of gummy bears the chat has been eating, but it's the type that makes them think like that. That's what it seems like.
Oh. I wonder what kind of gummy bears those are.
Oh, goodness. Well, I disagree with that. And, gosh, of course they side with Danya. Always the case.
Thank you, Chad. I knew you'd have my back.
Almira, I guess, we'll have to be the adults in the room.
Well, don't count on me.
Amira's abstaining from this discussion.
She's wisely doing
He's
so.
trying to corrupt me.
Oh, I know. I know what kind of devious tricks this guy's up to, but what kind of devious tricks is Report up to? Whoa!
Knight c4, sacrificing a knight. The pawn can just simply capture it, but the point is that once this d pawn captures in response, there is an open d file. The king on d7 is not happy. Oh my
Only
goodness.
Report can play such a move.
What a move. Okay, we need to analyze this a bit because
right.
There's a knight that's hanging here. So b takes, d takes, and next move for white is c5 because I want to move your queen away so I can play bishop takes e5, exploiting the fact that this bishop will be pinned. Oh my goodness.
I would also add that bishop a4 check is now a very serious possibility as a consequence of the b5 pawn moving away. Report without hesitation, taking the knight.
Yeah, Ding takes it, and
we are in for a
back.
barn burner here.
Oh my gosh, what a position this is. Like, what does black even do here?
King c6, no. King c6, c5.
Right. That pawn push is going to be devastating.
You might have to give up some material here to stave off the... I mean, c5 is a massive threat.
Oh, but I see what you're thinking. So rook c6 prevents c5 because this bishop is under attack. And bishop a4 will win this rook. But considering the fact that black took a piece for merely one pawn, if you do in fact take that rook when my king moves out the way, after bishop takes c6, maybe knight takes c6, and if we look at the material count, it's 2 minor pieces for rook and pawn, and neither king is safe.
And after white plays b5, the king will be even more unsafe.
Oh my gosh.
And then c5. What an idea.
This is awesome chess.
Yeah, can you show this line? b5, knight a5. Black should take, I think, ab, because if knight a5, there's c5. That pawn is poisonous this way and that way because of the pin on the c file and the d file. And it is anybody's game here.
I think both players deserve a ton of credit, but only one player can win if there's a decisive result. Almira, I mean, this is a spectacle.
Well, I'm out of words because I'm trying to calculate the lines, and this is total chaos.
Well, Report is the agent of chaos. He's a much kinder soul than the Joker, but the type of chess he plays just throws people into a situation where they will never quite feel comfortable. So,
rook c6 might be the
our production team. Wow, they had that ready.
Yeah, that came out the second you said Joker.
It's not the first time I've made that connection, but wow, that is also the Joker wears those kinds of
I could see
bright
Joker
suits.
wear that outfit.
It's via Anton Squared Me. Thank you to Anton Squared Me, who always produces great content, and this tweet that lives up to the reputation. So, oh my gosh.
I'm just mesmerized by that.
Oh gosh. Not even the Batman can save you from the Report Joker.
So, more I look at this position, I get the feeling that rook c6 is not an easy move to find. So what are the options here?
Are there any other appealing alternatives, I guess is the question?
So c5 is the threat, then you want to take queen e7 and play bishop d5? Is that the concrete line?
Well, where's your king going? Because bishop takes e5 will also fall.
Queen f. I mean, if you go to e8, then c5, bishop e5, and queen f7 is mate.
Oof. I'll show that.
Yes, let's...
C5, if you move your queen to, say, C6. After bishop takes E5, you can't afford to take back because queen F7 is check and mate.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch.
So you can't go there, you can't go to C6, you can't make a king move. And you can't make a queen move because that only exacerbates bishop takes C5.
Great featured tweet here, featured chat, I should say. Fortunate Nate says, some people just want to watch the board burn. That's awesome. Great Joker reference and report. I mean, knight C, can we just go back and just do an instant replay? Knight C4, are you kidding me?
Rook C6 played, by the way, ding, remaining on top. But no, move is incredible.
This game is just super exciting. And actually, I don't want to leave this game, especially with reports such as time travel. It is move 34, report down to 8 minutes, and it's wildly complex. But if we take a step back, we zoom out for a moment here. Fabiano Caruana still fighting, Alireza Firouzja also fighting, and both those players could lose, could have their game end at any moment, but they're trying their best.
Wait a minute. Oh, no, never mind. I thought there was a cool tactic in the Fabi game, but it doesn't quite work. In the Hikaru game, over on the bottom right, he's played his bishop from e3 to h6, trying to eliminate the only defender of Black's king.
Look at that body language.
He's put his suit on, or has he?
No,
he's not. He's not.
Jack
Sorry.
in the chair.
His blazer, whatever it's called.
But look at him. He's like slumped over. I'll bring that game up here on the screen. And this king on G8 Almira, the rook did come to A1. This brings more firepower to the attack.
Well, you're absolutely right.
Honestly, this game wasn't. I mean, after G takes F6, it wasn't even close. It was totally one-sided.
And I think maybe Alireza wanted to win too badly. Could you make that argument that he came in today wanting to beat Hikaru? He was, at that moment, he could have played queen takes F6 and probably solved the opening without too many problems, but instead he chose a path that simply got him into trouble.
Yeah. I remember a discussion a couple of years ago with my good friend Vladimir Fedoseev. Both of us had been playing Hikaru a lot on Online Blitz. We were trying to strategize, which openings tend to be more successful, which less. And he said a very profound phrase. He said, Hikaru is extremely good at punishing bad pawn structures. If you actually look at Hikaru's structures, they're always healthy. Look at his pawn structure. B4, C5, pawn chain. One pawn island on the king side. Look at Black's pawn structure. So G takes F6, I completely agree with you, Robert. I think he tried to force it. I think he sensed an opportunity to unbalance the position. He knew that Hikaru wasn't feeling too comfortable because he'd just taken 45 minutes. And instead of playing the position, he overcooked it, he overdid it. And Hikaru still has to win, but I think Rook A3 basically finishes the game.
And Alireza down to 4 minutes and 16 seconds for now 12 moves remaining. For him. And as we look at the time control, you get an extra hour after the 40th move. It's only White's 28th move right now. So really big difficulties ahead for Alireza on the board, on the clock. And as Danya's saying, he's calling it. It's over with this rook coming to G3. And that means this king is, it's going to be checkmated, right? This is just taking advantage of the fact that there are no defenders over here.
There isn't a single, there is a check on B1 or U1, but king H2 and that's it. Alireza might simply resign here.
Jeez. Look at Hikaru. He's like, this game, he's waiting for Alireza to resign.
He's saying we both know it's over.
But also, I was thinking that maybe the pandemics created a very different species. The chess players were playing so many online games and they were mostly rapid and blitz. So the way they are taking decisions now are profoundly altered, So this seems like a move which would make in a blitz game, G takes F6. But in a classical game, White have more than enough time in order to find, what is the best positional approach.
And all of the illustrious players from the Zurich 1953 tournament, I don't think a single one would play G takes F6. It's a very different brand of chess. As you're saying, And for Alireza Firouzja, he's going to regret that move because he could have played queen takes and it would have been fine.
He would have been up on time. And it's not like after queen takes f6, the game ended in a draw. Yeah, it was an equal position, but it was still full of life. Maybe there was something there he didn't like, but this is going to be discussed and rediscussed for a long time after this game because that really was the decision after which everything started going downhill.
Yeah, it went downhill very fast, and it's in some ways a bit similar to the game between Duda and Caruana, where, I mean, for Fabiano Caruana, he barely got out the opening, it felt like, and for Alireza Firouzja, his opening was fine, right? Like the general principles were followed, and then he stopped following them for one move, and now his king on h8 is just devastated. Look at this.
2 minutes for 12 moves? Ugh.
No, this is
Those rooks are completely useless.
Totally impotent.
You cannot play rook d3 because the bishop on f8 is hanging, so you cannot exchange like a pair of rooks to survive a few more moves. So.
I'll show one quick variation. I know Alireza is still trying to figure this out, but there's a reason why he's using all of his time, and he might just resign in a couple turns, because if he tries to bring his rook back to c7, right, this f7 pawn's under attack, after rook g3, and you try to play queen c6, let me just defend all possible weak squares, there is a very forcing checkmate. I can play rook g8 check, actually, which is super nice.
Queen g4, bishop g7, wow.
I can also just play queen g4 right away, which threatens queen g8 mate, and if you trade, I have queen g7 and queen g8 as checkmate threats, and you just can't stop it.
Goodbye. And Alireza, as we're speaking, is down to 1 minute. Even if he wasn't lost, he literally wouldn't have been able to make all of the moves in this time control. So he might resign simply in this position.
Yeah, he knows it's over, and he can look across at Hikaru, who's just thinking about his next stream, perhaps.
Or where to go for dinner. What to order, paella, gazpacho. Lots of great Spanish food here. Alireza has taken the bishop.
Pawn on b4.
Okay, rook g3.
This rook just comes right over here to g3. This pawn's hanging. There isn't too much that needs to be talked about at this point. It's Hikaru letting his moves do the talking.
And he's not going to wait. He's not going to torture Alireza for very long. He's going to play pretty quickly here, I think. Apparently, it's made in 9, we're being told.
I would have thought it was sooner. I guess to delay the mate, at some point, Black will throw in like a rook d1 check and a rook h1 check or whatever, but yeah, at this point, it's just over. And Hikaru Nakamura, what a game by him. He played Title Tuesday yesterday that he streamed. That's how he used his rest day, and to great effect.
The work never stops. And after a painful, painful loss against Timur, with the black piece is a game that he really was hoping not to lose. To bounce back like this is the sign of someone who's supremely confident in himself and really is the sign of a fighter.
And I just want to note that speaking of fighting, not on screen right now, but Fabiano Caruana is still fighting. Alireza is down to his final seconds, so we will let this game come to its conclusion. I mean, Hikaru may spend a bit of time, but he's going to bring that rook over, swing it to g3. But Fabiano, he's still in this game.
Wow. That's honestly hard to believe, but we're looking at some of the boards here. We're looking at our bird's eye view. Caruana game is up on the top right. But the 4 minutes, Robert, Amira, coupled with the 3 pieces on the g-file, it still looks really, really bad.
Yeah, the knight trying to get back into the game, but okay, Hikaru Nakamura, bottom right here, trades bishops, queen h6.
And rook g3.
Yeah,
easy.
Queen h6, rook g3 to follow, and the problem for black is that you just don't have pieces to defend your king. So we can show just really quickly here after queen h6, and there it is. Actually, we're not going to show it. We'll let Hikaru Nakamura do it. He doesn't need us. He doesn't even need to look at the board.
Yeah, Alireza, I mean, he can give a totally meaningless check on e1, and then one more if he wants it, but there's the finishing touch with rook g3, and black actually takes on c5 with check, but even that doesn't help. White simply plays king h2.
Wow. 25 seconds. Will Firouzja even make another move? That's the question that we have to ask now, but he is about to lose on time. He's about to lose on the board. His king is getting checkmated, just like has happened against Jan-Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, he is not going to make another move. No, he is. I apologize.
Okay, well, he made it with just a couple seconds on the clock, and he immediately resigns. Hikaru Nakamura, in just his second classical game ever against Alireza Firouzja, he says the old guard is not to be denied. The future is bright for Alireza, but today is not his day.
Not even close. It really wasn't even close. What a performance by Hikaru. A good opening choice. Great time management. Positional play. The exchange sacrifice. This had all the ingredients of a lovely game.
All the ingredients of the Botvinnik school, I would say, you know. And
whoa!
Let's get back to those games.
I mean, first of all, the Ding Liren report game just zeros on the eval bar. That game
the C5 thing happened.
Report only has 2 minutes, and Caruana's 2 minutes 46 seconds. For Caruana, he has made 34 moves, and for report, he has made 39. So that one's about to reach time control, so they will get into a think. But we have to stay on this game between the player in second place, and look at the eval bar.
Oh my god!
You know, it's lifting some weights.
How did Fabi get all of his pieces to the king? And he played Almira's move b6, so he's finally ready. He finally found a flight out of Siberia to New York.
Gosh.
Well, I wouldn't call it New York yet, but at least b7 is the start of civilization.
Almira, I mean, for Duda, how nervous do you think he is right now?
Well, he should be rather nervous because he has to find a way to conclude, you know. So I'm looking for a move like rook f3 because I need to exchange something here and to bring the knight from h2, maybe rook f3 and knight hf3.
Yeah, just to bring this knight.
Yes, bring this knight into play, but on the other hand, and also like to protect my rook on g1 and to attack the e6 pawn at the same time, sort of a combination of ideas.
The problem is that I can sort of call your bluff, and I could go knight b7 here. I could say, all right, you know what? Take my pawn, play queen takes e6. I'll trade queens, and if you showed Caruana this endgame compared to what he had about 7 moves ago, he would have embraced this with openers. Give me this, please.
Yeah, to get here, to survive the game long enough to be in a pawn down endgame. And by the way, let's look at what that pawn is. It's on f2, which seems very hard to push with the bishop and pawn lined up, and these queenside pawns may become vulnerable later. So Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he has made the move rook 1 to g2, a very mysterious move. What's the point of it?
Rook 1 g2. Maybe it's to get to time control. But Duda's the one with 10 minutes.
And Fabiano brings his knight, I think, back to b7.
Wait a minute. Does he have something crazy here?
Because I was thinking, can he take on e6 and then because of rook g3, rook g1, there will all checks. So, but well, this is certainly not the line. But
well, knight h7.
Oh my
gosh.
my
god, that was the idea. After rook takes g3, he takes on f6, and that's why he brought the rook to g2.
That is
holy
ridiculous because now the queen's in check, and as you said, the rook's on g2 can't be captured on g1. After rook h3, it's rook g8, checkmate. So it would be even material, but mate, that ends the game. And oh my gosh, knight
what
h7.
An idea! And if you take with a queen, then obviously there's rook takes g7. So you have to go rook f g6.
Oh goodness, and that actually keeps black in the game.
Very much so.
This is kind of what white wants: is that we could keep trading rooks. But instead I can just bring my knight back, e6 a target, queen f3 in the near future, which also threatens knight f7, I might add. So it's not going to be that simple for Fabiano, but we can see that the eval bar, I mean, it was higher in the past.
Oh, it was much higher. Fabiano is in as good of shape as he's been in the last 15 moves, really. If he can hold this down, get to move 40, he's going to have realistic drawing chances.
All that he achieved, Jan-Krzysztof, is an exchange of rooks, which I wanted to do with rook f3.
Right.
Only knight h7 was such a spectacular move, especially in the time trouble. You know, he was trying to stun Fabiano.
Wow, knight h7.
He
You don't
lost.
get to see that move very often when it can be captured by 3 different black pieces, but it wasn't actually on pre because there's too much pressure down the G file. So, that was a cool move by Duda, but it's funny. You make this tactic, you think, I'm going to win. Your opponent responds, and now you're thinking, and you're like, what did that really accomplish? So I wonder if Duda is a bit upset that he played such a cool move and it hasn't paid dividends. There it was. He looked away, and he needs to be careful, because if he tries too hard to win, and let's say he moves his knight back to G5, and in comes the black knight to C5, we're not just talking about Fabiano saving the game. There's so much going on in the position that if Duda doesn't get his head on right, he could even lose this game.
And again, the body language, right? I don't usually love talking about it, but with Duda specifically, he's shaking his head. He's doing that thing again, and he has to make sure not to fall into here we go again mode. Here we go again, another position that I screwed up. And when you start negatively self-talking like that, you know what happens next, Robert. You make more mistakes. He's still much better. He has to keep his composure. These next 4 moves until time control are critical.
Oh, he looks so upset. Amir, like, as we look at his face here, it's kind of red, and he's just shaking his head. What do you think? Can he still get it done?
Well, he just realized that he has nothing more than, changing the rooks in this position, so he has to play rook g6, I think. Rook g6, and then knight g5 back.
Right, just bring the knight back here. But isn't it hard to admit that?
Of course, it's one of the hardest thing in chess.
Yeah.
And you made a mistake, or like you have to go back. One thing that comes to mind, that you have the f3 square for your queen. So after trading your rooks, playing knight g5, you will have the possibility to play queen f3 and to attack the h5 pawn.
Yeah, that would be really nice. So just to show that the rook on g3 is actually blocking in that white queen on h3. So bring the knight back, because now it's going to be captured. And next move, queen f3 becomes available. So for black, you're going to need to figure out how to deal with that. You probably are going to have to bring your queen to somewhere like e8, so that when the queen, in fact, does come to f3, you can go rook to g7, covering f7, covering h5. And it's just amazing how Fabiano has coordinated his pieces to miraculously cover every
It's
vulnerable
crazy.
square.
Although there is this idea of knight f1, knight g3, which at least visually looks really, really nasty. And I guess after knight f1, black can attempt bishop e7 maybe. It really is crazy that black is holding everything down. It looks like there has to be some sort of a tactic. There has to be a capture of some sort, but he's making it happen.
There's just so many threats in this position, and Fabi has less than 2 minutes on his clock, so
I'm afraid that Duda might go knight g5.
I think so too. And one of the reasons you play knight g5 is we see that this move 37 is on the clock for white, so only 36 moves played, is knight g5, it doesn't trade pieces because Fabiano doesn't have much time. And so you may think, I'll play knight g5, that way you don't have the easy response to get closer to move 40. But knight g5, then this knight comes into c5, and as we were saying just a moment ago, like, this could be a position where Fabiano not just stabilizes, but can think about playing for more.
this could be a turning point of the game.
He did trade rooks.
He did indeed.
Now the big question is he going to go knight g5 now? I think he is. And knight f6 here. Is that...
I just move my queen to f7, I guess.
I take g6, I take e6, and I have no threats there.
Yeah.
I guess that's the point.
And just to show that queen f7.
Ooh, but that is tempting, though.
He's doing it.
No, I think he went knight g5.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay, but I was just showing...
Or did he? Wait.
Queen takes e6.
He did.
Apparently, this is completely level. I mean, what a situation this would have been. But you're right. He went knight to g5 instead. And the knight now is nicely protected rather than a weird square like f6. And Fabiano goes rook f6. Okay, he wants his rook coming down to f4.
Okay. That's a reasonable move. And knight c5, I think, is next.
Mm-hmm.
And there is no immediate discovery, right? That's critical. If the e4 pawn wasn't there, there would be knight e4. But as it stands, the knight has absolutely no prospect other than to remain on g5.
And everyone should remain glued to their computers, their phones. you should be watching this because it's about to be move 40, but the player's in time trouble. And we'll also have Hikaru after the time control, so you will certainly not want to miss that. But right now, will Fabiano even make it to move 40? He only has 1 minute and 14 seconds left. Almira, Duda still looks really upset here.
He looks very upset, but he needs to find two very difficult moves in this position. First of all, he's getting very low on time himself. And I don't want to allow rook f4.
Yeah, eventually this is going to be a big pain.
Is there any way? I want to play queen f3, so maybe.
Yeah,
someday.
You want to get that queen there. I mean, knight f1 is still, is still in play. That knight f1, knight g3. The problem is if you get a knight to g3 while the queen sits on h3, that's really awkward.
What move did he just play?
F4!
And it's the best move, and it's plus 3 for white.
Now, we saw that was recommended, but oh my goodness, is the idea e takes f4, e5, and then knight gf3? Oh my god.
Oh, this queen is in the wrong place. That's the problem for Fabiano. Rook takes f4, allows knight takes e6, which hits the rook and the queen at the same time.
He went knight c5.
He went knight c5 and did so quickly, but he couldn't take on f4 with the pawn either. Even though it looks like a free pawn, after e5 with a fork, the bishop takes on e5, and then this knight on g5. It can go back to f3 and go to e4, but I think even stronger somehow is Almira's queen f3, because queen hits b7, loose pieces drop off. The fact that Jan-Krzysztof just could see that shows that he's a tactical wizard.
That's nuts. And now after knight c5, can't he just take on e5 and again go knight gf3?
So in the game position, you're asking after knight c5, can you just take on e5?
And then move the knight from g5 to f3. The queen cannot move away and defend the bishop at the same time. If there was no c7 pawn, you would have the move queen b8, ironically enough. Wow. I think this ends the game. It wins a piece.
Oh my gosh.
And Duda's going to see it. And he did. And he took. And Fabi might simply resign after knight gf3. Unbelievable. And Duda earned this win. I think we can safely say that. Duda earned it.
f4. He looks so upset. And then he uncorks f4? JKD. Not joking around today.
And Fabi with nothing else to do but to take. And knight gf3. It ends it. It wins the bishop.
Unbelievable. What a move, f4.
What a roller coaster, but at the end of the day. And he saw that while shaking his head. I guess he's still disappointed in his technique. But it's better to be disappointed when you've just beaten Fabiano.
Yeah. That was unbelievable stuff. Knight h7, f4. And now that they've made time control, as has the other game, we are going to head out for a quick break. Don't you go anywhere.
Nope.
Just because we're going on a break doesn't mean that you should do the same. Well, you can for like 2 minutes. But when we return, we will have Hikaru Nakamura. You certainly want to hear his thoughts after a great victory over Alireza Firouzja. We'll be right back here from 2020 FIDE Candidates Round 10, live from Madrid.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at Chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, Chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Joined in studio by the one, the only Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, congratulations! That was a great win.
No, thank you. It was yeah, it seemed like a pretty smooth game overall, despite some big time usage by both of us in the opening, I guess you could say.
So, would you say that Title Tuesday was great preparation for today?
I don't know if Title Tuesday was great preparation, but kind of just playing Blitz. I just took on d4 and went knight f5 without even really thinking. And if I hadn't played Blitz yesterday, maybe I would have used more time to do it. So. I thought it was just very well played. I think the main thing is Alireza, when he thought forever to take on f6 with a pawn, I think he thought he was better. I think he thought he was better and he's trying to press for the win. And then he kind of had to realize he's worse. And I think mentally it was very hard for him to recover from that. And he just kind of went down without a fight.
Two related questions. There were another surprise in the opening, which was knight c6. Could you walk us through your immediate reactions to, first of all, knight c6, and then sort of blow by blow, what were you thinking after g takes f6?
Yeah, so I mean, the thing is when he played knight c6, there are a couple of things. I don't know, actually go back instead of knight c6. Yep. If black plays bishop e7, bishop c4, bishop e6, bishop b3, knight c6. I think I had this against Alireza in the World Rapid in it was Moscow in 2019. I think I had this exact position. So like during the game when he played knight c6, I had looked at something very briefly yesterday on this move, and then I just chose over the board to do something different. And so I played bishop c4, bishop e6, and then I thought, okay, because he took 10 minutes to play knight c6, then he plays bishop e6 immediately. I realized that he was trying to transpose into sort of our game or some line that I wasn't really expecting. And so therefore I just decided to play knight d5. Mainly I did it because I didn't see anything wrong with it. I suspect it's probably a pretty silly move objectively. I think black should be fine. But I didn't see a reason that I'm like worse or anything, so I thought, okay, whatever, I get out of prep and just play chess. And then he used time. Yeah, he played rook c8, and I used like 20 minutes because I really didn't want to take on f6. I basically wanted to be like, I wanted to play bishop b6 maybe. Yeah, like I want to go something like bishop b6 was one idea, or even knight g5 actually instead. Actually, go back. Yeah, sorry. Knight g5. Yeah, but then he plays bishop d5, knight d5. And I mean, I spent forever trying to make pawn takes work because queen takes d5, queen a5 is just a draw. I mean, black maybe is marginally better even, but I mean, shouldn't be anything special. But I spent forever trying to make pawn takes. Queen a5. I think queen a5 and then like c3, knight e7, and something like knight e4. Knight takes d5 and like queen g4 or something like this. Like I really wanted to play this, and after like rook d8 or rook c6, just castles and who cares? They're all caution to the wind. But I mean, I kind of realized that objectively this has to be bad. I mean, this is probably what you would play against in a blitz game. Yeah, you would like this position. I mean, it's probably unpleasant if you don't have like a lot of time here with black. I mean, you can't go bishop e7. I mean, it feels tricky, but with correct play, it should obviously just be winning for black. So I took forever, and then I'm like, okay, you know what? I'll just be simple and just play just standard moves with knight f6. And then when Alireza didn't take right away, I realized that he was going to take with the pawn and try to be ambitious. And I think it just ends up being a mistake. I think for whatever reason after pawn takes, I think he just assumed that I was going to have to trade on e6 or something of that nature. And I just don't end up having to do that, and he just ends up a little bit worse, I think. Although it's funny, computer says I'm supposed to take on e6? Huh. And play like c3. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, black gets this big center here. Maybe f5, maybe d5. I mean,
but also the engine, I guess, doesn't have the depth that.
And we thought bishop b3 was very strong practically, also.
Yeah. I mean, I saw some structures like this, and I thought it's probably okay, but it's like, why do I want to do this? It's better be principled. So bishop b3. And I thought after bishop b3, this I thought was the moment where Alireza, I mean, I don't know if maybe knight a5 is just bad, but I thought knight a5 was really the only try here. I thought after knight a5, bishop d5, knight c4, white's probably better somehow after castles, knight b2, queen b1. But I wasn't 100% sure. Like trade on d5, knight c4, queen b7, and like queen d7 maybe. Queen a6 and f5. I mean, f5, rook a, b1. I mean, this is kind of what I saw something like this. And I thought it should be good, but I wasn't sure. But once he went knight e7, I mean, the reason that I think knight e7 was bad is because at this point, he was still ahead on the clock. But after knight e7, I play like 5 moves without having to think. I mean, I just castle, and the next, castles, and he has to go like this and d5, and it just, I mean, it's bad because if you compare this to, say, the Shevchnikov, there's a line where you play knight e7 early to force knight f6, but I think black always has the possibility to castle queenside. And I kind of realized during the game that when I compare this one to the Shevchnikov with the rook on c8 and no castles, no castling queenside, it should just be better for white objectively.
Yeah, it was a costly, and in a way, comparing that to costly tempo. Rook c8 is such a natural move, but as you're saying, you lose that right. So as the game continued here, Hikaru, it looked like, after queen e2, very principled.
Yeah.
Where was the moment where you felt like it was better for you, and then you were taken to the next level? I
mean, I basically thought here already it's better, and the main reason is because the time had already evened out. I knew Alireza when he took with the pawn, thought he was better and he wasn't. And then I have this very obvious idea, just stack the rooks on the d file, and I mean, I basically played all these moves almost instantly, and the problem is I just don't know what black is supposed to do here, really. I mean, it just looks bad. I wasn't sure what he's supposed to do, just to, I mean, maybe develop the way he did, but I think it's already just very, very hard to play. And I mean, he played bishop g7, which is a human move, of course. I actually thought he probably should play rook g8, and then, I don't know, like g3, bishop e7 or something. But again, also for a human, like, you also feel kind of stupid because the king is just sitting on e8 here. So eventually you assume something bad is going to happen in the center, like rook d5, rook d1, maybe queen c2. I mean, again, computer probably says there are no problems because you can go rook d5, rook d8, of course. But I mean, I don't think it was practical because, again, from the get-go, when he took with the pawn, he thought he was better. Right. I could definitely feel that he thought he was better. He felt very aggressive, and then to kind of have to come to the realization you're not better, and then suddenly defend a position where not only are you like you're not just a little worse, you're much worse, and there are no clear ideas. I think it was just too much for him. And what he did in the game, I mean, I just didn't really. What he did made sense to me. It's what I expected, but again, I mean, I don't know if you're supposed to just like knight e7, maybe rook d7, and then what? Rook c7. I mean, okay, this is insane. Yeah.
And it's also, the evaluation is still sky high for white.
Yeah.
d6, yeah.
No, I mean, I just don't know what black is really supposed to do. There's no counterplay, and it's just a bad Shevchnikov, basically. That's what it's kind of turned into here. And I mean, I don't know if h3 was best, but I thought, okay, it creates a square for the king. And also it supports g4, because I really wanted to play g4 instead of h3. But if I go g4 right away, then he has like knight e7, rook d6, queen e4, and maybe the queen can go to g6. Maybe there's f5, h5 somewhere. I mean, it's still probably, again, I have knight g5.
f3, Jesus.
Oh man, knight g5, wow, okay.
How did you miss that? Such an obvious idea.
That's beautiful.
That is really good. Just to show everybody so they understand what's happening here is f3, and this queen on e4 is trapped in the center of the board.
That's very nice. Yeah.
I think you can forgive yourself for not spotting that from like 8 moves away.
Yeah, so I mean, that's why I played h3, was because I thought I'd just support g4, just play like a logical move, create space for the king, go for g4, move later. And yeah, after c5, this was the last moment of the day. I guess he could have tried a5. I think if he had played a5 here, I was actually going to just go g4. And I wasn't really sure. I mean, what's he supposed to play? Knight Knight d4 is okay here, huh? Because I played g4, so now I no longer have my queens. Yeah, there's
queen
no path to h5 or g4 or anything. Maybe then this is actually quite reasonable for black to play a5. But yeah, still queen c2, queen c2, queen e6, and yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it should still be better for white, but yeah, there's no clear-cut path. So this was the last moment, but I expected what he did because, again, at this point, he's getting low on time. There's no increment. Position is bad, and basically what he does, either I'm going to win or I'm not going to win. But it's like it's going to be very clear-cut one way or the other. So I kind of understood this idea, and yeah, I just played. I didn't see the win in all the lines right away, but I just assumed that. I thought that at the very worst, I'll always be able to draw with some bishop h6 takes, knight takes, and with the knight and the queen, there's no risk of losing. So I thought, why not just play it? And I mean, I think queen e4 is maybe the last mistake. Maybe he can go queen c4. I think after queen h5 it's still winning, but I thought maybe here he can somehow try to go some e4, rook e5 or something. I mean, like rook d8 first. Yeah, rook c d8 first. Yeah, rook a1, and then maybe you can try to get some e4, rook e5. I think it's still too slow. But with the queen on e4, there's no plan to dislodge the knight from f5. So I think after queen e4, it was just lost basically. I didn't see anything after this.
Yeah, rook a1 is really nice, and then rook a3, rook g3.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can probably even be slower with like some king h2. But once I saw, I mean, basically it took me a while to spot that after bishop h6, knight h6, king g7, rook a3, that on f5 there's queen g5. Because actually for a while I was looking at knight f5, but after knight f5, king h8, there's actually not a win. Or maybe it's still winning somehow. But I mean, for probably like 3 or 4 minutes, I was like, how's there no win in this position? Then I realized just queen g5 instead of knight f5, and it's quite simple.
Knight f5.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Wow. Yeah, so I mean, there was nothing really that he could have done differently at this point. I think it's just he tried to be creative, and I mean, it's a beautiful forced mate here with just like queen c5, king h2, and just just queen g7 next move. I mean, the knight on f5 just it wins the game basically. So it's very nice to win the game like that, and also to win a game where it seemed like it was pretty smooth. Because the other games that I played were not what I would call smooth. The game against Fabiano, probably I should have won that around move 40. Instead, I made a real mess out of that. So it was quite nice to convert what seemed like a pretty smooth game today.
I have a question, sort of what you were mentioning about your preparation. You felt like he was trying to transposition back to familiar territory, and against Jan Nepomniachtchi early in the event, it seemed like he had a line prepared, and then when Jan deviated, he went in the think tank and got in trouble. So do you think that's his youth showing, or what's happening when players like you and Jan are playing a move that comes unexpectedly to him?
I mean, it's hard for me to know because I don't know what his preparation was before the event, but I would kind of think that since he had so much time off, something like 9 months to prepare, probably he's been looking at so many lines up to like move 30 and different openings, and then when you get surprised at the board, I suspect that he was not really expecting it, or he's not used to it, and his reactions haven't been the best. So it's just it's tough, and also, I mean, to be fair though, I think after winning, if he hadn't won the last round, I'm not so sure he would have done what he did today. But after winning, he wanted to try to be aggressive, and again, as we've seen now, I think like in my game against Timur, Alireza against me today, and Fabiano against Duda, you try to be creative with black, and bad things seem to happen.
I have 2 rapid fire questions on the subject of Firouzja. One, I asked you before the tournament. Let me clarify. Do you have sort of a particular chip on your shoulder when you're playing Firouzja? Because, youngest participant in the field, and, a lot of talk about it, and you want to say, whoa, I'm not ready to pass on the torch to the younger generation just yet. Do you feel that motivates you, or is it you play the same you motivate yourself in the same way against everybody?
I mean, I don't think that matters, but there's a pretty famous clip out there of me saying that I'll play Alireza in the candidates and I'm going to beat him. So I guess I kind of had to live up to what I said on my stream. I'm sure people will find that clip somewhere. But no, I mean, I think the thing with Alireza though is the fact that I played the candidates in 2016 when I was quite a bit younger, and I didn't really do so well. I understand that for Alireza, this tournament is very different, and with it being his first time playing in it, I think for him there's a lot of pressure. For me, I don't really feel like I have to like defend the older generation. I mean, it's I'm just going into it game by game. But I do think that for Alireza, there's a lot of pressure. And I also think the fact that he chose not to play for 9 months was a big mistake. Because the problem is, when you don't play for 9 months, if you don't have a good result, everyone's going to be very, very critical of that approach. And I have to say, I think most of the players who have tried to do something similar, maybe it's not 9 months, but like even 4 or 5 months where they don't play before the candidates, they generally don't do very well. So I think it was a big mistake. And he sort of lost that rhythm and sort of the momentum he had, because he was doing really, really well. I think he did well in the European Team Championship. Then he did well in the Grand Swiss. I mean, he was on fire. And then sort of just stopped for 9 months and not even play online. I think that was just a big mistake preparation-wise for this event.
Yeah, that was sort of my second cool question. He made this crazy decision not to play any online blitz, as far as I know, for something like 2 years. So he went complete cold turkey. Do you think that, what do you think of that decision? Do you think that impacted his growth in any way? Is that a reasonable decision in your mind?
I don't think it's smart. I think, as I said, he was on a roll. He was 2,800, playing very well. And when you have that momentum, I mean, I think I'll actually use Magnus as an example. There was this period in like 2011 or 2012, somewhere around there, maybe it was even 2010, but he got really hot. He did well. He did very well in this tournament in China. He just kept playing and dominating every event. And I think for Alireza, he should have. And I also think, you can say it's Alireza, his family, whatever management, whomever it might be, but I think they just didn't understand how different this event is from any other tournament. I mean, I've said it many times before, but this is the only tournament where you can finish second and you feel like you've just had a bad event. It's like Fabiano. If he loses this game, I mean, I guess we're tied for second. But if Fabiano, let's just say he finishes on +2 or something, he wins another game somewhere, it's going to feel like a huge disappointment for him. And so I think just for Alireza and his team not understanding the difference, it was just probably a lack of experience. But I think he'll have more chances, and I'm sure he'll learn and grow from what's happened here.
Well, quick question about second place feeling like a disappointment, because we all have heard what Magnus said. I know what you said, that you all think Magnus will play, but if we hold him to his word and Fabiano loses this game, you're tied for second place. So, of course, going into the event, everyone's looking for first, but what does that mean to you, and how are you feeling about that?
I mean, to use the classic line, I literally don't care. I'm just playing one game at a time. I mean, as I said, I think the thing is, you can't really rely on the unknowns. So obviously, I do have that in the very back of my mind, but it doesn't really play a role in terms of the tournament. And I just approach it game by game, because I mean, if it happens, it happens. But it's a hypothetical over which I have zero control. It's all up to Magnus whether he plays or doesn't play. So I'm just not. It doesn't really matter that much to me.
Mm-hmm. I've got one more question for you. You've been working hard even during the candidates. You stream Title Tuesday. You've been doing videos, going over your game, and obviously that's a huge opportunity that people have never had to just immediately get an inside viewpoint. How much additional confidence would you say it gives you to know that you've got a massive community following every move? And does that ever make you nervous, or would you say that that's always a net positive?
I mean, I think that's a huge net positive. I think the main way that I look at it is I just simply try not to embarrass myself in these tournaments that I play. From the first Grand Prix I played in Berlin, that's the only thing that I was thinking about, was trying to just have a good result, nothing else really. I think knowing there are the fans out there, knowing there are the fans out there who will cheer for me even if I don't do well, that does make a difference. It takes a lot of the pressure off, for sure. And also, I think when you see the positivity, for example, let's just rewind. Assume that I was playing the candidates, and let's just say 2019 or 2018 or one of those years after 2016, but before the whole streaming boom. And I lost this game to Timur yesterday. It would have been the end of the world. I would have been very devastated, to put it mildly. And the fact that sort of they're the fans who are out there saying you still can play well, you can still do well. I mean, that really does help at the end of the day. And it's all been wild. So I'm having a good time.
But you are a fierce competitor, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that I would look at it is, for example, with the Grand Prix in Berlin when I got the wild card, if I didn't think that I could be competitive, I would not have played. If I was just going to show up, if I was going to play Blitz against Daniel till 3 a.m. to catch a plane flight and then go play in Berlin, I would not have chosen to play. So basically, if I don't think that I can be competitive or I can't put in the work, then I'm not going to play the tournament. And that would have been the same for here. If I was going to say stream every day up until say a week before the event, I just simply would have not played. I would have given my spot away. So I try to do as much as I can, and it seems to be working. I mean, it's sort of been up and down. I mean, it's funny because actually after I lost this first round game, I for whatever reason, I felt like I was going to get my chances with white. And I feel like in some ways, doing the throwback to 2016, I feel like I'm sort of doing the Vishy, where in 2016, Vishy basically would win a game with white, lose a game with black, then win a game with white, and then lose with black. And I think he had something like 6 decisive games in a row in the middle of that tournament somewhere. So just trying, I just feel like using that as the example. I'm just trying to win with white every chance I get.
And you lost round 1 in the Grand Prix, and then you bounced back and beat Levon the second time you got to play him. So do you think that there's something there? Because you do the same thing with Fabiano. And does losing to somebody give you extra motivation?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's just what happens in the opening, really. But certainly, the game against Levon obviously was much different than the game against Fabiano, because this game against Fabiano, sure, I can win, draw, lose, whatever, it doesn't change anything. But against Levon, I had to win that game, or I wouldn't have qualified. So I think as far as that game goes, I just, you just try to get something where it's a little bit tricky, but also I think psychology matters a lot. Like in that game against Levon, I knew that if I could put him under some pressure, he traditionally struggles when it comes specifically to the candidates tournament. So just try to put them under pressure and see what happens. But I don't think there's any special motivation. I mean, a lot of people, especially on Reddit, are probably mad at me because I kind of ruined Fabiano's tournament by beating him. I thought it was funny to see some comments they're like, okay, so you ruined the tournament yesterday, so that's why you lost against Timur, which I thought was that was some good stuff. I really enjoyed seeing those comments, but I'm just having fun, not really worrying too much. And I think in the candidates, as I've also said, generally players tend to not play their best chess. I think we've seen a lot of mistakes. Many players have missed wins. Timur's game against Richard just being probably the most glaring example. And so I'm just trying to play good chess and not really think about the bigger picture. And so I think that's probably the single biggest reason I've done well in this event.
Okay, well, we are going to let you go. You've been here for a while. We really appreciate your time. But we have a fun video for you, so we're going to show you that and send you off.
Sure.
Can we say you're partially retired from chess? No, I'm not retired from chess. What gave you that impression? I'm playing the World Rapid and Blitz. I'm going to play the FIDE Grand Prix. I'm going to win it. I'm going to go beat Alireza in the candidates.
You guys found it. Yep.
So maybe you're the prophet. I know you're sitting next to Daniel, but
I knew you guys would find it. Yeah, I knew you guys would find it. But yeah, that's a great clip. Yeah.
Last quick thing. What's your Starbucks order? What's in that cup?
I actually don't know because Chris goes and gets it for me every day. So I think it's just regular coffee. I think, but I'm actually I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I'll try not to crash your dinner like the other night. So Hikaru, have a great rest of your evening, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
That is Hikaru Nakamura, the most watched chess streamer on Twitch. He has so many fans out there, and I guess as he said on Reddit, he's got some people who are mad at him because the man on screen here, Fabiano Caruana, he was right behind Jan Nepomniachtchi as the second half of the candidates began, but it's beginning to look like Fabiano, he's not going to be in the sole second place anymore. He's still fighting on, but as we're rejoined here by Almira, he's down a piece.
Yeah. This is not looking
So
good.
it looks like an assessment by international master Natsakanyan, who says white hat is an extra pound.
I think I've shared that story before. In the opinion of I am Natsakanyan, black is up, white is up a night.
And wow, we haven't, we have.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I am seeing. We had a fantastic interview with Hikaru, who was saying he's taking it one game at a time, and somebody who is happy to play these games in the second half is Liren, and that evaluation bar is heavily in his favor, which shouldn't come as a surprise. Just as we look at the top left of our screen there, it's 2 minor pieces for Rook, and The report moved, and I guess Ding Liren hasn't arrived back in his chair.
Big chair, little chair.
Big chair, little chair, but a very happy Ding Liren for sure.
Yeah, Ding Liren, as he sits over there at his chair thinking about the position, he's all smiles. But I'm trying to wrap my head around how exactly he saves all of his minor pieces. So if we swing over to that game.
And we have Ding back on screen. We have the board up.
There we go.
We'll analyze to see how we got here. Just go through the last bunch of moves. Donnie, your idea after the, well, you can go back even further. Rook c6 was played, bishop a4 to pin the rook. Here came b5, then c5. And after the calm queen e6 report, 39th move, bishop h4 looks fine, while black steals a pawn. And after rook c1, queen d6, I mean, black has everything under control. Not too many pawns remain, but black's king is feeling safer by the turn.
Yeah, it looks like rook d1 here might have forced a repetition. My guess is that Richard might have been worried about the bishop sliding down to d4, intercepting the d-file, but there's a check on f7 here. The position is totally wild. The engine gives all zeros, which is not a surprise. That's always what happens in these situations.
It's the last thing people think, right?
Robert, I had an idea, because then you mentioned, like in the position that we have on board, how Ding is going to keep like his minor pieces protected. But I thought that maybe he can sacrifice something and use the position of the bishop on h4, which is very awkward. I cannot see how you can bring him into play, and this b pawn is becoming very dangerous at the same time. Is it possible?
And you just play like bishop d4 to make sure that this rook isn't going anywhere. Then you're going to push this b pawn with the bishop. Oh my god!
The king is totally boxed in on h1. Look at that king.
Yeah, the king can't come out because the bishop covers. Almira, this is brilliant stuff. And I think my first reaction is, let me sacrifice my rook for this bishop. So I'm going to play bishop f6 and then go rook takes d4. But the problem is, if you do something like this, you're just going to lose because black will always have this g pawn, and then white's king is too far away. And maybe we can also go pawn hunting at some moment. Pawns on the light squares, in particular this one. This is -8. It's a winning endgame for black.
I think Ding sees it. You can just kind of tell by the body language he's ready to make a move. And the thing is, I don't think he would have gone for this line having already made move 40. I don't think he would have been going knight d3 if he thought that he was just losing a minor piece for nothing. So he definitely sees something. Is that something a takes b5?
And we should just show that knight f2 check seems to save the piece, but after king to h2, the problem is your bishop now is under attack and pinned. Your knight is not able to help, and he does play a takes b5. Almira's move is on the board, and just to quickly show that after a move like king b6 defending the bishop here, there's bishop on h4 comes to life with bishop d8 check. Your pieces are falling, first the bishop, then the knight, and then white would win the game. But Almira, we have to talk about it. A takes b5, played by Ding Liren. We know when he's at his best, he is a menace on the chessboard, even though he's a nice guy. What a move.
Well, when I initially thought about this position, I was thinking about bishop e6 first, not a takes b5. I think that now that I see it on the board, it's more precise.
But you had the idea in mind after a takes b5 that this rook is going to have to deal with this pawn. But I guess the problem is that bishop f6, bishop d4. In this situation, maybe there's this move.
Oh.
Well, now I can take on d4, I think, already, because you can't squeeze through to b6 and a5.
Oh, that's very important.
You have to take the longer route, and that gives my king a chance to make my way to the queen side and stop your pawn.
Wow, that's a long journey, but just goes to show how one slight inaccuracy with your king not getting to b6 and out and to help the b pawn be ushered up the board, that would be a fatal error. But I guess not fatal, but it would just turn a win into a draw. A takes b5, and the report is shocked.
Yeah, he definitely, even in the way that he was writing the move down, you could tell he kept looking over at the board. And it's important to establish that queen takes d3 is not forced. There is a serious alternative in queen takes b5. And I'd mentioned something crazy. I wouldn't rule out stalemate ideas for white. If you can imagine a black queen on d1 with a white king on h2, all of white's pawn moves are immobilized. So white has defensive chances here, but report just as I say that, never mind. I think he took on d3.
He did take on d3.
Okay,
This type of
forget
position, knight f2 check comes, and knight takes e4 even, and it just feels like terrible.
I get it.
Yeah, your king is a problem, but this might just be forcing, and it might already be in territory of a potential just a win.
Yeah.
It's minus 1.7, but what does white do? Bishop d4, the rook is, I guess, going to have to slide back. We just proved that you can't sacrifice on d4.
And once again, how important is it to start with the right move? Even if you have the right idea, you know, like you should execute it precisely.
Wow.
So
Ding, Liren,
takes
bishop
b5,
d4. And by the look on Richard Report's face, he might be thinking that he's lost. Now, we can see with the help of the evaluation bar, there still are some chances here, and I'm sure he understands that. But you also trust the 2800 rated Ding Liren. When he does something like this, you're like, uh-oh, you gulp, and you're now looking, how in the world do I survive?
Yeah, and Richard is obviously not in the best frame of mind after the last couple of games. And as I've said before, when you get into another bad position, you tell yourself, well, here we go again. That's going to be another loss. You start the negative self-talk. And it seems to me that in order to save this position, white has to find a very, very precise sequence of bishop and rook moves. And that can be among the hardest things to do in chess, to find these computerish moves in the endgame, like rook d1 here and bishop e7 there. And it's incredibly difficult to defend a position like this.
And we're getting some featured chats here. Ding is goated. AZ Chess from Arizona. Is that Danny? I don't know. Ding Blitz mode. Yes, Ding is just, I don't know what the Blitz mode, but he's responding.
Well, I think he played really fast in the last couple moves.
I mean, just fantastic play by Ding. And one other important point is that this pawn, this feels like a sitting duck. Bishop is going to come to b7. And once you win this pawn, you have a second passer. The king on h1, it's stuck in a box.
Yeah. In the long run, I don't see a single defense for white. What if you start with bishop e7, trying to prevent progress of the pawn? Then maybe your idea.
And then I think I can just play bishop b7 now and just take this pawn. And
so if I go there, no.
What's there, so everybody at home can also know what you're thinking?
I actually didn't have anything.
You just sounded clever.
No. I was trying to see if there are still stalemate ideas, but no, like the king will always have the h1 square or the h2 square. If there was no pawn on g2, I would play king h2, and then I would try to give away both of my pieces, but even that's not serious.
You're turning into Eric Rosen before my very eyes, just trying to find a stalemate, you know, for the sake of the stalemate, hoping that the opponent falls into
I was doing it before it was even cool, for the record.
Almira, this position, I mean, the eval bar is not suggesting that it's completely winning for black. Maybe it needs a little bit more depth and, you know, some more moves, but it just looks like a position that's kind of hopeless for white.
Well, and as Hikaru said, for humans, you know, it's very important to start with this. You know, it is very difficult to defend this position. I think it's completely lost.
Let me read this one because it mentioned, you know, for ones you're mentioned. Johann Friedrich Gauss, apt name since he mentions math. Hats reminds me of my math teacher who would make complex problems seem easy, but then I would end up failing all the tests anyway. That's a compliment.
Well, is that hopefully that's a good teacher, but it doesn't seem like it if the student's failing, right? So that's where I'm a little lost. Like,
I can see the inconsistency.
I seem fun, but if my student's failing the test, then it doesn't sound like a job well done.
No.
Well, maybe we should have a look at the position on the board, and we have to find the best defense, the best defensive approach for white here.
Seems really difficult.
Don't look at me. No clue. Because it's this additional idea that you pointed out of bishop c8 to v7. The fact that e4 is also falling, your hands are completely tied up.
And if you try to defend that pawn, it's going to rook d1, and if bishop to b7, you play rook e1, you're not paying attention to this b pawn, which is happy to start going. You could play b4, but you can also start with king to b6, or even bishop c3. And just this pawn pushing, this pawn hanging, it's over in this case.
Yeah. Yeah, minus 1.8 evaluation in such situations is quite meaningless. I feel like the game might be decided in 5-6 moves because one little inaccuracy, and that's it.
Almira, are you going to give Report any chances here?
Well, he's completely shocked. I had a look at the pose. It dawned on him that this position is very difficult to defend, especially with the king on h1.
Oh.
So he's going for rook d4, and he will try to defend this endgame.
And it's kind of what I said, right? If this were a blitz game, bishop f6 would be my automatic move because I'm looking at the position. I trust my opponent, maybe too much, but you trust Ding Liren's idea, and you're saying opposite colored bishops. We're told how many times that all opposite colored bishops are drawn, even if you're down one pawn, maybe two, maybe even three. But here at the start, black's actually not going to be up any pawns, but the point is the quality of the pawns. White's e4 pawn, coupled with these double pawns that are isolated on the g file, aren't helpful. This king is darting out to a5 to help escort the pawn the other side. It seems like black's play is very easy.
I wanted to have a look at the position which might occur after bishop b7. We know that king b6 is much faster, but if I play bishop b7, is this a win for black?
I think this is a draw.
So this is a draw.
I get my king to the queen side, I play bishop f6, bishop h4, and you can't make any progress.
Right, and just to show what we're talking about here.
That's an important question to answer.
This pawn gets far, you give up this pawn on g2, and you have to think, I'm up 2 pawns. I'm winning here with the black pieces. But the issue is that this bishop will go, as Donnie was just saying, to h4. So that even if this king, we can make all these moves. You protect your pawn. The king sits on b2. As soon as you play h5, I'm going to bring my bishop to f6 and then play bishop h4. And I can make this move back and forth forever, or make king b1, king b2, or king c3, king b2, whatever. And of course, I'm just going to keep this status quo. No possible progress can be made, and it's because of the opposite colored bishops. Your best move is putting your bishop on the dark squares. You can't do that.
I want to point out one more trap.
Okay.
You go to the initial position. Why is king b6 necessary? I think some people might be tempted to go b4. The problem with playing b4 is that it falls for rook b3, and all of a sudden black cannot defend everything at the same time. Bishop c3 looks like a watertight defensive move, but rook takes c3, bc, and then you vacuum up both of black's critical pawns, securing an immediate draw.
Wow, that's actually a really nice variation there, because once white scoops with that pawn, then it's just a simple draw. So that's really important. Don't rush. You have a passed pawn. You're taught to push it, but push it wisely. Push it real good, as Salt and Pepper would say. So here comes the king to b6 first, and then we're going to push the pawn. So let's remove that arrow, king b6. That is the way to go. Accuracy is Ding Liren's middle name.
You just looked up at Report like...
I don't think he has a middle name, but king b6 is the type of move that Ding Liren for sure will play.
So can we calculate this line once again? King b6, rook d4, you'll take. Bishop d4 is king a5, so...
King g1,
king
you've got to start running.
The move, yes. The issue is that I'm just going to bring my king here and my pawn to b3, and when I eventually win this pawn, I can throw away a pawn.
But you can also bring your king to c2. You have time for that.
Okay, well that's too easy then. But this makes perfect sense. Oh, well, first, I made the wrong move.
Oh, no, you're right.
First.
You do have to bring the king to a2. So that plan is actually necessary.
Aha, so Donnie wanted to bring the king to c2, but not in time. And after the king comes back, for now, white has things under control. But after e5, I can put my bishop here. You can try to say, you're not moving anywhere. But eventually what's about to happen is I'm going to take this pawn. And as soon as I take this pawn, I'm going to win with my pawns being faster. So you can continue going back and forth. Many people think there's nothing that black can do. But once I bring my bishop back, the bishop comes back, because if I ever move my king, the pawn pushes. And here, h4 takes g3, g2. The bishop is caught between two different pawns. So which one should we push first?
You're giving us all the hard decisions. I say b2.
Right. It doesn't matter. But takes, and then
because here you also own the bishop.
Bishop overloaded in two different directions, and that's the winning plan. might be how we see this game conclude.
Yep. I mean, might even be what Ding is currently calculating. Because all he really needs to establish is that rook takes d4 is winning. That's the only concrete line that he has to calculate. Everything else is conceptual. Everything else is a matter of figuring out, okay, I want to play bishop b6, b4, and this is how I want to make progress. The only actual line he has to calculate is rook takes d4.
And while Ding is doing just that, he has plenty of time on his clocks. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he remains the leader. Ding trying to get in striking distance, but the player who held Jan Nepomniachtchi to draw that was Timur Rajabov. Dina Belankaya caught up with Timur after his game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very important line in general in the Catalan that was used by Jan in the match and against Carlsen. So, well, it's very tricky positions that you have there. They, at first, seemingly, you see this, all the pawns are equal and it's seemingly nothing. But there are a lot of ideas in this line that he played and also the one that Carlsen played against me in Norway Chess just, I don't know, a few weeks ago. And actually, I lost that game as black and made some inaccuracy in the opening. And then I think he showed a great technique. Well, today's line is with knight c3 is the different one. And white is always pressing on the c4 pawn. And once you make just the one wrong move at some point, you just lose the pawn and then you get a very bad endgame. So the idea is not to lose the pawn, which is not so easy to do, actually. And yeah, he was seemingly upset about the fact that, according to analysis, I think he said that queen c7 is the move in general there. I also remember that there are some ways, but yeah, I didn't remember what was exactly the difference between the queen a5 and queen c7 in this position. So generally trying to play a bit faster in my recent games. So I just saw that, okay, I mean, I should just move. Because sometimes, I mean, in the first half of the tournament, I would spend maybe 1.5 hours here deciding which move is the best and why. But I think I played queen a5, and after that, I don't know if the play was correct, but I didn't say anything great for white. But I'm not sure why he was disappointed exactly.
That was sort of the summary that Jan Nepomniachtchi said, where he felt like that queen to a5 move was inaccurate. But what Rajabov was saying is like it wasn't a big deal. And what is a big deal is Ding Liren just played king to b6. He's the calculator, right? He knows what to do. And he, I think you're right, Dana, has seen the end of this game.
There's a moment in most games at this top level when you can just feel that the players already know what's going to happen. They already know what the result is going to be. That's what you just said. And I feel like in Ding's body language, in the speed with which he's playing, because Ding is not shy about taking his time. Like you said, he's the calculator. Once he starts playing fast, and once he starts making these accurate moves, you know he's got everything forecasted until the end of the game. This one is essentially over.
And Almira, Jan Nepomniachtchi, when he was in studio, he said, or at least he hinted that he's happy that he has already played his 2 games against Ding Liren. The first game, Ding seemed a little out of his element. Maybe it was the recent trip to Madrid, some jet lag, or just poor play in round 1. But Ding Liren in this form, problem.
Well, and also he had a few missed opportunities in this tournament. I feel that he's back in the race already after this game, but if he would have won one of those games once again, what could have happened now? So
we don't have to wonder what could have happened in this game, because while Ding Liren, he spoiled a huge advantage against Richard Report in their first matchup. We called it. This is exactly what we're anticipating. And
you called it.
The variation we were just showing, that might be how this game concludes. I think it is.
I think it is, and I think once he puts his king on a2 and his pawn on b3, or maybe once he wins the pawn on g2, Report will resign. Now, the funny thing is, you can even allow white's e-pawn to get to e7. All you need to do is win the g2 pawn. Right. Nothing else matters as long as you contain the e-pawn.
Wow.
So this one is essentially over.
And while Ding Liren no longer has Jan Nepomniachtchi on a slate of opponents, he still have 4 games after this. We are waiting to see the conclusion of this one. Likely a win against Richard Report. But he is black against Fabiano Caruana next. And if Ding wins, and as we have been thinking for a long time that Fabiano Caruana would lose, they'd be tied in the standings. So Almira, Ding, he can try to keep going.
Of course, and he has 2 blacks and 2 whites at the end of the tournament. So looking at his round 12 with white pieces against Timur Rajabov, and he might actually target this game.
You have to play for win somewhere, and Hikaru said that you can't just force a win out of thin air with black. That's how you get in trouble. Ding hasn't seemed to be that type of player, so Guy, do you agree? Round 12, white against Rajabov, that's what Ding's looking forward to?
Yeah, I mean, he's basically been in trouble the least of anybody in this tournament. I mean, he lost that one game against Nepo. That was it. And again, look at the speed with which he is executing the winning plan as he decides to start with b4, but he's going to follow up with king a4, king b3, and king a2. But he's got several games with the white pieces that he is going to try very, very hard to win. The game against Hikaru, the game against Rajabov. I think black against Firouzja is a game that he's also eyeing. Alireza lost today. He's going to go all in the rest of the tournament. Alireza is not forcing a Berlin draw. So Ding, I think he's rearing to go. He's won 2 in a row. And he's still entertaining visions of crazy things happening. And he wants to put himself into a position to benefit if crazy things happen.
And Almira, Hikaru said he's not thinking about second place because it's the what ifs. What do you think about Ding? It was a what if for him to even qualify for the candidates. He was unable to play games outside of China beforehand. Now, if he can get into second place, withstand some pressure from Fabiano Caruana, you think he's thinking about a world championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi?
Well, he certainly does. First of all, he said that he was already so lucky to qualify for this tournament, so one step at a time. I think that his form is back. He was struggling at the beginning of the tournament, so I think he's taking it also like Hikaru, one game at a time. And, well, the decision is not his at the end of the tournament. We will have to see what will happen.
Yeah, and we have both Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana facing us, really just calculating at the moment on the board, but two players with very different results in this game. And Fabiano, he's been in trouble since the beginning. Ding Liren, I wonder if he even knew what was going on at the beginning of the game because it was hectic, but right now, the eval bars in totally different directions.
Robert, can we just get back to the position where Ding played king b6?
Okay, so we'll bring up the analysis board there. So when Ding played king to b6, yes.
Was there any way to defend this position with bishop d8?
I guess the king just comes up through
to c5.
c5, yeah.
Okay, so
one avenue or the other. Doesn't have to be Park Avenue. It's okay to go down Madison
Avenue. Right.
That's on the west side.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Nice try, though.
Intimately familiar with the geography of Manhattan.
Yeah, you did get an avenue that exists, though, so I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I couldn't name an avenue in Charlotte, but also not interested. Sorry. Okay. So the king is just going forward. He's trying to help this pawn go, and as we see, this one would still be completely winning for black. So live position, we're going to catch up to it. The bishop took on d4. The white king is trying, but it is going to be too slow as king b3, king a2, pawn b3. We showed this variation just before, and this pawn on g2, being on a light square. If you could just push that pawn to h2, we're making a draw here.
Yeah.
But the pawn on g2 is an issue, as the bishop will start scooping up this one here, and the black pawn will sacrifice itself, leading to victory.
Yeah, this, the way the rest of the game is going to play out illustrates an important concept for obstacle bishop endgames, which is that you want passers on opposite sides of the board. You don't normally want connected passers. Bishop can deal with connected passers. It can blockade them along the color of the bishop. But when you've got disjointed passers, especially ones that are on either side of the board, the bishop has absolutely no chance because it can really only stop it can control one side of the board at one time. And this is a great illustration of that theme here. And Richard might resign here, he might make a couple of moves, but the result is no longer in question.
And Almir, we've been discussing this earlier, that Ding Liren, he's like a second half player. Last time in the candidates, he struggled mightily in the first half. He lost his first 2 games. And in the second half, he was great. He only lost to Anish Giri, but won a bunch. So he'll be at 6 wins and only that one loss to Anish Giri with, of course, many draws in the second half. And this is his 3rd candidate. So what do you make of him as a player and in the long tournament?
Oh, that's a tough question. I think that what affects him a lot is, first of all, that he his team is in China. He could not be joined by his seconds or by his family. He didn't have enough time to adapt himself at the first half of the tournament, so maybe he should always consider, like in Russia, he came like before, I think 3 weeks before the tournament starts. It's also went wrong, so he needs to find a balance between his preparation, his shape, and give his body the time to adjust to the tournament.
For sure. And I know Danya has a Golden State Warriors reference ready for us. So, Ding Liren, third quarter player.
Oh, yeah. Just like the Warriors.
Exactly.
Good one.
But, I mean, in all seriousness, something has gone wrong for him in the first half of the last candidates and this one. And you were mentioning the what ifs, the hypotheticals. Like, what if Ding Liren could show the form that he is showing right now in round one? Second candidates in a row, he lost the first round, and we actually
Jan Liren.
Wow, we have a great, first of all, great username, Joker and a Fool. But Jan, a first half player, Ding, a second half player. If they fused, they'd be unstoppable. And maybe there's something to that, where Jan, he gets out of the gates running. He's really strong in the first half of the candidates, the second candidates. He dominated the first half in this one, and the last one he also was doing really well before losing round 7 to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And Ding Liren struggles in the first half and then kind of dominates the second half. So maybe they need to find a way to trade off some talents.
Well, Richard said that he doesn't see anyone beating Magnus in the near future, even if you combine two players. So maybe this is the perfect combination, you know. We should combine Jan and Ding, and here it is.
Okay, well, that would be a very interesting mix of players. Richard Laporte, perhaps the most interesting player in the entire world. He always is ready to light up the chessboard, but he's on the clock. We'll let him think about what seems to be his inevitable demise over the board. So we're going to head to break. We'll be back in a few minutes for the end of round 10 here at the FIDE Candidates 2022. This is Chess.com's coverage live from Madrid.
Top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
I figure it's time for me to really blend in, you know? Dress like a local. I obviously wear jackets all the time. Okay, so we're ready for the candidates. Every local Madridian visits the chessboard on a daily basis, I hear. They visit and kind of pay tribute to Queen Isabella herself. I hear that this is a statue of Queen Isabella herself. Yeah.
We are here at the 2022 Candidates Tournament in Madrid, Spain, and we have our man on the inside, Danny Wrench, who's been with the players a lot, going to the players' meetings, and he's here to tell us about some special requests that a few of the players made. Danny, what have they been talking about?
Yeah, well, obviously we want to and always ask the players and get them in the spirit of the city, right? The place that they're playing from. So a couple of actually kind of unique ones that have been thrown out there, and I'm going to try to represent these as well as I can to FIDE. Okay, but the first one was a lot of bonus requests if you play and win with the Spanish on either side.
Makes sense.
Right?
Yeah.
Makes sense. There was a suggestion, you know, that anytime you move the queen, you drop a dab for Queen Isabella.
Yeah, she's the one that made the queen powerful.
Makes sense.
Okay.
But then the players were unanimous on one in particular, which was that every 2 hours into every round, they'll have a required siesta.
Well, we'll see if any of these rules are implemented for the tournament. Especially if somebody plays the Spanish, they got some money coming their way.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem likely, but I don't even want to know which players made these requests, but I've got a couple ideas in my mind.
Yeah, well, you know, and anything that gets the players to play something more than the Berlin, right, the most exciting draw in the world. Now that we have some money on the line, perhaps we see some exciting Spanish games. So I'm actually excited about that one.
There you go. You need some Alex Honnold on us? Yeah, the Alex Honnold of chess, folks. Climbing without a rope.
Oh wait, I can do it. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I feel like a little kid when I get around big things.
Slowly checking our insurance
This is like
policy.
chess parkour. Oh, did you catch that on camera?
Can you tell he's the dad of a teenager?
Always move like a knight, guys. I think I'm gonna go hit a siesta over there with the, seems like the thing to do with the locals.
You do you, baby girl.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see you guys in a couple hours. Yeah, it's been a long day, Dan. You deserve it, buddy. You deserve it. Go ahead and throw that down and just buckle up, buddy. Yeah.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Blitz Chance is coming this July. Watch your favorite NFL stars compete for their share of the $100,000 charity prize fund. Legendary wide receiver and future Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald will be joined by some of the biggest names in the league. Catch Cleveland Browns receiver Amari Cooper, Dallas Cowboys linebacker Micah Parsons, top 5 draft pick and new New Yorker Kayvon Thibodeau, and others. It all goes down on July 9th and 10th, starting at 1 p.m. Pacific time right here on Chess.com. Well, right here on Chess.com, we have the coverage of the 10th round of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. I'm joined by International Master Elmira Skripchenko. This is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. I am Grandmaster Robert Hess, and we have 2 games remaining here in the 10th round. We know that Jan Nepomniachtchi maintains his lead ahead of the field, but we have Richard Rapport trying to save what is seeming like an increasingly hopeless position against Liren.
It's over.
Yeah, it's, you know, he knows it's over, right? Almira, as we look at him on camera here, his head's in his hand. He's just trying to figure out, is it definitively so, or is there even some chance, and with so few pieces on the board?
Well, we know that this is over. We've analyzed every line, every possible line in this position. So it's actually a very instructive chess endgame.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic endgame. It's one that should go in the books. But one player who refuses to lose without always fighting to the very end is Fabiano Caruana. He is slugging it out despite the fact that he's been down a piece for a while. And this position actually isn't that clear. Like, we thought that he was done. We thought that Jan-Krzysztof Duda for sure was going to get his first victory. And now as we bring the board up with our 30,000 viewers on Twitch still here, you know, I got to give you a shout out. I appreciate you. So knight F2 was the last move. And what a move that is.
It's a very fancy trade. And Fabi has defended resiliently, creatively, tenaciously, all tournament long. Remember his game against Hikaru? I mean, that was incredible. He lost that game, but he didn't get discouraged, and he's trying to do it again today. The problem, Robert, I think, is that the narrative is similar to the game against Hikaru, where he's finding ideas, but it's not going to be enough. I think Jan is going to take that knight. He just did. He's going to shift the queen from h3 to g3, and there are simply going to be too many threats against Black's king. And if Black tries to trade queens with queen d6, which maybe is the most prudent defensive option, Jan-Krzysztof is going to say, I'm happy to trade queens. 2 pawns is 2 pawns too many. Fabi's never getting to that b5 pawn.
Right, and the b6 pawn will be a target. I want to show why knight f2 was such a cool move and why white didn't just have a hanging knight. So in this position, it looks like this knight on d3 can just be captured. But Jan-Krzysztof has had fantastic tactics all game. Queen takes d3 allows this rook to go to a8 with check.
Oh my god, queen g2, queen g6!
King h7 runs into knight g5, check to your king, and hello to your queen. You have to take my knight, and you lose the queen on d3. So if you go to g7 instead, the only legal move with the king, there's queen g2 check, and after rook g6, you think your king is safe, but I'm sacrificing my queen for your rook and playing knight e5 check. Almira, all game, it's felt like there were a couple moments maybe where Jan-Krzysztof went wrong, but all game it's felt like he's seeing tactics everywhere.
This is absolutely brilliant, especially at this stage of the game. We know that after the time control, you're more tired, of course, so players have been calculating complicated lines throughout the game, so this is just a perfect solution.
Yeah, beautiful tactical sequence, and it's not going to happen. The queen did just slide over to g3, trying to go into e5. The c7 pawn is hanging, so Fabiano, he might have to play queen d6, but as we indicated, queen d6, once the pieces come off, it's going to be a win for white. You can simply protect your rook over here on f2.
Rook
if black
f5.
hopes to get this pawn, this knight can come into d4, and this pawn is hanging. As long as white has one pawn remaining, it will be a win. But Fabiano, he doesn't have any better options. He's going for this. So queen to d6, I'm surprised the game is still going, honestly, and well, maybe he feels like he has some slim chances.
Yeah, I suppose that there's a decision JKD has to make here, which is that he can also go king g2 and try to trade on his own terms. I'm not sure that there's such a big difference. I think ultimately every line, all roads lead to Rome here, or Warsaw maybe in this case. But here's the thing. What's going to happen, I think, is that Jan-Krzysztof is probably going to give away the b5 pawn. Now, he's going to give it away for the e and d pawns, and he's going to win Black's h-pawn, and knight, rook, and h-pawn versus rook is completely winning. Right? We're not talking here about wrong-colored bishop. This is an easy theoretical win.
Seems to be that. And Duda, he's looking much more composed than we've seen him in previous rounds, and even earlier in this game when he overlooked after that knight h7 move that Fabiano could slide his rook over. So for Jan-Krzysztof, we said that every player will play a part in who wins this event, and he may be playing a part in who doesn't win this event, because Fabiano, he was a half point behind Jan Nepomniachtchi after 7 rounds. Now he is about to suffer his second loss in 3 games.
So Jan-Krzysztof is a troublemaker. What do you want to say, yes?
I don't know if he's a troublemaker. You know, he's got a lot of fans. He's a good guy. He just happens to be winning a chess game.
I mean, I streamed yesterday for a bit during the rest day, and it was crazy to me how many people were just, you know, shoveling dirt on Jan-Krzysztof and saying, you know, why is he in the candidates? He doesn't deserve to be there. First of all, somebody's got to be in last place. Somebody always has a bad tournament. And I made the point that he's going to win 1 game, and then everybody's going to be singing his praises. So the best thing to do is just to realize that everybody who's in the candidates deserves to be there. You never get into this tournament if you're not worthy of it. And to get back to a point I've made several times already, if the first round results had been different, you've made this point as well, then we'd be having completely different conversations. So nothing is deterministic, right? Anything could have happened. The reason that things did happen the way that they did, a lot of it is due to the skill of the players, but some of it really is due to moments, individual moments that could have gone either way. That's what makes it so fascinating to watch also. You know what I'm saying?
I definitely.
Rant over. All right, safe to talk now.
Professor Proton.
Well, Fabiano, he just looks like he's had enough. And the Candidates is a brutal tournament where there's only one winner and everybody else, they pack their bags, play the next chess tournament, but they won't be playing a match at the end of it all against Magnus Carlsen. So, by the way, Ding Liren's king is on d3, while Richard Report's king is on d6. Report's king went the other way because he recognized that the ending was completely losing if he brought it to c1. He calculated that to the end, just like Ding Liren did. So instead, Report brought his king up towards Black's side of the board, but Ding Liren just did something very smart. So we'll bring up an analysis board just to show you his last couple moves here, as we likely are about to see this game come to conclusion. After king to d6, he could have pushed his pawn to b2, and it does happen that it's winning, but you start thinking, as this pawn goes up the board, starts walking its way, maybe you can have some chances of the king and pawn endgame. So what Ding does instead, he just brings his king back, because he realizes that with the white king so far away, he can just grab the pawn, go right back there to c2.
Same plan.
And white has nothing.
Yeah, he's about to play king d3 and then king c2, and I think Report will resign right here.
It won't be a moment too late if he resigns after king to d3, because the plan is simple. Same exact plan. King c2, bishop comes to b7, takes this pawn, h-pawn walks up the board to sacrifice itself, and the g-pawn or the b-pawn will queen.
Very impressive. Mic drop. I mean, to survive such a complicated position, to survive, let's not forget, the crazy move Report made was a knight c4?
Yeah, knight c4.
Ding took it in stride. He took that knight quickly. He survived time pressure. He found the best line. The dude is a beast. It's like he's totally unaffected by the course of the game. And he manages to stay objective, to stay calm. All of those skills are skills that we should appreciate and value.
Almir, he did take this knight very quickly. Like, I would be stunned. I'd be looking at, like, can I actually take that? Richard's such a creative genius. But as Danya said, that he just let the knight there, he took it, and that was that.
Do you remember their first game, like the game they played in the first leg of these candidates?
Well, that's game. Yeah, I do remember the first game.
Yeah,
where
Richard sacrificed the knight on d4 and Ding didn't win.
That's right. But this time, Ding Liren does in fact win. The score sheets are signed. The arbiter stops the clock. He does the traditional thing, putting the king on the dark squares in the center. And Ding Liren, he smiled after his previous win against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He seems like he's been in it for a long day. The rest day didn't just happen because he had to give every ounce of energy to a victory over Richard Report. It's a bad day for Report, great day for Ding Liren. And wow, Fabiano Caruana, I really thought his game could be the second game done, but now he's still fighting. He's the last game of the round.
Yeah, I mean, I essentially think the game is decided, and the reason I'm so confident is because there are no more tactics in the position. At this point, the path to victory is incredibly straightforward. You take the pawn on e6, and then using the offer of a rook trade, you drop back down to e5, you win the pawn on h5, and at some point, Fabio is going to resign. He's going to realize, he's already realized that the game is over, but he's obviously still making moves, still trying every last little resource.
And I can't imagine how painful this moment is for him, right? Because he came into today, he had his interview after his draw against Jan. He said, the lead is not insurmountable. And he went for it today. And Jan-Krzysztof just played an excellent game of chess, right? There were very few, if any, question marks from his side. And for Fabiano, it's, again, what if? What if I had beaten Jan in the first time we played? What if, when we played right before the rest day, I had made use of my preparation and scored a full point? And now not only did he not beat Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's about to lose to Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He's going to be 1.5 points behind our leader.
On the other hand, well, kudos to Fabiano. He tried everything. He's literally dying on the board in every game. So this is so admirable.
It really is, and he gives it his all. But Jan-Krzysztof also does the same, right? Despite the fact that he's had 3 losses, he could have just shipped this tournament like, all right, I'll try to make some draws. Who cares at this point? But he came to fight still, and that's the type of person and player he is, where he loves chess. He said in an interview, ever since a kid, he wanted to become world champion, and he thought that it was possible. And it's not going to happen this time around, but maybe in the future he can fight for that world championship.
You know what impressed me maybe the most? The fact that he managed to find F4 on move 39.
Yeah.
Because he was going through that here we go again phase. He was shaking his head. He screwed it up a little bit. And rather than letting that get to him, maybe he was letting it get to him emotionally, but he hunkered down and he found a brilliant tactical resource to turn the game around once more and secure the victory. That is the sign of someone who's mentally strong, emotionally strong, and somebody who's just unwilling to give the game up when you hit adversity for the first time in the game.
Chess.com gives that a brilliant move, or they will, in the game review. That deserves like 4 brilliancies.
And it's honestly an amazing tactic. So instructive.
But remember, I said, like, I don't want you to play rook f4, and f4 is such a brilliant move in this position.
It's crazy.
Yeah, the f4 is just a phenomenal move. I don't honestly care what anybody says.
Right.
That's a brilliancy. And also, the way the game was going, and we saw that after knight h7, rook g6, that just a few moves before, I can show that moment here, where when the knight came to h7, it looks like it's a game over winning tactic. And after Fabiano slid his rook over, Jan-Krzysztof was not very happy, and he looked like he was getting down on himself. So to make sure that he remained composed, and then just a couple moves later to play this f4 move, he is such a fantastic player, and that was a bright moment in an otherwise gloomy tournament.
Of course, and we were having a feeling that he's losing the thread of the game after knight h7 and rook g6, but he gained his composure very quickly, and he found the only moves in this position.
You can see him putting the finishing touches here as he maneuvers his knight to the center, getting ready to cut the king off with rook d6 check. The key here is to get the white king up toward g5, to use the knight as both a shield against black's rook's checks and as a defender of the h4 pawn. Once the king leaves h4, you want to make sure that the knight is ready to defend that pawn should the black rook slide over to h1. And now king f4 and king e5 is very strong because the pawn will be untouchable.
Yeah, rook g4 check. Thank you for the pawn. But as Danya is indicating, the knight comes to f5 with a fork, protecting h4 tactically. And yeah, this is just almost enough at this point. And if this king gets to f6 and the knight to f5, we're already going to see black get checked.
Fabi might resign right now. I haven't been particularly accurate at predicting when people resign, but
he did just look at the clock, glance over there. There's no time trouble, so it's not about that. It's just, yeah, I think you're right that he's thinking about when to resign. And when he resigns, the round is over, at least by the moves in the chessboard. But it's not over here in the studio. Fabiano Caruana has resigned.
Hey, 2 for 2.
You got it. And Ding Liren will join us in the studio for an interview. So even though the chess has been played out for the day, you will not want to miss that interview. Fabiano Caruana, well, he probably wishes today didn't happen. But Jan-Krzysztof Duda on the other side of this, what a victory by him.
An incredible game. And as commentators, we're unbiased. We're rooting for good games to be played. That's what we want. But when somebody has a rough tournament and recovers and plays a game like this, you can't but be happy for him. Even if you're a Fabi fan, you've got to be happy with the way that Duda played. You got to be happy for him. The tournament is not over. He's going to try to ride his momentum tomorrow. But what an incredible performance we were treated to by the poll with 3 names.
The poll with 3 names, and well, the results from this round. Another day full of decisive action. We saw Report just resign and lose to Ding Liren. We also saw Caruana do the same and lose to Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he made that draw, and Hikaru, we can't forget that game. He came in the studio, gave a great interview, but he played a magnificent game himself.
Yeah, today was a day of clean games. Well, maybe the Ding report game. I don't know if clean is the adjective that I would use to describe. Perhaps we will ask Ding what adjective he will use to describe that game. But the endgame technique certainly was clean and super instructive. Kudos to Duda, that almost rhymes. And of course, Hikaru Nakamura. He said that, you know, the matchup of the generations, that wasn't really on his mind. But hey, oldest competitor against the youngest participant, Hikaru proved that he still has a lot of gas left in that tank.
And now, Mira, as we head on over to the standings, where we know Jan Nepomniachtchi, that's been the prevailing storyline. He's in first place, but we look down after him. 3 players now tied for second place. What do you make of that mosh pit?
Well, we are going to have 3 rounds, ahead of us, because every player who's tied for the second place, they will push in every game. So today I'm struggling with my headache, so I don't know what the players
Well,
do.
the moves were definitely dizzying, so we understand. Ding Liren versus Richard Report, it gave us all we could handle. But Ding Liren, I mean, he's right there, tied for second. So, Danya, as we look forward to tomorrow's matchups, and we know that there's a 3-way tie for second, which could be important, unlike previous candidates. Let's take a peek. I mean, which matchup catches your fancy?
Well, we've got Hikaru against Richard Report. That is definitely a game that Hikaru will be looking to win. Richard is really scuffling right now. He's lost quite a few games to start the second half of the tournament. I mean, really, all of these are fascinating, and I'm particularly excited for that last matchup, Caruana against Ding Liren. Ding has just won 2 games in a row. Fabi has lost 2 out of his last 3, and the game he drew was still disappointing. Will he be able to reemerge from his tailspin? Or will Ding Liren take serious risk with the black pieces to try to extend this winning streak to 3? I can't wait.
So in Almira, we have Firouzja against Nepomniachtchi. Alireza, bad day today, but tomorrow he probably will fight on.
Well, Alireza is certainly all in at this point in the tournament, so he's going to throw himself at Jan. And even during his interview, he said that he's been waiting for this game because Jan is on the top of his form, so he wants his revenge first of all, and this might affect also the standings.
Oh, it certainly will. If Firouzja can beat Jan Nepomniachtchi, and then we have Caruana and Ding, and of course Hikaru with that great record against Richard Report. If Firouzja can do everybody else a favor, this tournament is blown wide open.
It's blown completely wide open. That's what I love, the fact that somebody who's not necessarily contending for first place can still make their impact, leave their imprint on the final standings of the tournament. Some people say that's a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. I think that's what makes this tournament so fascinating. And for Alireza Firouzja, I think the important thing for him today is to take and extract the lesson from his loss against Hikaru. He forced it, Robert. He forced it with G takes F6. He's got to let the game come to him, and he's got to play objectively tomorrow against Jan. But everybody is holding their collective breaths as they watch that matchup.
For sure. Well, it's going to be some fantastic games of chess tomorrow. But for now, we are going to take a quick break. And the reason why is we bring Ding Liren into the studio. He'll be here right after this short break. it is our privilege to be joined by the #1 Chinese player in the world, the #2 rated player in the world, Ding Liren. Ding, how are you feeling after your second win in a row?
Yeah, I feel very good. Even better than last time, than the last round, because today I think I played very well throughout the game. I prepared in the opening, and I prepared this line not for this game, but some time ago. But in the game, it just occurs on the board. So I know this idea: Rook B8, Rook B7 at some point, and the idea is just delay castling if there is some not castle immediately. So. And the game just went as what I wished.
Ding, knight c4 really surprised us. 2 questions. Did you see that move? Because you reacted really quickly and super accurately. So what went through your mind when Richard played knight c4 on move 33?
Of course, I didn't see it. I thought he might go back with bishop f7, try to put the knight on b3. Or something like bishop h4, try to put the queen to f7 or f8. But of course, I didn't see knight c4.
so take us through that. He plays knight c4. You responded pretty quickly, so you didn't expect it. But did you just calculate it that quickly that you could safely?
No, I thought it's the only move. But after I take on c4, I know maybe I can also play queen b4. But during the game, at least I saw knight b takes c4, bishop a4, and still I have to play rook c8, c6, I think. Knight c6, or maybe knight c6, also fine. Queen 5, queen 6.
Queen h7, king d6.
King d6, yeah.
Wow. What a crazy position. So during the game, Ding, when you were getting this game, it was very unclear. Did you feel like you were doing well throughout, or you weren't sure?
Yeah, I think the most important position is when I play bishop d4. Move. No, before. I think. Yes, after queen f1. Here, I spend a lot of time on knight c6. Since I didn't want to exchange the bishop, because after he sacrificed a pawn, he had e4 for the knight and rook e1 for the rook.
Just showing that very quickly, right? There we were talking about during the game. So you were thinking about knight c6
Yeah,
instead?
knight c6 is clever. If he take, I just take with rook. But he had rook c1. And if knight b4, bishop f7, check.
Oh, wow.
And I'm going to play king f8.
You were calculating this during the game?
Yes. I think he can. He only moved bishop c4 to force a draw. King e8.
Unreal.
And bishop f7. I don't know. The evaluation bar says white is better, but I don't know how. I think this is his only chance to.
That's absolutely incredible. Yeah, and it's such a privilege to see your calculations during the game. Question, Ding, about yesterday, you beat Jan-Krzysztof. It looked like an equal position. How much confidence did yesterday's win give you, and what were your thoughts about the game in general?
Well, yesterday, at first I have some small advantage out of the opening, but I want more with a4, not b3. B3 is more solid, more positional, but I play a4. I want to play tactically, and I think he defended very well until the last point, because he moved rook d2 in the last game.
The game. Okay. So which point?
At around 30th move. Rook d2, knight a5, g6 is good move to place the king on g7. It was missed by me. And also next, check, and rook c2 is very important. Here, my first intention is to play bishop d3. I think it's just winning for white. Rook c1, knight b6. He found the square on a1, rook a1 only move, and king g2, knight h5. Although I have the overwhelming advantage on the queen side, but just one threat, knight f4, knight h5, it might be perpetual check.
and you tend to be thought of as a solid player, but you're showing us all these tactics. So how do you train yourself for these kind of moments? Like in today's game, you were just showing us this bishop f7 check is very wild. How do you prepare for those moments?
Well, now the game is not it's different from before, since everybody wants to play some concrete line, they like to calculate until the end. So maybe there not so much position where you can press, and with small advantage, just the position get very complicated very soon. So.
Last question from me, Ding. Fabiano Caruana tomorrow. You've won 2 in a row. Fabiano is struggling. He lost today, but you have the black pieces. What is your mindset going into tomorrow's game, and how much risk are you thinking about taking, or is that something you're going to decide later?
I think it depends on the position. He must came very well prepared, like before. So the most important part, I think, is the opening. I need to handle the pressure it gave me. Then, if I have some chance, of course, I pray for a win. Okay.
Well, I have 2 quick questions, and I promise we'll let you go. I know it's late. So Magnus Carlsen, of course, said that he wanted to play Alireza Firouzja. Alireza, not at the top of the standings. Do you feel like second place? I know you came to the tournament wanting first, but do you feel like you're now right in tied with second place? Is that something you've been thinking about?
Yes. Now I'm already tied for second place with Hikaru and Fabi. So, I think we are fighting for the second place.
Okay, and I already forgot my last question. I had so many, but Ding, it's really an honor to have you in the studio. You've had 2 great wins, so we like to see you doing well. So congratulations and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you.
And as we see the people of Spain walking around, enjoying themselves, we are probably going to do the same. We're going to say goodnight to everybody who's tuned in. We really appreciate your continued viewership. And we want to thank all the players, and especially Ding Liren here at the end. It's been a late night. He's had 2 long games. He won, and, well, we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, live from Madrid, Spain. See you tomorrow for round 11 of the FIDE Candidates.